Thank you very much. You may be seated. Secretary, may you read the next order?
Order number 2, proceedings on bills, Northwest Appropriation Bill 2026, Departmental Budget votes. 2.1, Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, vote 4. 2.1, Department of Social Development, vote 12. 2.3, Department of Education, vote 8. 2.4, Department of Health, vote 3.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. Honorable members, I will now call on the MEC of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, Honorable Clapp. Now call on the MEC of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, Honorable Clappy, to present the departmental budget votes. Speech vote number 4. Honorable Clappy, you have 40 minutes as per our rules, 64 subsection 5.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mayor Desbo Mohono, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Ntate Colin Maine, Honorable Chief Whip of the House, Mayor Motlalepule Khosho, Chair of Chairs, Mayor Tebogo Modise, Honorable members of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, colleagues in the Executive Council,
These work.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've already greeted yourselves, Chief Whip, the Speaker, and the Premier. And let me go to representatives of the House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, executive mayors, and MMCs of sports across the province present here today, and councillors, the head of department, Tate Itumele Mukhorosi, and the team, the acting chief, the acting CEO of Mabanan, Tate Mitsileng, and the team, all sector stakeholders present here today, our distinguished guests, all dignitaries present here in the gallery, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Bahi Babukoni Bupirima Dumelang. Honorable Speaker, I ascend to the podium to present the 2026-2027 budget vote for the Department of Arts, Culture, Sport and Recreation. The year 2026 stands as a pivotal moment in the history of this country. It is a year in which South Africa reflects on significant milestone that has shaped our journey towards attaining freedom, towards attaining democracy, human dignity, and the constitutional governance. This year marks 30 years since the adoption of the Democratic Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It was adopted on the 8th of May, 1996 by the country's first democratic and representatives of parliament. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which derives from the 1955 Freedom Charter, remains a living expression of the aspiration of our people, and a firm commitment to the constitutional democracy, the human rights, the equality, freedom, and the rule of law. As citizens, we all carry the collective duty to protect our democracy, to uphold the social cohesion, and to contribute meaningfully towards the development of our nation. The official theme for this year's Freedom Day is Freedom and the Rule of Law, 30 years of the democratic citizenship. Honorable Speaker, as we reflect on the 2026, we also recognize it as a defining moment marked by the significant national milestones. This year, South Africa also commemorates the 50th anniversary of the historic 1976 uprising, a pivotal turning point in the struggle against the oppression of the apartheid system. The resistance against Bantu education and the forced use of Africans as a medium of instruction ignited the courage and the determination of young people across the country. They rose in defense of justice, in defense of dignity and freedom, thereby demonstrating the extraordinary bravery in the face of the injustice. Their sacrifice and resilience continue to inspire generations of South Africans to strive for equality, to champion access to quality education, and advance meaningful social transformation. Madam Speaker, in August this year, our nation will also commemorate the 70th anniversary of the 9 August 1956 march, when 20 women courageously gathered at the Union Building to protest the extension of the past law to women. And babango babasadi ba ke ba ba tswang ko Lehurutse. Madam Speaker, the historic act of defiance stands as a powerful testament to the strength, to the unity and the resilience of the South African women in the struggle for justice and the equality. The theme for this year's National Women's Day, which directs us to build resilient economies for all, underscores the importance of the advancing women's participation in leadership and strengthening their meaningful inclusion in the economy. This commemoration resonates deeply with the constitutional mandate of this department. Through programs in the arts, heritage, preservation, cultural promotion, and sports development and recreation, the department continues to preserve the legacy of our liberation history, while empowering communities both socially and economically. Our programs remain firmly anchored in the fostering nation building, the social cohesion, youth empowerment, healthy lifestyle, and community development. Despite the prevailing economic pressures and fiscal constraints, Madam Speaker, we remain steadfast in our commitment to delivering services to the sectors we serve. Guided by the principles of accountability and service excellence, we continue to position arts, culture, sports, and recreation as a powerful drivers of social transformation, the economic growth, and community upliftment. Today, Madam Speaker, we present a budget vote that seeks to invest in the future of our people. The budget allocation for the 2026-2027 financial year is 860,245,000 and is distributed as follows. On Program 1, Madam Speaker, administration will have 188,189,000. On cultural affairs, it will be 259,727,000. On library and archive services, it will be 220,105,000. On sports and recreation, it will be 192,224,000. The total budget for this department will be 806,245,000. Esa kgone go thusa sector ya rona, as we all know in your house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to reflect on progress made against the 25-26 commitment. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker, please allow me not to go through each and every achievement for the past financial year. I will be presenting a synopsis of the work done to date, and the record is in the speech for members and the public to read and to note. In 25-26, we committed to achieving a clean audit, and I'm proud to report that we have indeed attained a clean audit for 2 consecutive financial years, 2023 and 2024 and 2024-2025 financial year respectively. Further, we achieved clean audits for Clean Mariko and Dunker Fleet trading entities in 24-25. Madam Speaker, se ga se go ikoketsa magetla ka maje. Re semeletse re le lefapha and re tlo phela re semella re netefatsa, Madam Speaker, ga re kry-a clean audit. We await the audit for 2025-2026 to be completed, and I can assure you re tlo kry-a clean audit. Mabana received a qualified audit opinion following 3 consecutive years of unqualified audit outcomes. Madam Speaker, Mabana has adopted a turnaround strategy that focuses on the system of the entity over a 5-year period from 2025 to 2030. To ensure the effective implementation of this strategy, the performance agreements of managers have been aligned with its defined outputs and outcomes. The implementation of the turnaround strategy is therefore important in addressing audit findings while strengthening governance, accountability, and overall organizational performances. Mabana has also strengthened its revenue management system by implementing mechanisms to improve the collection of outstanding revenue and to write off all historical prescribed debt. Furthermore, the entity has ensured full compliance with accounting standard by declaring all services rendered in kind in line with the applicable financial prescript. Honorable members, in order to address areas of non-compliance, Mabana has strengthened its institutional capacity through the appointment of highly skilled and experienced managers. These appointments are aimed at enhancing governance, risk management, and compliance systems within the entity, and all these positions were filled. Honorable members, the people of Bokoni Bophirima, we are proud also to inform this August House that Mabana has continued to honor its obligations to municipalities for services and has recently cleared a long outstanding debt with Mahikeng local municipality, and the mayor can attest to that. We have also targeted to create 2,000 job opportunities, and we attained 2,006 jobs. This was achieved through the EPWP program and the short-term contracts. We have also targeted to implement 45 interventions geared towards combating gender-based violence and femicide, and we have achieved 48. We have also provided the learning opportunities to 68 young people across the province in various units, contributing to efforts in addressing youth unemployment while building a pipeline of future public service professionals. We received 128 proposals requesting financial support, of which only 57 were approved with a total allocation of 13 million. In addition, Mabana also received 233 proposals, which amounted to 75,313,620 rand. Due to the limited budget, they only managed to fund 23 proposals at a value of 4,017,000 rand. Therefore, Madam Speaker, both the department and Mabana Foundation funded 8 proposals. This investment has strengthened the creative and the cultural sector, and it enhanced the cultural tourism. It also contributed to the promotion of the social cohesion of this province. We have also allocated 15 million to support 8 film producers who are currently engaged in productions that will showcase stories from the Northwest Province across various platforms, including the SABC, the MultiChoice, and others. This investment is expected to stimulate jobs creation across multiple sectors within the industry, including your fashion, your photography, your makeup, and so on. We have also partnered with the National Arts Council to implement funding workshops across all 4 districts of this province. This collaboration resulted in a notable increase in the number of proposals from the Northwest funded by the National Arts Council compared to previous years. We have also conducted a range of capacity building workshops in areas such as writing, music business, administration, and so on. These initiatives have enabled emerging creatives to benefit from the department's development program and enhances the professional skills. Further, we have capacitated 10 film professionals in artificial intelligence with the aim of positioning production companies to access global platforms such as Hulu and Apple TV, amongst others. This initiative is also intended to empower production companies to effectively monetize their content and expand their market reach. We have also placed 29 young creatives in community art centers We trained also 40 managers in community development at the NQF level 4 and contracted 135 program tutors as part of the job creation and skills development. We have also facilitated 127 community conversations across the province. The reason rotlhe gore di laka dilo tse dintsi tse di farologane, your pregnancy, bana ba buliwang ko sekolong, your gender based violence, the gangster crime, mental health, and the role of men in society, Honorable Sambata. We have also supported 15 crafters to exhibit their artworks at the annual Art Club National Arts Festival that was held in Potchefstroom, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. The festival showcases a dynamic blend of Afrikaners, theater, the music, the cabaret, visual arts, while we celebrate culture, diversity, and innovation. As part of the community participation, we have also supported the following committees to strengthen the execution of the responsibilities in line with their mandate. We have supported Provincial Language Committee, we have supported Provincial Heritage Resource, we have also supported Provincial Geographic Name Council. We have also supported Bokonibu Pirima Publishing House. Madam Speaker, we also collaborated with various foundations in preserving our cultural heritage, amongst others. We have Onkopose Tiro Foundation in implementing the memorial lecture. We have also Dr. Ruth Sukhumuzi Mumpati in celebrating Mama Ruta's birthday through this foundation. We have also worked with different traditional authorities in implementing our arts, our culture, our heritage programs. And to this effect, Madam Speaker, we have indeed worked with several makhosis in our province. We have also commemorated the key national days, including the Freedom Day and all those days that we all know. Speaking because of time, Madam Speaker, like I have already indicated, I won't go through. We have also commemorated and celebrated the historic and the cultural observance, including your Nelson Mandela, the international, and so on. We have also assisted 25 building writers in writing and publishing their books, their poetry, their short stories, and their novels. We have also supported local writers by purchasing locally produced books, including indigenous language material for distribution to our community libraries. We have successfully implemented the Mahikeng Arts Festival, Madam Speaker. 16,000 in our province. Madam Speaker, this festival created meaningful employment opportunities within the creative industries and contributed positively to the growth of the local economy. Through the partnership with the National Department, we have successfully also held the Hello Fest Festival in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. This collaboration will further continue in the new financial year. Madam Speaker, in addition, Madam Speaker, Mabana successfully hosted the Taung Cultural Calabash, Honorable Murweng, which created valuable opportunities for artists across the province, mainly in Dr. Ruth Sukhumuzi Mumpati. The success of the event, largely driven by extensive stakeholder consultations and inclusive planning and implementation processes. The 2025 edition featured a refreshed and repackaged main event with a stronger youth focus reflect in the program's lineup, as well as the introduction of a headline segment for the fashion showcase. In this regard, Mabana has partnered with renowned internationally Khosi Yako Madibe Amakhabane. Re butse gape tswelelang community library Komakwasi Hills Municipality and alone e butswa ka di 13 tsa March as part of the Provincial Human Rights Day celebrations. We also, on the 6th of March 2026, Madam Speaker, as part of the Provincial Accelerated Service Delivery Program, the department, in partnership with the Rustenburg Local Municipality, the Rustenburg Crow Mines, and the Royal Bafokeng Institute, we officially opened the Tsukudi Community Library in Tekwane with the Rustenburg Local Municipality in the Bojanala district. The project was funded by Rustenburg Crow Mine, while the department has committed to ensuring that sustainability of the facility through the provision of the personnel, the books, and the internet services. We have also, Madam Speaker, completed Tseoge, Kudungkwane, and Matloding cultural villages. Honorable Speaker, Mabana Arts Culture and Sports Foundation Town Center's roof and wele ka 2023. Re khonne go e bakanya re dira le Department of Public Works, Madam Speaker. Ntse sentle e siame ga e sa tlhole e nela. A total of 19,056 library books were produced for community libraries at a cost of 7 million. The investment aims to replenish collections and enhance the range and quality of content available across your various libraries. The department remains committed to supporting and promoting local writers within the Northwest Province. In the 2025-2026 financial year, a total of 6,742 books valued at 2,111,801 rand and 53 cents were procured from our local authors. Notably, Madam Speaker, 19 of the 46 supporters were writers ili bomme. This initiative underscores our commitment to developing and promoting local content while advancing inclusivity within the literacy sector. The toys, the learning aids, and the games were also procured for justice. Furthermore, on the 9th of June, 2026, we celebrated the International Archives Day, and the department has unveiled a traveling exhibition titled Mission Mzansi, the German missionary roots in South Africa. The exhibition is open to the public at the Provincial Archives building from the 9th to the 30th of June. Madam Speaker, a total of 10 productions along with a videographer were funded to participate in the National Arts Council. Our artists Bayakoteng. It is with great pride that we inform this August House that 2 of these productions received Ovation Awards at the National Arts Festival, reflecting the high quality and the impact of talent emerging from the Northwest Province before the larger and the more diverse audiences. The focus of Mabana has moved from focusing on quantity of productions or artists and supported to the quality supported. In order to improve on the quality of these productions, Mabana has introduced a selection criteria to ensure that productions supported to perform at the National Arts Festival are of high quality. Professionals province. Following the implementation of the 2025-2026 projects, the funding policy has been reviewed to better respond to the needs on the ground and to promote high impact initiatives within the sector. In this regard, a new category of special projects has been introduced, which will receive funding over a 3-year period, subject to the economic viability and the long-term sustainability. And the special project should demonstrate the potential to generate revenue and be sustainable beyond 3 years. It must also provide proof that they have operational in the creative sector and arts sector for a period not below 3 years, and they must also provide financial statement to support their existence and performance. They must also demonstrate capability to create jobs for marginalized groups in our province. In 2024, the ultimate talent search was successfully hosted in the province. However, due to budget constraint experienced, Madam Speaker, in 2025 financial year, no funding was allocated to this flagship program. Despite the setback, Mabana provided support to the winners of the 2024 Ultimate Talent Search by facilitating the recording of their artistic work, thereby ensuring the continued development and exposure of their talents. The following are the top 3 winners. Akisho, Madam Speaker, but these are the top 3 winners, the talent search and Mabana intervention. Iba exposite and talent ya bone jana. Motho wa ntlha nele Khomotsang Situmen from Rustenburg o recordileng dipina di le 10 tsa gospel le music all one. Ya bobedi ke Ntsikelelo Mathe from Taung, o recordileng dipina di le 4, le music o 1. Position 3, ke Tshepa Morake from Mahikeng, o recordileng a single and a 1 music video. Le tla di follow ba gaetso ba ba active ko social media. In recording all this artistic work, 100% local Northwest talent was utilized across the province. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the following production team that worked tirelessly with our winners. Ntate Tabiso Tasman Tsotetsi from Ngakamudiri Mulema District. Ke batla go leboga gape le co-producer Ntate Tumisang Green Fingers Mokate from Ngakamudiri Mulema District. The co-producer Mr. Omega Kuno from Bojanala District, the sound engineer, Mr. Tsepo Vena from Ngakamudiri Molema, music video production, Mr. Kopano Mulukwane from Bojanala, Utsakomadibeng, the musical director, Uritusitse Tusi Mabula from Ngakamudiri Molema. Madam Speaker, e bontsha ga province e na le tšhono tota e bontsha le gore ke rona re kgonang pila Madam Speaker ke rona re dominatang ko Gauteng. It's just that Gauteng e tšhaka batho ba rona mara ke phela ke ba bolella gore Northwest ke mo talente e le mo teng. Madam Speaker, I also want to encourage our top 3 winners of the 2024 Ultimate Search to draw some inspiration and be encouraged by the work of one of our own from Bokoni Bophirima, Kgetang Konese, whose massive single hit, Rea o Leboha, surpassed 1 million plays and reached #1 hotspot on iTunes charts. Madam Speaker, we have also successfully achieved the automation of provincial archives through the implementation of the National Automated Archival Information System by CETA in partnership with the National Archives and Records Services. We also ensure the participation of 472 learners in National School Sport Championship against a target of 336. We have also, through Sports Academy, provided support to 542 high-performance athletes against a target of 400. We also successfully trained 457 individuals in sports and recreation programs, exceeding the initial target of 415. This achievement was made possible through the strong collaborations with various sports federations whose valuable contribution is greatly appreciated, Madam Sikera Leboga, Batuba Federation.
MEC, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm almost there, Taram. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me go straight to what I'm going to do this financial year before 10 minutes, Ifela, Madam Speaker. Let me go to 2026, 2027. Madam Speaker, in the new financial year, the department will continue to support the cultural and creative sector through 17 clusters that were established by the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We will soon be launching these sectors from the grassroots up until the province. We have listened to issues raised by the sector and we will be embarking on the journey to minimize this. In 2027 financial year, the department will provide financial support to various priorities as listed. We will transfer 136.1 million to Mabana. We also going to transfer 5.3 million. We are also going to transfer 1.3 million to community arts centers. We also going to give 1.1 million to museums, 6.7 to implement commemoration, 2 million for implementation of provincial creative, 12 million to support artists in the province, 5 million to support film, 15 million to host the summer. Di buile le tsona di summer ba gaetso ko pare ska nkopa di ticket le rekeng di ticket di boetse mo province ya rona ga kena di ticket di a rekisiwa ba gaetso. 2 million to develop a Moses Kotane statue and Madam Speaker na ke re ba reka di ticket ga ba tlhoke go bua thata. Madam Speaker, on the sports fraternity, we will make sure that the 4 million to the procurement of on the library books, we will 4 million towards the procurement of library books, of which 2.3 million it will be from our local authors. We will also give 7 million for the procurement of library for furnitures, the 34.3 million for the implementation of the library capital project, 21.7 million to support local municipalities to implement services to library, and then re tlo netefatsa gore re thatafatsa monitoring, and 1.7 million to support the library for the blind projects. For the sport, Madam Speaker, because for the sport, Madam Speaker, for the sport development, 11.8 million to support academies, 4 million to support Provincial Sports Confederation, 2 million to support National Summer Olympics, 500 for the Provincial High Kiliona Lejoine, 1.7 million to support the Comrades Marathon, 2 million for the support of the implementation, which is a new baby at the Rural Sports Development Games, the 300,000 for cycling, for 1 million for Bojanala Marathon, 2 million for maintenance of study and recreation, and 2 million for hosting Provincial Sport Award, 2 million for hosting N12 Marathon, 2 million for hosting National Championship. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I forget, let me wish, Madam Speaker, before Kelebala, Bafana, all of the best, Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Premier, my colleagues in Executive Council, the Portfolio Committee, and the sectors we serve. We value your contribution and support. I also want to thank my Chief of Staff, Rem Bulawa, Litimi Yagage. I also want to thank Ntate Mukhorosi, Acting CEO, Ntate Mitsileng, Team ACSR and Mabana management team and the entire staff for their hard work, and I know it is not easy to work with me. I also want to thank my family for the support they provide in the execution of the responsibilities. The African National Congress in the Northwest Province, led by Provincial Chairperson Comrade Nonoma Loyi and the Provincial Secretary Comrade Louis Di Remelo, the appreciation the African National Congress MP Lenyona, Hunsepa Horeketla Samaisali Nifapale Sentle. Honorable Chair. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank my comrades, my visitors, my guests, budget vote here. With those words, I hereby table the budget vote for the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation for the 2026-2027 financial year for the approval. Madam Speaker,
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I have received an apology from the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Education, Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, Honorable William, who is not well, and have requested Honorable Makgakane to table and lead the debate on the committee report of Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation Annual Performance Plan 2026-2027. Honorable Makgakane, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Kagiso Mokhosi, honorable members, and the citizens of the Northwest. I rise today to table the report on the Portfolio Committee on Education, Culture, Sports, Arts and Recreation on Budget 4 for 2026-2027 financial year. Honorable Speaker, let me be unequivocally clear from the onset. This committee's deliberations were not a rubber stamping exercise. We approached this budget with a fine-tooth comb because public funds must yield public value. The core of our deliberations focused on structural readiness, institutional transparency, and non-negotiable protection of our cultural, creative, and sporting assets. As we debate this budget, the committee would like to see the department shift from a posture of passive spending to one of aggressive, measurable execution. We are here to safeguard the interests of our communities, our youth, and our grassroots athletes. Honorable Speaker, our foremost deliberation centered on the department's internal governance and structural integrity. We raised sharply uncomfortable questions regarding the APP. The committee expressed serious concerns over the potential alignment between past underperformance and the current target setting. Honorable Speaker, this department has the smallest appropriation from our provincial coffers. Furthermore, we deliberated extensively on the uncoordinated protected shifting of library administration from local municipalities. Previously, the department took the functions to the municipalities to run our libraries, and this has not yielded the right form of results for us. And also, Honorable Speaker, the Central Archives Unit is facing operational failure. Vital state documentation and cultural heritage data may be compromised and systematically lost due to primitive preservation systems, and this needs to be attended to urgently. It is an indictment, unfortunately, for the department's publishing house, where they are being accused of reprinting some books against the family of the author's wishes, and we need to protect intellectual property and our local and vet. Happy that the MEC mentioned it here, but what long-planned provincial stories in place of the unaffordable telenovela project. We need to see it coming in and stimulating our local creative economy, and we need to see the money must be accounted for and the project must come live. Turning to sports and youth development, the committee flagged a persistent unacceptable disconnect between the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Department of Basic Education. The MOU is still not signed in the province, and we need to sign so that there is actually grassroots talent in identification, and we get rid of the sense of our children that are paying the price of bureaucratical silos. We deliberated on the exclusive use of elite infrastructure such as the Northwest Soccer Institute, the Royal Marang Institute, and what we need is better access to these exclusive infrastructure to open up to maximize return on investment for all our athletes across the province. And sorry about that, Honorable Speaker, I will then go into the recommendations, and that what we need is that the department must actually be strict and put on a strict legislative leash. And within the next 30 days, the department must table an archives digitization plan, a NION's recreation action plan, a joint framework for school sports with basic education, a CETA partnership performance register, an intellectual property author vetting protocol, and operational readiness brief for the disability of, Olympics. Within 45 days, a comprehensive report on the cultural village audit and the rationalization report must be brought before this committee to cut funding to non-performing sites. Within 60 days, the department must submit a comprehensive library function professionalization blueprint and access expansion framework for the elite infrastructure. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying it, I think, for the 6th time, the budget allocation for 2026-2027 financial year of 860,245,000 is simply not adequate to make a meaningful impact. In collaboration with Treasury and the private sector, the department urgently needs to seek alternative funding, and also for the provincial treasury to look into possibility of increasing the budget with at least 200 million to actually assist with the shortage. And with that, in closing, Honorable Speaker, I wish to extend our profound gratitude for all the members of the committee for their unwavering dedication and sharp oversight during this process. I would like to also thank Mokurita Maharona, Mezzozo Tlapi, officials of the department led by the HOD, and our exceptional committee staff whose hard work makes our oversight role empowering and effective. In accordance with the Rule 153, the Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that this House adopts the committee report on Budget 4 for the financial year 2026 for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation. But Honorable Speaker, this is also in line with putting in collaborative efforts with Treasury and the private sector. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makhakhane. I will now call on Honorable Sonti. You have 10 minutes.
And the Honorable Speaker, the economic freedom fighters rise to pronounce our position on the 2026-2027 budget vote of the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation. We have listened to the MEC's presentation and have studied the budget documents. We must state that as the EFF rejects this budget vote in its entirety. This budget is a continuation of the African National Congress's failure to prioritize the development of our people, the empowerment of our youth, and the preservation of our rich cultural heritage. It is a budget that throws money at problems without addressing the systematic rot and institutional dysfunction that has collapsed this department for years. When we look at the 2026-27 budget and compare it with that of the 2025-26 financial year, to expose the empty promises addressed and increased numbers. In the 2025-2026 financial year, the department was allocated 776 million. For the 2026-2027 financial year, the allocation has been increased to 860.2 million. This represents an increase of approximately 84 million. However, Honorable Speaker, an increase in budget without a corresponding increase in performance and service delivery is nothing but a fiscal illusion. The MEC and the department expect us to celebrate this marginal increase when the needs of our people are a lot. Our sporting fields remain dilapidated. Our artists are starving. Our cultural institutions are in decay, and our libraries are understaffed and under-resourced. The 860 million allocated is a drop in the ocean compared to what is required to truly transform this sector and unlock the potential of our province's youth and creative industries. The EFF has carefully examined where these additional funds are eligible being directed, and we find no evidence of the strategic shift that will address the poor performance of this department. The department continues to bleed money in administration and salaries for a bloated and inefficient administration, while the actual programs that are supposed to benefit the people remain underfunded. The mass participation and sport development conditional grant, which is meant to drive grassroots sport development, it is not seeing a proportionate increase that would allow for the construction and refurbishment of sporting facilities in our township and villages. Instead, the bulk of the increased allocation appears to be swallowed by the department's own operational costs. Where is the money for the revival of the school sports? Where is the investment in our local football clubs, netball teams, and sport? The entity lacks a permanent CEO and is run entirely by acting officials, creating an environment of toxicity and impunity. Persistent governance issues, misallocations of funds, and a lack of progress have led to calls for the dissolution of this foundation. Yet, instead of heeding these calls and relocating these funds to directly support struggling artists, athletics, and cultural initiatives, the ANC government continues to prop up this failing entity. The issue of sporting fields in this province is another indictment of ANC's failure. Our communities, particularly in the rural areas and township, are desperate for proper sporting infrastructure. The FF has rightly called for the revitalization of key stadiums such as iconic but neglected Mabato Stadium. The Portfolio Committee of Sport, Art and Culture during its oversight visit to the Northwest Province, identified a critical challenge in a significant number of municipalities regarding infrastructure, utilization, accessibility, and maintenance. Our sporting clubs face notable challenges in implementing and sustaining programs largely due to a lack of policy support and resource allocation. This is the reality of the ANC's government. They promise world-class facilities, but our children continue to play on dusty, unsafe fields. They promise to develop talent, but our athletics have to leave the province to find proper training facilities. We can no longer accept these excuses while our youth is being denied an opportunity to excel in sports. Honorable Speaker, the FF proposes a fundamental shift in how this department operates. We propose a massive investment in sporting infrastructure with a focus on building and refurbishing facilities in previously devastated communities. The department must prioritize the appointment of qualified staff and provision of proper resources for our libraries and archives. The department should implement a transparent and accountability system for the allocation of funds to ensure that every rand reaches its intended beneficiary. The AFF believes that the department should actively work to promote our indigenous languages, cultures, and heritage, rather than playing lip service of these issues. We propose that the department establishes a provincial arts and culture fund that directly supports emerging artists and creative entrepreneurs. These are not radical proposals. They are common sense solutions that any government committed to the well-being of its people would implement it. Honorable Speaker, the people of Northwest are tired of empty promises and wasteful expenditure. They are tired of seeing their taxes being used to pay salaries for officials who deliver nothing, while their children have nowhere to play sports and their artists have no platform to showcase their talent. The AFP will not be complicit in this current. We reject this budget vote because it does not address the fundamental challenges facing this department. It does not prioritize the needs of our people. It does not hold the failing entities accountable. We call on the MEC and ANC government to stop playing politics with the lives of our people and to start delivering on their promises. The AFF will continue to fight for a Northwest where every child has access to quality sporting facilities, every artist has the opportunity to thrive, and every community can celebrate its rich cultural heritage. We reject this budget, and we will not rest until the people of this province receive the services they deserve. Dibonge, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sonti. I will now call Honorable Walwon. You have 8 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to respond to the budget vote, Arts, Culture, Sport and Recreation. We do support this budget, but with careful consideration, we will not oppose it without reason.
Speaker.
We measured it.
Speaker.
We measured.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Walwon? Honorable Mwema?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Is Honorable Walhorn prepared to take a question? He already is supporting the budget. We're asking at whose class interest is he supporting the budget? At whose class interest?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Can you be honorable? Honorable Walwon, are you ready to take a question?
No.
He can't. Continue.
No, Your Honour.
Continue, Honorable Walwon.
Thank you. We will measure it against one simple question. Will it, as executed by this department, actually change lives in our communities and for our residents? The honest answer, based on the track record, is that it will only succeed if the old ways are abandoned and strict controls are implemented on every rand. The department's vision of active, creative, winning and socially cohesive communities is one we share. The problem is not in the vision. It is in the machinery underneath, a system that builds ghost stadiums, bankrupts small subcontractors, and keeps feeding bloated entities that deliver next to nothing. Every rand in this budget must be governed by controls you cannot bypass so that communities see something real and tangible. Before I talk numbers, I need to talk about people. Behind every failed project, there is a human being. The construction worker in Klabane, who helped build a sports facility 3 years ago and is still waiting for his payment. The young visual artist in Taung was excluded from opportunities because she would not trade favors. The footballer in Mahikeng, who trains on a patch of dirt because the promised pitch was never constructed. The librarian in a rural municipality holds things together with nothing while the province draws organograms. We have listened to those voices and we have acted. The DA demanded a treasury probe into the 20 million Klabane West sports facility. We have raised the issues of the Mabatu Stadium. The DA flagged that provincial infrastructure submissions to Infrastructure South Africa failed basic requirements. We will keep pushing for answers regarding serious allegations of misconduct at the highest level of our public entities. Honourable Speaker, you cannot discuss this budget without discussing Mabana. Over 122 million a year. Salaries consume 67% of the budget, totaling 71 million. The result, negligible accredited outcomes, no permanent CEO, a chain of acting officials and a culture of toxicity and impunity. Let's be frank, Mabana is not functioning as an arts development agency. The DA has called for the dissolution of the Mabana Foundation. However, we also propose a constructive alternative. Redirect the 122 million into a new independent grant-making body that operates independently of politics. Its job is to fund artists, cultural projects, and community sport directly. It must be overseen by a panel of credible sector experts, and every grant must pass through an open, competitive process. That is how you build a creative economy, by putting the money into the hands of creatives and athletes, not into a broken institution. People often ask what the DA would do differently. The DA would develop a lean department that enables, not one that micromanages. Our model allocates arts and sport grants through an open, competitive e-lottery system that eliminates political gatekeepers. We would court the private sector using targeted tax incentives to unlock corporate sponsorship for community sport and cultural festivals. The department's core job then becomes building and maintaining public infrastructure, stadiums, libraries, and theatres with ring-fenced maintenance budgets, while communities run programs through clubs and non-profits. This is a true path to fostering socially cohesive communities. This budget could have taken a first step onto that road, but it is another lost opportunity. Therefore, in simple terms, this is the DA's position. We will support this budget, but our support rests on 4 non-negotiable conditions. These are not suggestions to be considered when convenient. They are our price for cooperation. 1, a live public project dashboard. Every infrastructure project
As you wrap
above...
As you wrap up,
Thank you. Above 5 million must be tracked in real time. Milestone spending, subcontractor payment status, and completion forecasts. The people deserve to see where the money goes. Provincial Treasury must evaluate and approve every tender before it is awarded. No tender leaves this department without Treasury's independent scrutiny. That is the barrier we need against unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. On awarded tenders, payment must flow in tranches and be authorized by Provincial Treasury, not by the department alone. A verified site report done jointly by the department's technical team and this legislature's portfolio committee. The DA pushes for a centralized procurement mechanism for all sport infrastructure above 10 million, piloted to create bulk buying power and end the fragmentation that invites abuse. This approach is tested, it cuts costs and strengthens oversight. Beyond these four conditions, the DA will insist on a binding amendment for conditional grants. If a grant is projected to be under-absorbed by more than 10% in the first 2 quarters, a public remediation plan must be tabled before the portfolio committee. The plan must show a credible recovery path or a transparent reallocation to programs that perform well. Honourable Speaker, the DA is not here to block progress. We are here to make progress real. We will not let the perfect become the enemy of the possible, but we will never accept the unacceptable. Lift your eyes from this chamber and direct them to the unfinished stadium in Klabane, the unpaid worker in Taung, and the young artist in Mahikeng. They are our shareholders. The DA will use every oversight power we have to ensure accountability. We will be an unrelenting watchdog, scrutinizing every risk. The DA believes in arts, culture, sport and recreation as the engines of social cohesion, job creation and youth development. We demand transparent, outcome-driven programs that deliver real community benefit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Waldron. I will now call on Honorable Groenewald, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This department speaks about active, creative and social cohesive communities. But the question is not what the department says. The question is what communities can actually use. Can they use the library? Is the archive protected? Is the recreation centre open? Are cultural villages alive or are they just building on lists? Are young athletes getting fair access to facilities? Are artists being developed into professionals or merely counted in reports? The committee report raises serious concerns. The transfer of library administration from municipalities back to the province remains slow and uncoordinated. Libraries are not a luxury. For many learners and unemployed young people, this is their only access point to books, information, study, space, and digital opportunities. Yet the province still struggles with shortages of modern books, digital material, and proper library support. The Central Archive Unit is another warning sign. If records are not protected and digitized, the state loses memory, evidence, and accountability. A province that cannot preserve its records cannot honestly claim to preserve its heritage. Honourable Speaker, the same pattern appears in assets. The Neon Creation Centre remains dormant. Cultural villages have received public money, yet many have failed to deliver on their mandate. These assets should serve communities, attract visitors, and support local economic activity. Instead, too many become quiet monuments to poor planning. Sport also needs honesty. School sport cannot grow when coordinated with basic education is weak. Elite infrastructure such as Royal Moraine cannot be treated as if it were the property of a single team or coach. Publicly supported sporting facilities must serve the broader sporting community of the Northwest. Then there is Mabana. It has an important mandate, but the committee raised direct concerns about high compensation costs, limited maintenance capacity, reliance on a provincial grant, unresolved legal exposure, and the lack of alternative revenue. This is not sustainable. An art institution cannot spend more of its energy sustaining itself while its core mandate becomes secondary. The Freedom Fund Plus supports arts, culture, sports, heritage, libraries, and language rights. But support does not mean silence. We need working libraries, not library promises. We need digitized archives, not excuses. We need open recreation centers, not dormant assets. We need cultural villages that generate value rather than consume allocations. We need artists, learners, and athletes to benefit directly, not only administrators and entities. As communities look at the government closest to them, they will not ask whether a program has a beautiful name. They will ask whether the facility opened, whether the young person got an opportunity, and whether public money changed anything. This vote does not give that assurance. Therefore, the Freedom Plus do not support it. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Groenewald. Honourable Matse, you have 7 minutes.
Motlotlegi Musakgotla Tonakgolo Malokwa fano a kokoano peomolao ba gaetsho ba Northwest ke a dumedisa re tla fa go tla go tsena mo dikganetsanong tse tekanyetsokabo ya lefapha le mme re tlhalose gore lefapha le gala wa ko moeng le tswa ko se rona re ne re stumalana ka sone re le African National Congress ena re ga puso ya tlhaolele itsikinyega ile gaufi le gowa ra tla ka tokomane bidiwang ready to govern tokomane e re tlama go dira dilo di le mmalwa mo teng e tlhalosa ga ke nopola fela ya re a flourishing cultural life that is vital to the well-being of South Africans. Me tokomane e tswa mo se re reng ke tokomane ya ponelopele ya rona e leng Freedom Charter. Freedom Charter, Honourable Sonakile, e are the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all. Selo seo go thata go se ganetsa motlotlegi Sonakile. Re tsa gore le gompieko ba ba gaufi le wena a ba utlwe gore selo se se thata go se ganetsa ke utlwile batlotlegi ba babedi ba bua fa mme go bonala gore ga ba utlwa ga re ne re re the doors of learning and culture shall be open ba tswala matlho fela ba ba re ga ba eme nokeng tekanyetso kabo e yaanong re ka ba kopa gore bula matlho re tsang gore ra reng ga re tsena mo dikganetsanong tse tsa tekanyetso kabo go ya ko pele motlotlegi Musakgotla lefapha le primarily it must focus on nation building, social cohesion, youth development, community empowerment, heritage preservation, language development and protection, recreation and sports transformation, as well as local economic participation of our people. Therefore, every program must be judged as to whether it's able to expand access, correct the historical exclusion, strengthen community empowerment, and restores the dignity of the people as a whole. Madi a lefapha le a boneng mo dingwageng tse di fetileng, re itumelela gore a dirisitswe sentle. Bana e na le seriti e tsweletsa pele mosebetsi o re dumelaneng ka one go matlafatsa setšhaba sa gaetsho. Puo ya rona, dipuo tsa rona tse di farologaneng, they are not just symbolic. They are about what defines us. So the protection and the development of our languages becomes very, very important. Re itumelela motlotlegi mokhuduthamaga gore the creative arts ba simolotse go nna better organized and better coordinated. Ra iska nna puo fela a re bone go diragala. Mme re tlhagise gore bomme in the arts and culture sector ba tlhoka tshegetso. Tshegetso e tlhokagala segolo thata mo bathong ba ba nang le bogole e se ka re ya ko pele ra ba tlogela ko morago re ikuela mo lefapheng gore batho ba nang le bogole a ba ungwelwe mo mananeong a farologaneng a lefapha le mme re kope gape gore go na le mananeo a bidiwang intergenerational programs re kopa gore mananeo ao a tsenngwe tirisong bagolo ba rona ba ska ya go ikhutsa ka tshedimosetso e ne ka ga setšhaba se botoka.
As you wrap up,
Mo boemong ba African National Congress re ema fa motlotlegi Musa Kgotla re kopa gore ntlo e ya gago e bule matlho e se ke ya gatsela mo megopolong ya yone mme e amogele tekanyetso ka boe ra leboga.
thank you, Honorable Mati. I will now call Honorable Tsulo, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the budget that has been proposed by the Honorable MEC responsible for the Department of Arts, Sports, Culture and Recreation of the 860,245,000. It is just a drop in the ocean looking at the population of our province, especially youth in this particular regard. Can the Honorable MEC assure this particular province or the Northwest community that this particular 860,245,000 will sustain all the libraries in this particular province, the recreation centers, as well as sports, arts, and culture? For me, Honorable Chair, as Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, the department has just budgeted our children into idleness. As the province, we are battling substance abuse by our youth, gangsterism, especially around the regional district of Bujanala, as well as teenage pregnancy. Madam Speaker, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party is of the view that the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation does not live up to the strategic goals of providing leadership to sports, arts, and culture sector, as well as the recreation, to accelerate its transformation. The department is having good plans, Honorable Speaker, and stories to tell on paper, but there is no visible convincing impact on the ground in the communities that they are serving, while acknowledging the little efforts that has been cited by the Honorable MEC responsible for this particular department through her budget speech. It cannot be correct, Honorable Speaker, that the department does not do enough to preserve, develop, protect, and promote the cultural heritage, linguistic diversity, and legacy of our province. The department also, Honorable Speaker, does not provide adequate oversight on sports participation, sports infrastructure, and safety. As a result, the province national ranking in sports is still down as compared to other provinces. Let this particular highly skilled, highly experienced, recently employed managers that you have appointed in the department brings about a paradigm shift in the department, with particular reference to Mabana in this particular instance, Honorable Speaker. When we talk about the issue that appeared last year, Honorable Speaker, where the department was supposed to transfer funds to local municipalities, and we rejected that, the committee, Honorable Chairperson, raised critical concerns regarding the protracted and coordinated process of shifting the library administrative function from the local municipalities back to the provincial department. Members questioned the structural readiness of the department to absorb this particular mandate and demanded proof of a dedicated ring-fenced budget allocation to manage the transition without disrupting local access. We are requesting that the Honorable MEC respond to this particular pertinent question as it was raised by the Portfolio Committee under the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation Portfolio Committee discussions, item 6.1. With that particular regard, Honorable Speaker, ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Whip of the House, do you have any apology from Honorable Kodisang?
Of the Department of Arts with a clear political understanding that arts, culture, sports, and recreation are not luxuries. They are instruments of social transformation, nation building, democratic breakthrough. The ANC understood that a flourishing cultural and sporting life is central to the dignity and unity of our people. The budget vote must therefore be judged by the extent to which it advances transformation, especially in sports, recreation, and youth empowerment. Sport is not merely about trophies, medals, and scoreboards. It is about discipline, health, unity, patriotism, township and rural development, gender equality, disability inclusion, social cohesion, and opening opportunities for young people who continue to carry the burden of unemployment, poverty, and exclusion. The department has quite well recorded achievements that deserve recognition. Major cultural and sporting events that are seen on a day-to-day basis, provincial tournaments that are dominant within various cases of our province, school sports programs, community recreation initiatives, and support to local clubs demonstrate that investment in this portfolio can place communities on the provincial and national map. The Mahika Mahikem Festival, for example, generated an economic impact of 40.3 million and created 260 jobs at the time, confirming the role of cultural programming in local economic development. And at the same time, delays affecting programs such as Daun Cultural remind us that planning, legal compliance, and contract management must be strengthened so that communities do not pay the price of administrative weaknesses. We also acknowledge progress in the rollout of library infrastructure, including community libraries as alluded by the MEC of Madiba Makhabane, Dinokana, and Volmaranstad. However, infrastructure must be matched by the reliable access, maintenance, staffing, and digital inclusion, and archive services. In sport development, support to initiatives such as Orbit College Football Club, the N12 Ultra Marathon and Comrade Marathon qualifier shows that the province can nurture excellence. The reported implementation of sports and recreation initiatives reaching 126% of the target is a significant indication that access can be expanded when programs are properly driven. The promotion of Northwest University Eagles to the second division of PSL must also be supported as part of promoting sports, while also rehabilitating the Mabato Stadium and other facilities for the province to host major sport events. The department clean audit history and implementation of the post-audit action plan are important to be recognized. But oversight meetings reported far below target raise a concern which must be attended to. A clean audit must translate into a clean delivery, credible oversight, consequence management. The good news must never make us complacent. The figure also tells an important story. In 2025-26 financial year, the departmental budget allocation stood at 776 million, with allocation including the 219 for library and archive services. This increase must not be treated as a mere accounting adjustment. It must be translated into stronger delivery in communities, better supported libraries, improved archives and formation services. The improvement in the budget must therefore be matched by improving in planning, spending, monitoring, and visible outcome. Former President Nelson Mandela and our global icon reminded us that sport has the power to change the world, to inspire and to unite people in a way that little else does. That power must be deliberately directed towards building communities that are healthy, active, non-racial, non-sexist, inclusive, and proud. We must acknowledge about the gaps. Many communities still lack safe, accessible, and well-maintained sports facilities. But obviously, we should not forget that this is purely because of the lack of funding, that we really wish the province could get some funds, especially from national government. A properly used sport field can draw young people away from destructive activities. A recreation program can improve mental and physical health. A club can become a place of discipline, mentorship, and belonging. In communities confronting unemployment, substance abuse, violence, and despair, sport and recreation must be part of a social response. The ANC approach to transformation requires that sport must be reflect demographics, dreams, and diversity of our people. We must ask who plays, who coaches, who manages, who serves on boards, who receives sponsorship, who gets media coverage, and who benefits economically. Transformation must be visible in teams, federation, procurement, leadership, and community access. Youth empowerment must sit at the center of this budget vote. As we mark the 50th year anniversary of 1976 Youth Uprising, this budget vote must honor the courage of that generation by investing more deliberately in today's young people. Young people must be trained not only as athletes, but also as coaches, referees, administrators, event managers, groundkeepers, physiotherapists, sports journalists, digital content creators, fitness instructors, and entrepreneurs in the sport economy. This is how sport becomes a pathway to livelihood, not only medals. This budget vote must treat sport as recreation as a contributor to inclusive local economic development. Events create demand for transport, accommodation, catering, security, creative services, informal trading, and tourism. With proper planning, they can support small business and strengthen local economy. The department must also use sport to promote national symbols, patriotism, and social cohesion. When young people sing the national anthem, respect the flag, represent their communities with pride. They participate in nation building. We must build a sport culture that rejects racism, xenophobia, sexism, violence, corruption, doping, and exclusion. The same principle applies to persons with disability. Inclusive sports must be mainstreamed, not treated as a side program. Facilities must be accessible, coaches must be trained, programs must be planned inclusively, and athletes with disabilities must receive recognition. We must not underestimate the value of the safe recreation space where families gather, young people play, elders participate, and communities rebuild trust. Indigenous games such as Diketo, Murabarab, and Khati deserve stronger support as they connect generations and preserve cultural knowledge, affirm African identity, and provide low-cost opportunities for participation in school and communities.
As you
The
wrap up,
NC's political commitment is to build a better life for all in sports and recreation. This means that a child in a village must have the same right to dream like a child in a city. It means that talent must not be defeated by poverty. As I conclude, Speaker, I just want to comment on one area that was raised by Honorable Sonti. Honorable Sonti, you acknowledge that in your opening statement that this budget is a continuation of what you forgot to say is that it is a continuation of the African National Congress to remain in power because it is credible, relevant, and responsive. That's why you missed it when you started. So I thought I must just correct you.
Speaker.
As I conclude, we
Speaker.
also appreciate Honorable Chulo, your acknowledgement of the
Honorable
plans that has been
Sibigwe.
developed. What is very unfortunate is the
Honorable
fact that
Sibigwe, can you take your seat?
Thank you,
Honorable
Speaker.
Mwema?
Is Honorable Sibikho prepared to take a question because he's busy misleading the society here? Can we clarify what he's saying? Is he prepared to take a question so that we clarify these issues? Because you can't
Honorable
come here, present a
Sibikho?
budget that get
No. You saying
and behave as if things are normal. It can't
Honorable
be.
Mwema,
Is he prepared to take a question?
yes, just sit down so that I help you. You don't have to debate. Honorable Sibigwe, are you ready to take a question?
I would have loved to. Unfortunately, Speaker, we did indicate that my time
He
is
can't take a
about to be
question.
up. Just lastly, Honorable Speaker, it's so unfortunate we acknowledge plans here, but we don't want to say it openly because we are afraid to lose the vote in the coming local government elections. Let us be realistic, deal with issues at hand. The people of Northwest will never be fooled forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sibigwe. Honorable members, I will humbly request you to take out your rule books and ensure that you understand what our rules say. I don't want to remind you of that. I will now call Honorable MEC 10 minutes. Honorable MEC, you must wait for me to say your time is up. I've never removed you on the stage. Wait for me. I will just remind you that you have so many minutes left. Wrap up. But I will tell you when to leave the podium. Don't leave the podium before I tell you to leave the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mama Sonti. Mama Sonti. Ke worried gore o simolla fela ka go reject the budget. Ya no ke re ke bolelle ntlo ga Honorable Speaker gore skebe tota ba baeza ba mfounela ba re gona le ngwana o yang Ghana, gona le ngwana o yang Atlanta, gona le ngwana o yang Kokai, because the same budget o reng wa e rejecta mo e batla go thusa ngwana o ko Magong, ngwana o ko Mana ba Kgoteng, ngwana o ko Rankelenyana, ngwana o ko Taung. So o bolelle batho ba bokone bophirima gore wena o rejecta budget wa re skera ya budget go ba thusa, because wena o rejecta ka gore ba rile o rejecte ko tswang ko teng. So the African National Congress e tlo netefatsa gore yona whether o rejectile, whether madi a mannyane, because madi a ga re emisi go savisa batho ba rona le ga le mannyane rona re dumela mo Setswaneng sejo sennye, re dumela mo Setswaneng rona. So le ke re go bolelle mma gore bana ba motho ba kgaogana tlhogo ya tsiye. Ke a leboga Madam Speaker. So ska tlholo rejecta for the sake of rejecting mother, ke go rata thata wa itse the issue ya rural sport. We have partnered, I have indicated even in my speech, because the budget in ya, re kgonne gore re dirisane le ba bangwe ba bokone bophirima ba ileng gore ba itse sports. Re partnerle le moemedi Pika Matsepe ba botlhe ra moitse o phela trender ra moitse o rata sports, o phela thusa bana ba rona ko Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, including le mo provinceng ya rona ke mosimana rona wa ko Klerksdorp. Re partner gape le Mahiro o tswa ko Tantanyane ko Rustenburg. How ka bona Mama Sonti sport tournament ya se tshwarang ngwaga le ngwaga ka December o tla tlhaloganya gore o rejectile budget e ka phoso. Ke batla gape go acknowledge Madam Speaker Kgosi Motshegare le magosi a mangwe a rona ba o nako le nako ba netefatsang ga ba tshegetsa setso sa rona ka ditiro tseo ba di dirang tseo di tshwaragangwa le rona ba lefapha la Arts and Culture. Ngwaga le ngwaga magosi a rona a tla mo go rona. Deputy Chief Whip go go tlile, and I've noted all the, because nka se responded to each and every one of you. Ke itumela gore Honorable Holnon, thank you very much. Go approve budget ke a leboga. Wena wa itse gore batho ba tlhoka thuso, ke a leboga go approve budget ya rona. Ne ke re ke tlhalosa Madam Speaker gore Deputy Chief Whip issue ya telenovela and the MOU re le lefapha re tlo go netefatsa gore re a dirang the joint program le Department of Education. We will indeed make sure that re sala morago. The 2025-2026 achievement, Madam Speaker, have indeed reflected that we have done more as department, because hanne lu tleletse sentle mo speeching saka le ripetse 200 re fitile ka tsekana re ripetse bokana go rashivile go feta with the little that we have. So ya go bontsha gore as much as re na le dile lennyane ya ka lefapha mara netefatsa ga re fa batho ba rona di services tseo ba di tlhokang. I know, thank you very much MEC wa finance, the additional allocation has been allocated, although isi fitli go re fitlang ko teng e sentse e lennyane, because the department is very huge. Mo e leng gore le dile re na le lone le re le kira le lennyane. The renovations of recreational centers, I have said even in the last budget speech, re tlo go re dira in phases. Klein Mariko, as we speak, ya bereka re kopa le dirise Honorable Tsholo, re kopa le go go yona, we have renovated re busy ka yona, le dirise Honorable Groenewald le lona ga ile go le na le kopano ya ha ile gore le na le batho ba le kopana le bona ka gore African National Congress ke ona fela e kgona go kopana le batho ba bantsi. So ne ke le go dirisa, yes go patelwa Honorable Morwe, so Klein Mariko can be used is functional, fully functional gone ya no jaaka ke bua le lona. Our work also reflects the shortage of the resources. Our work reflects the shortage of resources, and I told you we will make sure that ra continue go bereka le rona ga ya re tshwara matsogo ka ledi le lennyane le, and I'm happy that each and every member on Naimafa ona bua ka gore Honorable Moseni go le dira department le lennyane maybe it tla tsena. So ke a le honorable members go dumelana le nna. I have in my budget speech on page 28 ke kopile gore Northwest government le one e dire funding available for Mmabatho Stadium, because National Department is assisting us. So Northwest government le one must also do the same. Mabana NTT, National Department ya re thusa, we must also do the same as government. Re bontsha gore re kgatalla batho ba rona. Morule Stadium and Olen Park. On page 28 le tlo go bona gore ke ne ke re mo yona. As this department, we rely mainly on the grant, and that's to deliver our programs. And that's why year in, year out, re leka ka bojotlhe gore re kgomaganye whatever we have. I have also requested that we work with municipalities to make sure that we fix sports facilities across the province, because that sports infrastructure it dirisiwa ke lona at the local level. So we need to work together to make sure that we fix this sports infrastructure together le lona di masepala tsa rona. I have noted, Honorable Teme, your item 6.1, and we will indeed make sure that we follow that up. We will also continue to work very hard to support our artists, our creative sector or sports development rather. And ka itse gore la ibinela pina ya botshelo keng. We have supported those artists as this department. Eli ibinela ya botshelo keng ke bana ba rona ba mo bokoni bophirima ka itse le ibinela fela ga le itse gore artist tswa koka botshelo ga bo sale monate. That song ke ya rona ya mo province ya rona. Our own young girl Paige ngwana wa rona, we also supporting her mo province o tswa hela mo Mahikeng abo mzala aga itse ba mapiano Honorable Sonakile the young mapiano eleng gore o go godimo tota ke ngwana wa rona bokone bophirima. This artist re di supporta ya ka lefapa ka ledi le o rena le lona. Madam Speaker, as I close, we will be introducing a new contractor with the together with the Department of Public Works, ka di 30 tsa June ko Mabiskrali for the new building of the library ko Mabiskrali in Moses Kotane. And after that, Khanyesa will also follow. Re introduce the new contractor ko Khanyesa go aga library ya rona ya ko Khanyesa. Honorable Sebego, thank you very much for the recommendations. I think as department and my officials are here, we will indeed make sure that we follow all those recommendations. Re netefatse ga re fa baagi ba rona Honorable Groenewald services tse ba di tlhoka. Lefapha le tlhoka ledi ga ke rate gantse le tla fa be le re le ka skela adopt budget bagolo ba le lebeletse. The African National Congress it will continue go fa support to the creative sector, to the sport development, hence re launches the rural sports development, because province ya rona bokoni bophirima ra itse ba botle gore it's a rural of the ruralist. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you, honorable members. Does the House adopt the committee report? Hello, credit ticket. Does the House adopt the committee report? Sonakile, you are the first one. Honorable members, I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1 of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, standing rules to determine the quorum. Where is my register? Okay. Honorable Babuile, Honorable Bukhatsu, Honorable Botswe, Honorable Dabambi, Honorable Danji, Honorable Dial, Honorable Groenewald, Honorable Kuno.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Groenewald, you must go on record.
I was on record, Speaker, and present.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kodisang, absent. Honorable Lehari,
Present.
Honorable Lenkopane, Honorable Makhakhani, Honorable Maine,
Present, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Makokwa, absent. Honorable Matse, Honorable Matuani, Honorable Mutise,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mwema, Honorable Mohono, I'm present.
Once have.
Honorable Mokosi,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Mugua,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Molapisi,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Morueng,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Musenuchi,
Present.
Honorable Mutsumi,
Present Speaker, ke etsa go bona Re Omega ko godimo ko sone.
he will sing for us during lunch. Ro Omega, we are warmly welcome, my brother. No, he will sing at lunch, don't worry. Honorable Oliphant,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Khosho,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Sambata,
Dikona Somlong.
Honorable Sebekwe,
Eskek Bar Akhbar.
Honorable Sonakile,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Sonti,
Dikona Somlong.
Honorable Steenkamp,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Stale, absent. Honorable Tlapi,
Ke nao motlotlege.
Honorable Tsulo,
Teenwoordig erbare Speaker.
Honorable Dankbaar, Honorable Van Heesteen, absent. Honorable Wolwan,
Teenwoordig Speaker.
Honorable Williams, absent. Honorable members, don't correspond. Whips, make sure that your members, they don't come and go. Because when I call the register, they are not in the house. I mark them absent, even though they are present, because when I call the roll call, they were not here. So Whip, make sure that when the time of the roll call comes, all your members are in the house. I have satisfied myself that the majority of members are present in the House to adopt the budget program by program. Program 1, Administration, 188,189,000. Does the House adopt this?
Yes.
Program 2, Cultural Affairs, 259,727,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget? Yes. Program 3, Library and Archive Services, 220,105,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget? Yes. See? Honorable members, I will now call on the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Danji, to present the Departmental Budget Vote 12. Honorable Danji, you have 40 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Dr. Desbo Muhono, Deputy Speaker Re Mukoni Maine, Honorable Premier Re Lazarus Mukosi, Honorable members of the Executive Council, my colleagues, Honorable members of the August House, Executive Mayors, Speakers of all municipalities present, leaders of political parties, Honorable Sonakile, all heads of departments, Kiali Dumedisa, Baagi Barona, Babukondi Bupirima, all comrades, Dumela, Busile, Busina Mahube, Utsidi Sasilaka Jeku. Madam Speaker, in the book of Isaiah 1 verse 17, the laws direct us to learn to do right, to seek justice, to defend the oppressed, to take up the cause of the fatherless and plead the cause of the widow. This scripture, honorable members, provides a profound moral foundation for social development by emphasizing leadership, dignity, and the obligation to uplift the weak as our constitutional mandate. It frames the budget not just as numbers, but as a moral document that translates compassion into tangible actions. This scripture, honorable members, resonates very well with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The Constitution provides for the Department of Social Development to enhance the right of citizens to social security and appropriate social assistance if they cannot support themselves. It mandates the department to protect the rights of children, such as the right to care, nutrition, shelter, social services, and the protection from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, and degradation. It is therefore, honorable members, a great honor, methulo, and a privilege for me to present the Social Development Budget 2026-27 with a shared aim of uplifting the lives and championing the rights of the vulnerable communities as mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. This budget speech, honorable members, present an opportunity for us to report back to you as public representatives and to the broader communities of the Northwest. We are mindful that this budget that we are presenting and the policy statement is as a result of the budget that has been appropriated by this House. Allow me, therefore, Madam Speaker, to take you through a journey of many good things the department has done in making the lives of our people better. Despite many challenges of our countries going through, the future looks bright, and there is hope of a better life for all. Not all is doom and gloom, as many would want us to believe. Honorable members, fellow stakeholders, and esteemed citizens of our beloved Bokoni-Bophirima province, every year in May, we join the United Nations member state in observing Child Protection Week. This year, we will observe this campaign for a period of a month under the theme, Working Together in Ending Violence Against Children. Child Protection Month remains a critical initiative that promotes awareness and action to prevent abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence against children. Every effort and strive to make seeks to restore back to our future leaders, our children, the dignity and the rights, the protection enriched in the Constitution. Through partnerships and collaboration, we continue to wrestle with social ills and harms that children face in homes, in schools, in communities, and increasingly through digital spaces. Motlotlegi Musakgotla, e tsentse tlhako kgamelong. Motsetse o ja ka seatla. Ntja e ja ntjanyana. Mme go mo maruding a rona rotlhe, re le baagi ba Bokoni-Bophirima, re le mekgatlho e farologaneng, go ema kgatlhanong le tshotlakako ya bana, ntle le go itseela molao mo matsogong, gonne ngwana ke sejo wa tlhakanelwa. I am pleased to report to this House, honorable members, that we have made inroads in preventing and reducing incidents of abuse, neglect, exploitation, trafficking of children, including the statutory rape. Through collaboration with the Department of Education, the Department of Health, ke a leboga bakhudu, my colleagues, for tirisanommogo e re dirisanang ka yone. Through that collaboration, 1,750 relevant officials, educators, and health professionals were capacitated on a mandatory reporting of incidents of child abuse. In addition, the department is implementing the Child Protection Register as enriched in the Children's Act by screening all referred individual applicants at the Department of Education to ensure that they hire applicants who have no record of child abuse. As part of restoring children's dignity and improving the quality of life of dysfunctional families, the department, in collaboration with funded NPOs, conducted capacity building workshop on integrated parenting programs. A total of 4,374 family members participated in this program. A further 3,491 family members participated in prevention services covering areas such as bereavement counseling, marital problems, family conflicts, prevention and advocacy programs. Honorable members, the department seeks to build a strong and cohesive families through an integrated and comprehensive basket of care and support services. These services include family preservation, parenting, and reunification services. In the year under review, we built strong partnership with 13 NPOs providing family preservation services in the sum of 9,300,000 rands, so that these NPOs can help our communities. And we have successfully launched the Northwest Social Work Supervisors Learning Support Forum, which is the first of its kind, Honorable Sonakile, in the Northwest Province. The forum play a central role in creating the necessary space for social work supervisors and practitioners to share knowledge, develop skills, and build professional networks, and receive mutual support to enhance the quality of social work services and their own professional well-being. Honorable members, the department, in collaboration with Health and Welfare SETA, started a program to train community caregivers in a national certificate for child and youth care accredited at NQF level 4 through recognition of prior learning. We are encouraged to report to this House that all registered learners were assessed in October, November 2025-26, and 88 out of 89 successfully completed the course. Honorable members, as part of our commitment to develop youth, the department coordinated and enrolled about 50 youth from Dr. Ruth Sugumusi Mumpati and Ramutsiri Muilwa to be trained as security officers, and a further 50 youth were taken through the driving school program to obtain their driver's license. This is our effort to empower our youth to increase their opportunities to participate in the open labor market. About 176 youth from all the 4 districts were taken on a week-long training on patriotism and life skills. The training was conducted by the South African military at Potchefstroom Artillery Base. Other programs, as reported during the last budget vote, could not be materialized, Honorable Chief Whip. I know this has always been your issue at the level of the portfolio committee in terms of the youth empowerment, but unfortunately we could not do some of the things that we reported to do due to the unforeseen circumstances at NDA and NEMISA as our partners. The scale of social needs exceeds government capacity, honorable members. For this reason, the department relies heavily on non-profit organization partnerships to execute its mandate at the grassroots level. The NPOs are the primary boot-on-ground partners of the Department of Social Development. They serve as a vital service delivery agent that bridge the gaps in public provision, directly executing and customizing social welfare, child protection, community empowerment programs to reach the vulnerable citizens. The department struggled for years to ensure that all NPOs, specifically those from previously disadvantaged groups, are also funded, paid on time, and are fully operational and compliant. Honorable members, it pleases me to report that after 10 years of struggle, the department has turned the corner. A record of 362 NPOs serving 202,000 vulnerable members were assessed, validated, and approved for funding in line with the sector funding model. A total budget of 239 million committed to fund the NPOs will yield economic spin-offs by creating approximately 3,649 job opportunities across the province. Majority of these NPOs received their first funding tranches in April 2026, thus paving a way towards a smooth, seamless delivery of services. We applaud members of the Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development under the stewardship of Honorable Karabo Makgakane for pushing us very hard to realize this groundbreaking milestone after a decade. The Portfolio Committee was very hard on us. Now the onus is on the department to sustain this greatest achievement by putting proper systems in place to ensure a continued advancement. We have created an online system with the aim of enhancing efficient and effectiveness in the administration of the NPOs. In this final year, honorable members, the department will further capacitate 3,321 NPOs on resource mobilization, financial management, governance, project management, and conflict management to comply with legislation regulating the NPO sector. Honorable Speaker, our flagship program, Rethuse Re Go Thuse, continue to yield fruits of service delivery far beyond our expectations. Through this program, the department continued to provide comprehensive social services to the poor and vulnerable members of the society while creating an enabling environment for sustainable development. Working in collaboration with agencies like SASSA and NDA, as well as sister departments, we were able to mobilize a wide range of government resources to deliver on-site services, including social grants applications, assistance with birth and identity documents, health screenings, social work intakes and referrals, banking services, information sharing, and more through SASSA integrated community outreach programs. All these programs were done through the Rethuse Re Go Thuse program of the department. Several serving children from poor backgrounds were profiled from schools across the province and also benefited from the school uniform program. The provision of the school uniform is part of reinforcing government commitments to educational inclusion, learner dignity, and improved access to schooling for children from poor households. This also happened through the Rethuse Re Go Thuse program in collaboration with the SASSA and NDA. Motlotlegi Musakgotla, setšhaba se se ikgatholosang boleng jwa bagodi se itebatsa medi ya sone. Older persons are a precious hub of information and a necessary resource that we must all take care of and protect from any form of violence in line with provisions of the Older Persons Act. This legislation seeks to deal effectively with the plight of older persons by establishing a framework aimed at the empowerment, protection of older persons, promotion of maintenance of their status, their rights, their well-being, safety, and security. I am pleased to report to this House the key achievements under this program. 258 jobs have been created through funded NPOs running old age homes. Department continue to promote healthy lifestyle through implementation of the active aging program, popularly known as the Golden Games, across all the service points in the province. For the financial year 2026-2027, the department committed 47,749,000 rands to provide services to older persons in line with its core mandate. Currently, the department provides services to older persons at 2 state-run facilities, that is Yuataung and Sonop Old Age Homes. Plans are afoot to put system in place for registration of community-based care services, in which is inclusive of frail care services, train more caregivers on accredited program to improve quality of care and access to services to our citizens. As part of preventing elderly abuse, awareness campaigns will be sustained and service point level to educate communities about the protection of older persons and services that are available for them. Honorable members, the department is committed to strengthen partnerships with NPOs, providing daycare, residential, protective workshops, and social rehabilitation services to persons with disabilities within the 4 districts. A total of 16,980,000 has been set aside to fund NPOs to provide basket of services to persons with disabilities. This is also as a response to the call by the Premier in terms of the legislature directives when they were dealing with the sectoral parliament on disabilities. We are responding, Honorable Premier, as per your directive, and we are very much pleased to report that about 747,000 has been added to the previous budget of the disabilities. Honorable members, in the recent times, we have observed the growing number of people with autism spectrum disorder. This is not a disease, but rather a lifelong neurodevelopmental condition. Autism in South Africa reflects local trends, with an estimated of 1.2 million people living on the spectrum. Research has shown that autism awareness in South Africa is very low, and we need to do something to improve this as a province. This is also as a call made by the chair of the portfolio committee during this house. We will definitely work with the portfolio committee to ensure that we realize this call. The department, in partnership with Autism South Africa, has provided training for 65 officials, including NPO social workers in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Dr. RSM Bojanala. In the current financial year, our focus will be on Ngaka Mudiri Mulema. Honorable members, women empowerment is one of our apex priorities. As part of its social investment, the department has, on an annual basis, procured equipment, machinery, and materials for unemployed women who have livelihood strategies to uplift the socioeconomic level of their communities and generate income for their respective households. The support focuses on livelihood sectors like sewing, baking, hair and beauty services, and informal trading. During the period, 107 women benefited from material support for economic upliftment to reduce poverty and help them move beyond dependency on social grants towards self-reliance and improved households. And we are mindful, honorable members, as the department, that mainly as a department, our focus is more on the social part of the department, but we are not doing much in terms of the developmental part of the department, Honorable Tunakolo. We will request for more funding from Treasury to make sure that we change the way our status and the way we do our work. Also to include the development part, because we are the Department of Social and Development. So our budget currently is only focusing on one part. So this women empowerment initiatives is mainly trying to deal with this other part of the development part of our mandate. Honorable members, in addition, the program coordinated 3 pop-up markets for cooperatives and SMMEs in partnership with SITFA LEDs and the private sector, targeting 30 SMMEs and cooperatives in each district. These pop-up markets were held at Hebron in Bojanala, Matlosana in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Ngaka Mudiri Mulema at the Agricultural Medium Center. The intended outcome of the pop-up market is to ensure that women-led Youth persons with disabilities, cooperatives, and SMMEs showcase their products and services and are linked to the economic opportunities. And about 90 SMMEs and cooperatives participated in the program. Motlotlegi Musakgotla koduo e wela motho le mongwe e sa lebelelwa. Ke ka moo ka metlha re leng malala-a-laotswe le go baakanya ditlamelwana tsa pula go sa le gale. Our social relief of distress program plays a very crucial role in responding to the emergency needs of the people who are affected by disasters through the provisions of financial and material assistance to individuals and families in partnership with the South African Social Security Agency and other key stakeholders. In the year under review, 18,359,000 rand households have benefited from social relief of distress programs. The department is providing thousands of needy people with a daily care meal through its community nutrition and development centers that are being established in most food insecure and socioeconomically vulnerable communities. Through this program, we have without fail, honorable members, ensured that we rid the needy from hunger and starvation year on year to date. Honorable members, we have committed 21.4 million to find 24 NPOs daily nutritious meal to about 200 per community nutrition center in the current financial year. Working together, we can defeat the sting of poverty. This program will, in this current financial year, accelerate the effort to link potential beneficiaries with sustainable economic initiatives to move them from their social protection safety net into being independent. Honorable members, the National Strategic Plan for HIV and AIDS, TB, and STIs aims to eliminate these diseases as public health threats by 2030 through comprehensive, people-centered interventions and multi-sectoral approaches. To this end, notwithstanding the impact of the withdrawal of the funds by the American government on our services, we managed to survive and provide the required services to the affected people. We will implement the following programs to tackle HIV and AIDS in the province in partnership with our sister departments of health and other key stakeholders. Through our social and behavior change program, we will reach the target population ranging from children, youth, adolescents, and traditional leaders to respond effectively to the reduction of HIV and AIDS infections in the province. The budget allocated to drive HIV and AIDS prevention responses is 19 million. Apologies, all members, is 19 million rands, yes. And we are targeting the 52,560 beneficiaries across the province. We will implement community-based prevention early and intervention program called REHISA to reach out to vulnerable children to build resilience. REHISA provides a core package of services which include nutritional support, educational support, household economic strengthening, health support, child care protection services. The program is implemented through community-based organizations across the 4 districts, funded to a total of 21 million, targeting 4,185 beneficiaries. Provision of psychosocial support services to children and adults affected and infected by HIV and AIDS through community-based organizations across the 4 districts. The budget allocated for the provisions of psychosocial support service is 23 million, targeting 4,200 beneficiaries. Honorable members, the department, in collaboration with the National Department of Social Development, will train orphans, vulnerable children, and youth aged 18 to 24 on skills development with the aim of preparing young people to transit from youth adulthood with decent skills and grants them the opportunity to be economically viable. The program will be implemented in the community care centers across the district, targeting 300 orphans, vulnerable children, and youth. Motlotlegi Musakgotla, tiriso e botlhaswa ya diritibatsi ke tlhobaboroko. Ga jaana mo provinceng ya rona re mo mathateng, mme re dumela mo goreng le ojwa le sa le metsi, tau e sa tlhoba lebele la yone, gonne ditau di senang seboka di siwa ke none e tlhotsa, bontsi bo bolaya noga. Fa re ka tshwaragana, re dira thata re thusa bana ba rona, re ka fedisa leroborobo le. To mitigate this growing challenge, we established a provincial substance abuse forum consisting of various government departments, FOBs, and NPOs to deal decisively with substance abuse. Together, we can do more. We have established a local drug action communities in all 18 municipalities. Taung Inpatient Center and JB Max Treatment Centers continue to provide substance use disorder treatment services in the province. 7 MPOs will be funded to the tune of 4,225,000 rand in all districts to provide aftercare services, prevention, advocacy programs, and early intervention services to this regard. With the above-mentioned resources, we will ensure that more than 1,610 service users access our substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation services across the province. Honorable members, it is a known fact that crime and violence derail our heart-earned democracy. It is for this reason that the department is implementing a social crime prevention program aimed at providing probation services targeting children, youth, adult offenders, and youth within criminal justice processes. In the year under review, the department strengthened access to services in partnership with funded NPOs and an amount of 2,091,000 rands. 40,259 people were reached through community engagement programs, 417 children in conflict with the law were properly assessed. 126 children accessed secure care services. 107 officials were capacitated on therapeutic programs and implementation of information management systems as per the directive of the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008. Teams are implementing information management systems as per the directive of Child Justice Act 75 of 2008. Honorable members, we still view gender-based violence as a serious violation of human rights. Through our victim empowerment sub-program, the department provides services to support, care, and empower victims of violence and crime, in particular, women and children. Special focus is on awareness and education, provision of psychosocial support to victims through NPS Tutuzela care centers, wide door centers, and funded NPOs. In 2025-2026 financial year, the department has recorded the following key milestones: strengthening 23 shelters and NPOs for victims providing services to gender-based violence and femicide victims, funded 22 NPOs providing services to gender-based violence and femicide victims. Victim empowerment programs such as Orange Day campaign were observed monthly in all districts as part of the implementation of the 365 days against gender-based violence. We commemorate victims of gender-based violence, honorable members, on the 25th of each month. This campaign was recently commemorated in Kuma Stilfontein on the 25th May 2025. We want to appeal to also members of the community and members of this House, Madam Speaker, to make sure that every month on the 25th, we are making sure that we put something orange in honor of this program towards gender-based violence. Our plans for 2026-27 financial year, among others, include the following: strengthening consultation with key stakeholders for completion of a shelter for victims of gender-based violence in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District, strengthening partnerships with NPOs to improve access for victims of gender-based violence through funding, intensify the implementation of 365 days community programs to embrace positive alternative approaches within specific community groups inclusive of LGBTIQ+, capacitate stakeholders and social services professionals on victim empowerment interventions, debriefing of social services professionals to relieve them from the stress resulting from gender-based violence and femicide cases. Our social workers bagolo ba imetswe le bone ba tlhoka gore in one way or the other as a department re bantshe maime. We'll also strengthen the engagement of men and boys in the fight against gender-based violence across the province. We'll support the establishment of gender-based violence and femicide rapid response teams in the hotspot areas, responding to classification of gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. We have acknowledged as the department, honorable members, that we have not done much also in terms of campaigns towards the rights of the LGBTIQ+. We'll definitely do something for this financial year in making sure that they are also part of our program and they also participate. The department has a considerable footprint on our members in social infrastructure development and shared the responsibility with other departments and spheres of government, communities, and business providers, and business to provide, facilitate access to social services. This is also as a response to the portfolio committee directives in Moretele. The department appointed the Independent Development Trust as an implementing agent for the erection of prefabricated structures to serve as an office accommodation for the Moretele service point. This is intended to address the following challenges: inadequate office space to enable the department to deliver on its mandate, limited community access to departmental offerings, unavailability of a conducive service point in the area to ensure effective and efficient service delivery. Honorable members, re lebogela tirisano mmogo le bogosi ba bakgatla ba mosetla ka go neelana ka lefatshe. The project commenced on the 6th February 2026 with a duration of 10 months, and the contract amount is about 26,722,726 rands. Progress at the end of April 2026 was at 32%, which is slightly above the percentage time lapse of 30%. As I conclude, honorable members, I wish to point out that our social fabric continues to be stretched, as poverty, gender-based violence, substance abuse, mental health challenges, inadequate inclusion of women in economic decision-making and productive sectors, high youth unemployment persistence. Our budget is allocated in such a way that it responds to all this with agency, resilience, and sustainable investments in our people to enjoy beyond the cycle of economic hardships we live in. Our budget for the financial year ahead is as follows, honorable members. Administration, 298,448,000 rands. Social welfare services, 745,099,000 rands. Children and families, 388,402,000 rands. Restorative services, 329,910,000 rands. Development and research, 234,312,000 rands. Totaling 1,996,171,000 rands only. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, please allow me to borrow words from one of the stalwarts of our freedom, Tata Nelson Mandela. As I quote, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others. That will determine the significance of the life we lead." Close quote. This message is a clarion call to all of us honorable members who are serving the masses of our people to leave indelible footprints in the sands of time. As the executing authority of the Northwest Department of Social Development, I am very much humbled by the responsibility that has been bestowed upon me to lead the department to greater heights of service delivery. I would like to thank all the employees of the department, led by the brand new HOD, Malibongwe, Mosadi wa Letlapa, Akasekama Nkawela, Mme Peggy Khabuyisile Mhlongo, for putting their shoulders to the wheel, in ensuring that the most vulnerable people receive services. Honorable members, it is through this staff led by this Mosadi wa Letlapa, after 10 years, but today we are able to say we have done it in terms of our NPOs. That is why I'm very much grateful to these officials from the department. A special appreciation goes to my political home, the African National Congress, for entrusting me with this huge responsibility go bereka ka batho bao ba tlhokang, go bereka ka batho bao ba nang le bogole, go bereka ka bomme, go bereka ka tshokolo, go bona gore jaaka mme ke itshware ka fo bogaleng. To this day I can say I'm still equal to the task, I'm relevant mo go one. Ra leka. My deepest gratitude and appreciation goes to the Premier, Honorable Ntate Kagiso Lazarus Mkhosi, for entrusting me with such a huge responsibility of heading this department. I express my profound thanks also to the chairperson and all members of the portfolio committee. My friend from the DA is not here. I really wanted to say something, but because she's not here, I'm not going to say it, because I really wanted to appreciate all her everything and everything. It made us to be where we are today. I would also like to thank the Honorable Chief Whip of this house. I know, Chief Whip, you might be disappointed. Oh, you are here. You might be disappointed that we did not perform at your heartbeat of youth empowerment, because you're always hard on us on that. Be rest assured, we're disappointed by the challenges by UNISA, but this time around, we won't disappoint you, Honorable Chief Whip. We are also very much thankful for your stewardship and leading us politically in this house. My sincere appreciation, every day, my sincere appreciation to Social Development Family, the South African Social Security Agency, and National Development Agency. We are on course to serve the people of Bokoni Bophirima. The journey has just begun. Solidio Gloria. Enkosi siyabulela.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will now call Honorable Makhakhani, 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Dr. Desbo Mohono, Honorable Premier Kagiso Mokhosi, Honorable members, esteemed guests, Makhosi Aruna Tlotlegang. I rise today to present the committee report with its deliberations and recommendations on the Portfolio Committee on the health and social development, specifically for the APP and budget for the Department of Social Development for 2026-2027 financial year. Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, please look on the right side and notice that this is one of the few departments where you have more female senior managers. The committee discussions were both robust and necessary given the current socio-economic climate. We are deeply concerned with the structural misalignment within the medium-term revenue and expenditure framework. The fiscal deficit continues to widen, driven by increased socio-economic distress and shrinking state revenue streams. Our annual performance plan has shifted from being needs-driven to supply-constrained exercises, with performance target limited by the budgetary constraints rather than the real needs of our communities. The committee also notes with concern the department's current budget allocation is simply not enough to meet the minimum core service delivery requirements. The persistent structural deficit hinders the progressive delivery of essential social services, and operating under such constrained physical parameters leaves our most vulnerable even more exposed. Furthermore, we question the upward revision of certain performance targets in the current APP. There seems to be an increase but then there is a lack of solid empirical basis, especially with the department's history of constricted budgets and on underperformance on some key performance indicators. It is imperative that any escalating targets be grounded in rigorous baseline analysis and audited outcomes. Social development is inherently cross-cutting, involving multiple departments, including the Office of the Premier. The committee during the discussion sought clarity on whether the department's function will receive funding from other departments that will be ring-fenced for collaborative initiatives. For instance, the work on older persons being ring-fenced from the Office of the Premier. We recognize the complexities of social challenges, demands coordinated and adequately financed responses. We're also concerned about the department's reliance on contact-based performance reporting, which focuses more on quantitative outputs than on meaningful measurable impact within communities. Effective service delivery must be measured not just by numbers, but the positive changes experienced by our people. The committee therefore deliberated extensively on the necessity of optimizing multi-sectoral collaborations to relieve fiscal pressure. We must move beyond traditional state-centric models and formalize partnerships with non-government organizations and the corporate sector, mostly the corporate sector, most notably the mining industry. Such collaborations can bridge service delivery gaps and enhance our capacity to serve impoverished communities. In light of these deliberations, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. The department must within 60 days submit a comprehensive socio-economic demand versus fiscal allocation impact report to the committee. This report should quantify the funding deficit required to meet statutory services demands arising from increased poverty and unemployment in the Northwest Province. This demand cost model must be formally used to engage Provincial Treasury ahead of the MTE committee hearings, lobbying for an upward adjustment for the department fiscal baseline. The department must submit an operational mitigation plan to ensure core legally mandated statutory services such as child protection and care for vulnerable groups are not compromised by cost containment measures. All current APP targets should be reviewed against the audited performance outcome of the 2025-26 fiscal year. Where targets were increased despite previous non-achievement, the department must provide written justification or initiate formal target amendment procedures to prevent artificial performance inflation. For every key performance indicator not achieved in the previous cycle, the department must present a detailed turnaround strategy within 14 days, demonstrating institutional capacity to meet these goals before scaling them further. In collaboration with the Office of the Premier and other social cluster departments, the department must design a centralized registry of cross-cutting social initiatives and submit a report to the committee within the current quarter, detailing which social development functions are co-funded, supplemented, or absorbed by partner departments. The department must shift its reporting matrix from purely quantitative contact-based output to measurable social impact, social economic impact, ensuring that our interventions truly improves the lives of our people. To alleviate pressure of state resources and improve service delivery, the department must establish strategic partnerships with non-government entities, especially the mining industry, to leverage additional resources, expertise, additional service gaps, and ensuring comprehensive support for those most in need. We are aware of the donations that have been made by the mining industry, especially for safe houses that we currently have, the new safe houses, but more should be done by the sector. And Mukuru Tamaga, we are really happy by the strides that you are making as a department in ensuring that we have an inclusive national democratic society that promotes and embraces neurodiversity. The work that you're doing with autism is really commended. In closing, I would like to also thank the members of the Portfolio Committee, Mukuru Tamaga wa rona Basetsana Danji for social development, Mekabo Esele, our HOD, the senior management of the department, and also again the members. Your dedication that you put into this department is really commendable. And to all the support staff, your dedication and contribution on this oversight process does not go unnoticed, and we thank you. Honorable members, I would like to present this report and its recommendation for consideration and adoption of Budget 12 of the legislature. Thank you very much. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will now call Honorable Matuani. You have 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, leaders and ground forces of the victorious economic freedom fighters, members of the executive, members of the Provincial Legislature, guests present in this august house, le baagi botlhe ba province ya Bokone Bophirima bo sele. The 2026-2027 budget vote for the Northwest Department of Social Development befalls our province at a time when GBV and femicide are at a peak. It will therefore be amiss to start this debate without remembering Kidiboni Mojalefa of Lidak in Rustenburg, whose body was found naked and mutilated under a truck. Olebogen Felicia Tahote, whose half-naked corpse was found near Buiteko Bridge with her school uniform torn. Retabile Harriet Mutsime, who was stabbed and killed with 3 knives by her boyfriend in Tlhapane. Masego Muile Moshweu, who was thrashed to death with a screwdriver and a hammer by her husband in Mahikeng, and Motalipula Kau, whose violated body was found in a shallow grave in bushes near Tlhakame village. May their souls continue to rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, Mukuru Tamaga Susana Danchi verbally recognized GBVF as a pandemic that is dominating our province. However, the department's APP does not reflect a dedication in addressing this affliction. The targets set for supporting GBVF victims and families in the 2026-2027 financial year are no match to the number of cases being reported daily across the province. The Northwest Department of Social Development is a custodian of social challenges affecting the province. However, over the past year, the department has shown a lack of leadership in addressing these challenges. The 2025-2026 and 2026-2027 APPs both tell a story of a department whose aim is not to genuinely put an end to homelessness, substance abuse, and poverty. It shows a department who's validated by the number of compliance certificates and food parcels it is able to issue. Honorable Speaker, There's a rising demand of elderly care facilities in the province to accommodate the aging population who have little to no care at home. However, instead of providing tangible solution, the department's response is to host workshops encouraging the support of older persons. The winter season this year has been brutal so far. Yet the department has made no effort to support homeless people across the province with temporary shelter, food, warm clothes, or extra blankets. The department celebrates issuing 16,000 food parcels containing 2.5 kg meal, rice, flour, and 2-liter oil as a substantial effort towards alleviating hunger. Between the MEC and the Premier, neither one of them sees how undignified the food parcels are or consider that happens to those families 2 weeks later than that 2.5 kg meal is finished. In Taung, the department allocates 100 food parcels to accommodate destitute families in all 24 wards. Se se bontsha go palelwa ga puso ya ANC go sireletsa seriti sa baagi go lwantsha tlala le go tlhaloganya bogolo jwa tlala le lehuma tse di itemogelwang ke baagi letsatsi le letsatsi. Honorable Speaker, the department stopped the funding of 9 NPOs who provide child protection services in the province without any care of what happens to those children. It was the High Court that instructed the department to reinstate funding after failing to provide substantial reasons for stopping such funding. Go thusa botlhoko gore lefapha le ne le tshwanelwa ke go patelediwa ke kgotlatshekelo kgolo go busetsa ledi morago ga go palelwa le go retelelwa ke go neela mabaka a tsepameng go emisa dithuso tseo. It is clear that the department that is meant to be a safe haven for the people of Northwest has no empathy or compassion. The department is a stone wall that strives to ticking boxes rather than providing solution. Honorable Speaker, it pains the EFF that the 1.9 billion budget allocated to the department for the 2026-2027 financial year will also be used for campaigns and workshops rather than identifying strategic locations like churches and recreational halls that can be used as temporary accommodation and food stations for homeless persons across the province. It pains the EFF that the 1.9 billion budget will give a child a school bag as part of a program claiming to improve the lives of our people instead of tracksuit sets, jackets, or socks and takis. It pains us that in the next financial year, children will still go to school carrying the weight of their social circumstances on their shoulders rather than having a proactive department using its 1.9 billion budget to deploy social workers, child and youth care workers to schools, creating a safe space for children to walk through their psychological and emotional budget. It pains us that the department is sitting on the sideline while our young people perish from illegal substances, instead of using that 1.9 billion budget to build more rehabilitation facilities in order to meet the demand or establish government-led disciplinary and rehab programs for 6 months period that will empower our young people with recovery and survival skills they require. Honorable Speaker, instead of spending an entire year tormenting NPOs over compliances, the EFF urges the department to consider the children, the elderly, the disabled, and other vulnerable persons who rely on those facilities for a lifeline. We urge the department to consider restoring defunded facilities like Legai Labana in Wateti Mahikeng that used to provide food and safety for children in that community, but has left children stranded since its defunding. Honorable Speaker, Taung Inpatient Center is facing challenges. The center has got one nurse o berekang motshegare, ga gona mooki kgotsa nurse o berekang bosigo, while the center is operating 24/7. It has got one child and youth care worker o berekang shifty whereby o tlhokometse tent and service users. no running water for the service users, ba tla tlaya metsi ka di-ene mokhuduthamaga. No cleaners during the weekend. Bana ba modimo ba kono makelwa go tloga Mantaga go fitlhela ka Vrydag. Saterdag le Sontaga ga gona ope o ba kono makelang. Honorable Speaker, until the department is able to show a real effort towards addressing social challenges our people face every day and change their outlook on service delivery, the EFF cannot consciously approve this budget. Ka puo ya Setswana e antsweng letseleng ra re ga re ikamaganye ebile ga re amogele tekanyetso ka bo e. We therefore very boldly reject the budget. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Steenkamp, your 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When we debate social development, we are not debating numbers on a spreadsheet. We are debating hungry children. We are debating abused women looking for safety. We are debating elderly residents who depend on care. We are debating vulnerable families who have nowhere else to turn. That is why this budget is so particularly disappointing. Because when we strip away the speeches, the slogans, and the glossy presentations, we are left with a budget that asks the people of the Northwest to trust a department that continues to fail many of the very people it was created to protect. Speaker, perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this budget is the department's treatment of the very organizations doing the work government itself cannot do. Now, this has been mentioned by my colleague previously, but it is worth mentioning again because that is how disturbing and shocking it was. It is actually. Because those 9 NPOs who had their funding withdrawn in 2025-2026 are not 9 luxury projects. They are not 9 optional kind of programs. It is 9 organizations caring, listen carefully, Honorable Oliphant, they are caring for almost 26,000 vulnerable people, and most of them are children. Children who need protection, children who need counseling, children who need somebody to stand between them and abuse, between them and neglect, between them and trauma. The Northwest High Court had to intervene because the department couldn't provide credible reasons for its decisions to cut its funding. It has been said, but I'm repeating it because imagine that. Organizations protecting vulnerable children were forced to go to court simply to keep their own doors open. The court found that the department's reasons were vague, were generalized, and that there was no credible plan in place to ensure the continuity of these critical services. No backup plan. Yet instead of fixing the problem, the department chose to appeal the judgment. Speaker, if government cannot protect the organizations protecting our children, then what exactly is government protecting? The reality is that every day of uncertainty places vulnerable children at risk. Every delay creates anxiety for families. Every funding dispute threatens services that people rely on for survival. That is not a caring government. That is a government creating instability where stability is needed most. Speaker, the department also continues to struggle with basic performance. Targets are missed. Programs underperform. Residential care services fall short. Child reunification targets are not achieved. Youth skills development programs fail to reach their full potential. And yet every year we are asked to celebrate budgets instead of interrogating the outcomes. Money spent is not the same as lives changed. A budget is not successful because it is spent. A budget is successful when vulnerable people are better off because of those spending. The people of Northwest do not care how many reports are produced. They care whether their grandmother receives the proper care she deserves. They care whether a child finds a safe home. They care whether a young person gains the skills needed to build a future for themselves. Those are the outcomes that matter. The DA believes that every child deserves protection. Every elderly person deserves dignity. Every differently abled person deserves support. And every taxpayer deserves to know that public money is reaching the people that it is intending to help. We do not measure success by how much money government spends. We measure success by whether people's lives are improved. And that is why the DA is calling for sustainable and predictable funding for trusted NPOs providing critical services, greater accountability for program performance and measurable outcomes, better support for child protecting services and residential care facilities, and a social development system that puts vulnerable people ahead of bureaucracy. Speaker, the people of Northwest do not need another budget built on promises. They need a department that funds the organizations that protect our children. They need a department that measures success through the results rather than reports. They need a department that places vulnerable people ahead of that bureaucracy. Until that happens, the budget remains an exercise in spending without sufficient accountability and planning without sufficient delivery. The DA cannot support a budget that asks the vulnerable to settle for less than they deserve. The people of this province deserve better, and we will continue fighting until they get it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Steenkamp. I will now call Honorable Groenewald, 3 minutes. Honorable Groenewald, your 3 minutes.
I'm trying to get my speech. Sorry, Chair, or Speaker, just give me a second. It's Rustenburg by-election, and all the complaints the DA is laying. Still doesn't want to open.
Honorable Groenewald, is everything okay?
Speaker, the DA laid a charge against the Freedom Front in the Rustenburg municipality, and now all the messages is coming through. So let me try.
Your time is up.
Honourable Speaker,
Your time is
when
up,
social
Groenewald.
development fails, it does not
Groenewald, your time
always
is
make
up.
headlines.
Groenewald,
It
your
happens-
time is up.
It happens quietly. Honourable Oliphant, luckily you're not the Speaker. A child
haven't said
remains in
anything.
dangerous home for one more night. An older adult waits to a help that never comes. A victim of abuse is referred again, but not protected. An NPO keeps feeding people while wondering whether support will arrive in time. A family receives a food partial today, but has no answer for tomorrow. That is the reality behind the vote. Social development is not a department of good intentions. It is the last safety net for people who have already run out of options. This is why the Freedom Front Plus cannot judge the budget by the number of programs, workshops. Let's try again. We do not support the budget, Honourable Willifat. Honourable Speaker, let me then rather do it like this. Honourable Speaker, the Department of Social Development is one of the most important partners for one of our most vulnerable peoples in this province. Honourable Speaker, the department is responsible to help our NPOs to keep on feeding those people, to keep on protecting our youth. Honourable Speaker.
Unfortunately, your time is up.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we do not support the budget, but please do not play politics with our most vulnerable in this province. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It doesn't matter. You said it after the time left.
Honorable members, I will now call Honorable Khosho, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Leboge Musa Khotla. Ke dumedise mokhuduthamaga ka dipuisano dingangisano tsa gompieno tsa tekanyetso kabo ya lefapha la rona la katlaatleno loago, social development. Madam Speaker, I wish that we had those powers to amend the rules so that when public representatives sent by the communities voting for them reject the budget, they must not participate actually in the portfolio committee. They must not hold members of the executive account. How I wish we could do that. Because we are just grandstanding on this platform. We are just grandstanding on this platform while we know that people have voted for us as different parties. We went with manifestos. And what we need to do is to hold the executive accountable, nothing else. Rejecting the budget will unfortunately not change the price of bread, but it's in your own right to do that. Madam Speaker, one of Africa's greatest anti-colonial leader, Amilcar Cabral, correctly said, I quote, "Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material gains, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, and to guarantee the future of their children." These words must remind us as elected leaders of society that your moral compass and leadership qualities directly reflect on the lives of the people who have entrusted you with their lives, their future, their success, and their prosperity. The Department of Social Development has a substantial role in contributing towards building a society that is self-reliant, equal, inclusive, abides by the rule of human rights, and shelters our historically marginalized and vulnerable communities. As we strive towards transforming the lives of our people through social security as well as economic inclusivity, we recommit ourselves to confront gender-based violence and femicide that has recently robbed us to the lives of Masego Mosweu and Retabile Musime. We agree with you, Honorable Matuane, but we must commend the MEC for Social Development. Your department has always run to most of the families to ensure that they provide that support. And we must commend the department for the work that you are doing. This will never go unnoticed in the hands under the watch of the African National Congress. We are encouraged to stand with our men during this month of June and commemorate Men's Mental Health Month, which seeks to destigmatize mental health and encourage our fellow brothers to speak out and help in time to speak out and ask for help in times of distress and uncertainty. Post-COVID, we are well aware that mental health is one of the diseases or ailments that needs to really be supported. And we appreciate the organizations and NPOs, through you, Madam Speaker, Honorable MEC, that your department is striving to support. Finding alternative ways to deal with pain or grief by developing and subjecting oneself to community building activities facilitated by the likes of Men's Dialogue, Men for Change, and Men for Real centers that open room for our sons, our fathers, our brothers to find safe as well as to secure ventilation spaces for their betterment and well-being. And I must say, Honorable Speaker, I had an interview on Masego's, during Masego's funeral. May his soul rest in peace. And I want to challenge all of us as a public representative on raising not just a girl child, raising equally a boy child and a girl child. At some point, Madam Speaker, I hope Department of Social Development, Menokwaka, Danji, you'll really consider that program. We welcome the allocation of 87.4 million to sustain the treatment for substance and use disorders to provide detoxification services to ensure the users receive comprehensive and quality services. We agree it's not enough. We do agree. We don't dispute that, but we appreciate that there is allocation that is being done. It is necessary that we acknowledge and understand the transformative impact of the department's program on the lives of our children, the elderly, and people with disabilities who are the most vulnerable members of our communities. Due to high poverty prevalence in the province, many children are homeless due to undesirable living conditions, while many are orphans, contributing immensely to child-headed households, breeding social ills such as exploitation and abuse. And I think that also as society, as communities, we should not just leave this responsibility to the Department of Social Development. We must all of us do our part, especially as public representatives. That social outreach programs, we must also carry it through. While still confronting the legacy of injustice, of racial and prejudice that birthed exclusion, discrimination, and underdevelopment, it is essential that we commend the work done by the ANC-led government through its transformation agenda that laid a firm foundation to constitutionally moral imperatives and policy reforms. To date, people with disabilities access protective workshops at government institutions such as Mabana for skills development and Rabileboga Me Tlapi. We really appreciate your selfless contribution in advocating for young people to be skilled, and your partnerships with other departments is also appreciated. And also in care facilities such as your Lonely Park Signal Hill Disabled Project that cater to their special needs, which must be understood instead of ridiculed. And I saw you're talking or Mosadi Waletlapa, but Mokwatlaho Separa, we really appreciate MEC, but I think you can do more. The elderly are given a second chance at life post-retirement to participate in social activities such as Golden Games that were last held in February 2025 in Rustenburg, and forums such as the Mahikeng Older Persons Committee, who recently hosted a welfare program at Iketleng Older Persons Center, promoting active aging and vibrant older persons community, ready to guide the development of the youth through their wisdom. Through the Children's Act, transformative laws have been established in the best interest of our children by identifying their rights, ensuring that they access the necessary care and protection to safeguard their well-being. One must also appreciate the interfacing program that is being done between the Department of Health and Department of Social Development. Madam Speaker, to conclude, I think we've had, at least I serve in this committee, actively so, and we want to commend the work that is being done, but more still needs to be done. I'm happy that the MEC has acknowledged the issue of young people, youth development, and as the African National Congress, we will support this budget because we do take the interest of our people at heart. The Freedom Charter, we are not just ticking boxes. We are live. It is live, and we are hard at work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Sula, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. While acknowledging the strides that has been made by this particular department and its shortcomings, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party is of the view that the current budget allocation for social development is very low and the budget is insufficient to meet the minimum core social service delivery requirements of this particular province of Northwest. MKP acknowledges that the Social Development Department delivers its services in an environment marked by high levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and therefore needs more funds. While also we acknowledge the support the department's programs that aim to ensure that no citizens goes hungry while addressing its issues of poverty, unemployment, and injustice, community development, nutrition centers, social relief of distress grants, social relief of distress programs, expanded public works programs that create jobs, and non-profit organizations that give material support to women-owned SMEs and cooperatives. Honorable MEC, through you, Honorable Speaker, I would like to make a special plea, no, a clarion call for the Department of Social Development to assist their Atamelang employees who are left without employment by COSATMA and their thuggery cahoots with food parcels. In addition to that issue, Honorable Speaker, a further plea it is with regard to the NTI employees, whom also they are struggling for the department to conduct an independent assessment so that they are also be assisted with food parcels. Hamme motsadi a lela a ba bua gore o ja letswai a le tsentse ka mo tlase ga leleme a gakololwa ke bana gore a nne le energy e utlwisa botlhoko e di ruri re ne re le yone le lebelle ka leitlho le leng tshotso ka gore le direla re koduwe e wela motho mongwe le mongwe a sa e lebelela. NTI and Atamelang employees ba wetse ke koduo e neng ba sa e lebelela ebile le buile gore lona jaaka le lefapha le malala a laotswe ebile le ka gore le itse sentle gore ditlamelwana tsa pula di bankangwa go sa le gale re solofela gore le ipaakantse. Your page 18 yang kgothatsa ga o no pola Re Nelson Mandela mokhuduthamaga wa lefapha mo page 18 ya gago. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived, it is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. Hale ka dira yalo la ba gopola badiri ba babedi ba re buang ka bone ba. Indeed o tla be o diragaditse le ha ka tšhaka go ba supporta gore ba kgone go thusa Atamelang employees and NTI employees. O mang wena?
Why le ko ba ngwana ka Zuma mo pating?
Thank you, Honorable Tsula. I will now call Honorable Kuno. Your 9 minutes.
Our freedom fighter.
Honorable Speaker, Dr. Desbo Mohono, the Deputy Speaker, Colin Mokone, Honorable Premier Lazarus Mokhosi, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The ANC government has presented a budget of 1.9 billion, which must go towards helping the most impoverished of our communities. And the question is, what has our opposition members presented to the people of Northwest? They have presented absolutely nothing that will benefit the people of the Northwest. The suggestion that the budget is just numbers and there's no impact. The fact of the matter is that, Honorable Tsulu, the Auditor General has not found that there's been excessive wasteful expenditure in terms of the budgets of this department. So the notion that the budget is just numbers has got no impact is actually without any basis. What we would expect from you to come here is that, in view of the fact, it's a matter of fact, that the department, you are reminding me, Honorable Tsolo, of what my teacher told me, of an empty vessel that makes the most noise. You are reminding me of that teacher, an empty vessel that makes the most noise. So, instead of you coming here and acknowledging that the budget is grossly insufficient and proposing measures that we need to take as a legislature to allocate more funding, you come here with just the noise of an empty vessel. And it's quite clear to me that empty vessel. Can you protect us against this empty vessel, Honorable Speaker? So,
Honorable Kuno,
so
Honorable Kuno, honorable members, I've reminded you of your rules. Read Rule 53, 54, 56, 57. I don't want to use Rule 58. And it will assist you on how you should behave in the House. Thank you, Honorable Kuno. You can continue.
So, Honorable Speaker, it's quite clear that they were deep in their slumber. They were not listening to the budget speech of the MEC. On page 18, there's a summary which will make it easy for you to follow, Honorable Mkonto. So there's a summary. There's a summary there which makes it easy, because maybe you lost concentration as the MEC was presenting the speech. There's a summary. Social welfare services, Honorable Matuan, 745 million. Children and families, 388 million. Restorative services, 329 million. Development and research, 1.9 billion. 1.9 billion, which will assist most of our impoverished families. So we really expect next time you come and present this debate, say to us how much more funding we need and how the legislature should fund it, instead of enticing our people with plaintive platitudes. It is our constitutional obligation to build a society that is ethical, equal, promotes human dignity, and improves the lives of our people. The Departmental Budget, Honorable MEC and your team, we need to commend this budget, because even under these difficult circumstances, you are doing well and you are making the necessary impact within our communities. The Departmental Budget and targets reflects the ANC's steadfast and unwavering commitment to providing employment opportunities and social security for the underprivileged. It provides for the establishment of an ethical, capable, as well as a professional public service. We are mandated by the ANC policy pronouncements in our manifesto and the 55th National Conference resolutions to rid government of corrupt officials by holding leaders accountable, facilitate room for good governance, and promote ethical leadership. As alluded by Honorable Chief Whip, the department has 4 service delivery output programs which must cater for the needs of our communities and ensure that our most impoverished members of society access self-enhancing initiatives as well as career-building opportunities. The senseless murder of Masigo Museu, allegedly by her husband, the fatal stabbing of Retabile Musime in Kabane, and Daniel Malebe of Ramosadi by their partners continue to highlight the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide crimes that persist in our communities. This calls for greater need for psychological services and empowerment initiatives to fight this natural disaster and assist these ones with who make the most noise in the legislature. We welcome the allocation of 21.3 million towards the victim empowerment to be rolled out through community outreach prevention programs in partnerships with 20 NPOs across all 4 districts. We applaud the allocation of 137 million for the behavioral rehabilitation intervention through provision of accredited therapeutic and developmental diversion through crime prevention programs. The opening of crisis centers such as Dr. RSM Interim One-Stop Center, Grace Help, Ketso Lily Sedi, and Tuseho Safe Houses have been instrumental in providing victims of abuse with the necessary social support, recovery shelters, and safe space for women and women to seek help to restore their livelihoods after traumatic, life-threatening experiences. We convey our deepest and most sincere condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones due to gender-based violence. Our offensive against high levels of teenage pregnancy and youth substance abuse must be our apex priority. We must intensify the rollout of child protection dialogues that bring awareness on social ills such as drug abuse, rape, bullying, and teenage pregnancy, and provide children with an understanding of the consequences of these challenges and how they can protect themselves as well as report incidents. We need more development programs such as the recently implemented youth empowerment commemorative event in Trying and in Rustenburg that brought multi-sectoral stakeholders, and this has opened a world of possibilities for young minds to access work opportunities, learnerships, programs, and funding for youth-owned enterprises. We call on our women and persons living with disabilities to actively participate in community structures, utilize available resources, engage in meaningful economic as well as civic opportunities made available by a caring, Honorable Steenkamp, a caring and compassionate ANC government. The rollout of food parcels that recently took place shows that ANC-led government commitment to combating food hunger in our poverty-stricken communities. We also remain committed to creating sustainable and permanent solutions. These solutions will provide them with jobs and skills to attain self-independence and self-reliance. As I conclude, Honourable Speaker, the allocated budget for the 26-27 financial year should help transition the department towards a paperless electronic file and record system that will improve record keeping and file archiving. It will also ensure that more social workers are hired as well as ensuring that they are properly compensated, because they are the backbone of our communities, and if overworked and underpaid, essential services will be adversely affected. The continued rollout of Rekutuse capacity building and compliance programs for NPOs will mitigate against the closure of these organizations that provide essential services to our people by bridging the gap between what government can provide and with a limited budget and the needs of our community. We support engagement with SASSA to provide access to social grant collection points, especially in far-flung communities needed by the elderly, as well as persons with disabilities who can't travel far. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, there's an urgent need to reduce the high cost of office space as well as NPO building rentals and limiting variation orders which affect service delivery. As a caring and compassionate ANC-led government, we'll continue building a society that has access to social security, promote inclusivity, offer the many neglected and marginalized members of our community hope and dignity. The ANC is proud to support and move for the adoption of the annual performance plan and the budget vote allocation to deepen the transformation and achieve social protection for all. Once more, we want to really appreciate the budget speech of the MEC and the entire team, and keep up the good work, and we will be behind you all the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kino. I will now call the MEC. MEC, your 10 minutes.
Ke a leboga Musa Kgotla, ke lebogele ditshitshinyo tsotlhe tse dintle le tse di nyemisang mmoko, mme rona re kitla re nya momoko ka gore dintšha tsone di bogola koloi e tsamayang. Ge koloi e sa tsamaye a gona ho mara ga re vum o tlo utlwa ka ho. Now ge dintšha di bogola, you must know that you are doing very well and our people are happy. I'm standing here, Madam Speaker, as the MEC of Social Development, who is on the ground through Rituse Rekutuse. Our people are happy, and our people understand the plight of social development in terms of the budget. And we know that we are expected to do more. But what we are doing in terms of what this House has appropriated, we are doing our best. It might not be enough. We are the first to admit that it might not be enough. But number one, but social development African National Congress.
Me se sengwe gape mmusa kgotla se ke ratang go se tlhalosa ke gore wa itse to debate with people or honorable members who are not members of the portfolio committee is very, very difficult because they are clueless, they don't have knowledge, they don't have information. Honorable Steenkamp, le Honorable Matuani, they have never participated in the portfolio. So all the issues that they have raised, I want to advise them, as honorable as I am, to go back to the quarterly reports that were grilled quarterly by the portfolio committee. We have addressed those issues. So honorable members, you don't know what you have just saying here. But if you suspect the honorable sona gila ke sure. Mare ke bilela ena mara ona le la tlhala fela ka kgetsi because there's no substance honestly in what you are saying. We are just playing to gallery. For instance, Honorable Matuani, the work that we are doing in terms of victims of gender-based violence, myself, Honorable Mutsumi, and Honorable Vessels, those families, though we send condolences today, they will be surprised and they will be embarrassed. Because till now we are always there with them. We even know that what happened in Tlhabane towards Mapaputlo, what happened? We are there on the ground. We can't play into the gallery. Kama tlhoko a tlhagetseng batho ba rona. Tonakgolo o re rutile gore we must go to those families and assist those families, and biblically so. When you assist, you assist quietly as the African National Congress, but whoever is we have been assisting. They have received our condolences, not here for the gallery because the local government elections. No, our people knows that the ANC is always there for them through thick and thin. So we can't be told by you. For instance, ubuaka court order that you don't even understand. That court order is still there. We are not paying back any NPO, honorable member. You have been misled. We have challenged that court order. It's still there. And those NPOs, because I'm not sure those NPOs, you are saying our rural community NPOs must suffer, whilst the white NPOs have been benefiting before 1994, they must continue to benefit. Is that what you are saying as the EFF? No, I'm not saying that. And let me tell you the other thing, you are clueless, you don't know what you're talking about. NPOs, Honorable Steenkamp and Honorable EFF, is not given that as an NPO every month you are given money.
Honorable Speaker.
No.
Honorable
You
MEC.
must
Honorable
apply.
Honorable
Processes.
Honorable MEC.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable MEC, can you take your seat? Honorable Mwema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I just wish to pose a question to the Honorable MEC that
No
does she
question,
understand
Madam
the
Speaker.
difference
I'm
between
not going to respond to any
clueless
question.
and clueless?
I'm not-
There's a
Honorable
difference
Mwema.
between
I'm not
clueless
responding.
and clueless.
Honorable
From
Mwema.
like-
She's been saying clueless. She's been saying
Honorable
clueless.
Mwema. Honorable Mwema. Honorable Mwema. Wait, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mwema. Honorable Mwema. Honorable MEC, wait. Honorable Mwema. No, don't worry. I'm the presiding officer. I've just reminded all of you to check on your rules. You can't rise and pose a question. The member on the podium must accept to take your question. You are out of order, and you know very well you are out of order. Don't do that. Please. Honorable
Thank
MEC,
you, Madam
continue.
Speaker. Thank you. The other thing on those NPOs, there's a law governing NPOs. NPOs apply for funding annually. It's not given that every year NPOs will receive funding. You apply for funding, there are processes that are followed. Then, as the department will be saying, the following NPOs will receive funding. And for your information again, in those NPOs in court, most of those NPOs, fortunately as the department, we engaged them. They accepted some of them. They were not complaining. Nabasa complied. That is why we did not fund them. As we speak in this financial year, we have funded them because they have corrected their things through the assistance of Honorable Sonakile through our officials. So that's what I'm saying. Little knowledge is too dangerous. When you come and debate on a portfolio committee, just get information first for what has been happening, because we have briefed the portfolio committee on these issues. And in terms of the Taung Inpatient Treatment Center, Hakiri, little knowledge is too dangerous. Child and youth care workers, they are 7, including a team leader. Nurses, they are 2, and 1 auxiliary nurse. Professional nurse 1, auxiliary 1. Babaraka kadi shifty. And if there are challenges, honorable member, like you are saying, there's this kind of a challenge. Till now, we don't shy away from challenges. We'll still go there and check what we are saying. If there's any way we can intervene, we will definitely intervene.
Honorable Matuani. Hey, Banna. Hey. Can you contain yourself? Order. You are out of
Honorable
order.
Stenkamp.
You are out of order.
We were the first.
You are out of order.
Acknowledging that budget is not just about numbers. Finally, Bible verse. For a budget is not just numbers. Indeed, we must work according to our mandate. Just read that speech. I've responded to all that we have said through Bible verse. Just start from the first introduction. I've responded, budget indeed is not just about numbers. We care for our people, and we must make sure we realize the mandate of the department to ensure better life for all. I've said that standing here before you, Honor. So Honorable Tsulo, indeed, we'll definitely engage Honorable Murweng. If there's any need for food parcels, we'll definitely help. But remember, we don't just distribute food parcels, we profile. Or do they qualify or not? And Honorable Matuan, issue ya the food parcels. Understand the mandate of social development. But get the Department of Agriculture through food security. Food parcels is an intervention, yanakwana. And that is why I stood here today and said, we are doing something to make sure, in addition to that, the vulnerable communities, in particular, bomme, rabatusa ka di swim machines, rabatusa ka go bula bo dispaza bo eng, gore di food parcels tseo ga di se enough. Ba kgona go iphedisa because nobody can survive ka di food parcels. And indeed, we can't give our people food parcels on daily basis. So that is what I've said in the meeting. Maybe no sample we tobalete or dile ka etsa morakile or na rizi, but
As you wrap
I've
up,
tried to
MEC.
clarify that one. And otherwise, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Chufi Pintate Kunou, Kijule Gitari. I just want to appreciate and to say to the chair of the portfolio committee, will definitely submit whatever that the department must submit. And also in terms of the collaboration and partnership with the private sector, as we briefed the portfolio committee in our last session, indeed we are doing that. On the baseline part, ke nagana gore Tonakgolo ya Bokone Bophirima Rre Lazarus Mokgosi le mme wa treasury mme ke Neetse Mosenogi ba utlweletse tota gore le lla ka baseline ga e mo maruding a rona re le lefapha e mo maruding a treasury go Tonakgolo a ka nna re meme lona ra dumelana gore baseline ya rona yone 2021-22 go fitlha fa ke mathata tota ka go rialo Musa Kgotla ne re a leboga mafoko a kgotla a mantle otlhe.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Does the House adopt the committee report?
Yes.
Thank you, honorable members. The committee report is now adopted. Honorable members, I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1, to determine the quorum. Honorable Babuile, Honorable Bokhatsu, Honorable Botswe, Honorable Dabampe,
Present.
Honorable Tanji,
Kete Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Dial, Honorable Groenewald,
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Honorable Kuno,
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang, Honorable Lehari, Honorable Lenkopani,
Ketemma.
Honorable Mahachani,
Kete Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Maine,
Present.
Honorable Makokwa, absent. Honorable Matsi,
Kete Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Matuani,
Kete Montu Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Modise,
Meuteng, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mwema,
Kete Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Mohono, I'm present. Honorable Mokosi,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Mukua,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Malapisi,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Morueng,
Kete Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Mosenuchi,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Mutsumi,
Kete Musa Kgotla.
Ababa no mo. Honorable Mutsumi, ako no mong gape.
Kete Musa Kgotla. Dr. Musa Kgotla ngaka.
Ke kira go no mong morning ke mo acknowledge.
Oh, yeah, ke bona.
Honorable Oliphant,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Khosho,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Sambata,
Dikwana Somlong.
Honorable Sibihwe,
Beskikbaar achtbaar.
Honorable Sonakile,
Present.
Honorable Sonti,
Dikwana Somlong.
Honorable Steenkamp,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Stale, absent. Honorable Tlapi,
Ke Montu ya gago Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Tsulo,
Teenwoordig achtbare Speaker.
Honorable Van Heesteen, absent. Honorable Wolwan,
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Honorable Williams, absent. Honorable members, I have satisfied myself that the majority of members are present in the House to adopt the budget program by program. I will now adopt the budget program by program, honorable members. Let's start with program 1. 2,098,480,000 rand. That the House adopt the budget.
Repeat, Speaker.
298,448,000 rand.
Yes.
You're right. Program 2, Social Welfare Services, 745,099,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget?
All delegates.
Yes.
Program 3, Children and Families, 388,402,000 rand. That the House adopted program.
Yes.
Program 4, Restorative Services, 329,910,000 rand that the House adopted budget.
Yes.
Program 5, Development and Research, 234,312,000 rand that the House adopt the budget.
Yes.
Thank you, honorable members. The budget for the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 12, 2026-2027, totaling to 1,996,171,000 rand is now adopted. Thank you, honorable MEC. Go ahead and spend the budget. Honorable members, I will now call on the MEC for Education, Honorable Mutsumi, to present the budget departmental speech, vote 8. Honorable Mutsumi, you have 40 minutes.
What's up, Honorable Speaker? Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Honorable Dr. Despo Muhono, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Colin Maine, the Northwest Premier, Honorable Lazarus Kagisho Mukhosi, the Chief Whip, Honorable Mutlalipula Khosho, and all MECs present here today, and all members of the Provincial Legislature, especially Honorable Dabampe, Honorable Wolhon, le Honorable Tsolo, ki kokobeditse mo pele ga lona, ba tlhomega. No, thank you very much, colleagues. I rise before this House today with a deep sense of responsibility and commitment to present the 2026-2027 education budget vote. Honorable members, baagi ba rona, ke le dumedisitse le lona. Ke re gore ke tle mo pele mo, ke tsitsintswe ke mafoko a ga Presidente wa Botswana e bong Advocate Duma Boko. Ha etsa go ina di-elections, ha addressa his cabinet, I prepare to take over governance. When he speaks of achieving the strategic service delivery target of government in a way that resonates deeply with the goal that possesses itself as a challenge but gets easily overcome by the belief, focus, and target, and to choose the precise moment to pull the trigger. Success is hitting the target does not depend on the target and all these other variables. It always depends on the person behind the rifle. What does this person believe is possible? If you go behind that weapon and you say this target is impossible to hit, you have failed already, as I close quote. So as the Department of Education, we firmly believe that the target of building a Northwest province that works for all is entirely achievable through collective efforts, and its foundation is laid directly within our classrooms. Ka jalo, tekanyetso kabo ya gompieno e tlhagisa maitlhomo a rona a go tiisa metheo ya thuto, tokafatso ya dipholo le go netefatsa gore ga gona moithuti yo o salelang kwa morago. Building on the impressive 87.52% achieved by class of 2024, the class of 2025 continued the upward trajectory, attaining an 88.49% pass rate, placing the Northwest fourth nationally. All the districts performed above 85. But the most important thing is to celebrate the Lefapha la Thuto ke gore for the very first time mo botshelong jwa Lefapha la Thuto re bona in the last academic year Honorable Tshulo go na le ngwana ga Tetemogo Matong from Setswakhosing Secondary School in Dr. Ruth Segomotsi Mompati made history by prevailing as 2025 Matric National Top Achiever in Quintile 2. And Haribaka Quintile 2, Baagi ba rona re bua ka dikolo tse e leng gore bana ba tsena mahala ba kry-a dijo mahala. Mo e leng gore in the past we have realized gore ntse di doubtiwa ditlase tse. I mean these public schools gote quality ya education ko tlase. But last year re ne le ngwana o tswang ko sekolong seo o provetseng ba bantsi gore we are closing a gap between public ordinary schools and the independent schools. Our target for matric class of 2026 is 95% pass rate. Ke ba retse ke re ba gopole se President Boko a rileng. It is possible for us to reach that particular 95%. In our pursuit to strengthen foundational learning, we are among others enter our learners in various numeracy and reading competition. Honorable members, in this regard, I'm extremely excited to announce that a 12-year learner, Mbulelo Tolom from Dr. KK District, obtained position 1 in the National Spelling Bee competition and represented South Africa at the Continental Spelling Bee. As we speak, that learner will represent the country in China, Otulemo Northwest. The Northwest Province emerged as the overall best performing province in the 2025 National Teaching Award. Honorable Speaker, allow me to acknowledge the following 7 educators who in October 2025 prevailed at the national level of the National Teaching Awards. Renali teacher, Mr. Tsepiso Sishuane, from Tuto Neo Primary School, Batlekadi Awards, number 1, number 2, number 3. Reverend Dr. David Chloe from Tlhabane West Primary School in Bujanala, scoop position 1 in category of excellence in primary school leadership. And also Reverend Dr. Chloe Feather made us proud by receiving a prestigious fellowship award from Africa Federation of Teaching Regulatory Authorities in Gaborone, Botswana on the 5th of May, 2026. Mr. Bongumuso Musa Mabusa from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Mr. Kalifang Zwane from Bulukang Secondary School in Ngakamudiri Mulema, Ms. Margareta Bonman from Lars School, Sanishof in Ngakamudiri Mulema, Mr. Roniva Chikudu from Nokaya Lorato Primary School in Bujanala, Ms. Kokeso Mutaung from Temujo Special School. We urge the next generation of the NTA participants to put up a very good fight and host the Northwest Province flag to majestic heights in the upcoming National Teachers Awards, which will be held in October 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we could not achieve all this alone as a department. Our collaboration with the mining sectors continues to yield immense value of our communities. We commend East Plant, Harmony Gold, Sibanye Stillwater, Sianda Bakatla, Impala, Glencoe, Palm, Chrome, and Northern Platinum for their significant investment in our schools. Their contributions span critically infrastructure delivery, classroom expansions, sanitation upgrades, and comprehensive learner support. Beyond the mining houses, our corporate partners, which include but not limited to data-driven districts, Old Mutual, AVBOB, MultiChoice, Minopex, Telcon Foundation, MTN SA Foundation, Shutter and Shooter, Macmillan Publishers, Libonelito, Altron, and ESCOM have stepped up significantly based on the challenges that we continue to face as the Department of Education. The fact of the matter is that as the African National Congress, we are having policies that seeks actually to address the issue of poverty among our learners. And we are trying our level best for really the African National Congress. We must close that particular gap. That is why the NSNP and so on, and Batsena Skolo Mahala. But as much as we are closing that, we are still having a challenge in terms of infrastructure. And we have to acknowledge that most of our schools are not in good condition, but it does not mean necessarily that as government, we are not doing anything about it. The infrastructure, what are the things that we have done to address whatever challenges that are there in terms of the infrastructure? In addition, the department appreciate the alumni of Sikking Primary School for their continued commitment to giving back to their former school. Through funding provided by Impala Mines, they facilitated the construction of a kitchen, dining hall, and school fencing. Hardly the leader challenges. We are not supposed to come here and grandstand. We must provide leadership. Mo re kgonang go donate teng, let's donate because we are talking about the future of our learners, Mo Northwest Province. Honorable Speaker, this financial year, the department will spend 24,173,016,000 rand, which represent an increase of 5.58% compared to the last financial year. The priorities and services rendered by the Department of Education are categorized into 7 programs. But one must indicate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, like I've already indicated, there is an increase. I wish to table the Department Education Budget Vote 8 for 2026-27 financial year for consideration and approval by our Honorable House as follows. In terms of Program 1, remember we are having 7 programs. Program 1 that speaks to administration, we are allocating 1,354,769,000 rand. And for public ordinary school education, we allocate 18,169,557,000 rand. For the independent school subsidies, we are going to allocate them 66,929,000 rand. And public special schools, because the public special schools, they are special to us. That is why we saw it fit that we must allocate them 1,093,762,000 rand. And early childhood development, as we know, that is our foundation phase. It comes from the social development. That's where we want to invest more in that particular foundation phase. That is why we've decided that we are going to allocate it 1,259,546,000 rand. And in terms of infrastructure, where I know that the debates will dominate, because the fact of the matter is that we are still lagging behind and there are so many challenges. The infrastructure development, we are going to allocate 1,384,107,000 rand. And for examination and education related services, we are going to allocate 8,050,000, 3,042,000 rand. So briefly, this budget will empower the department to sharpen its policy implementation and strengthen the systems needed to deliver on our core mandate of providing quality basic education. Honorable members, I want you to pay attention to this paragraph that I'm going to emphasize. And I did put it deliberately so that when we leave this August House, all of us, we do have a common understanding regarding the budget that is allocated to the Department of Education. I must indicate that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, before I divulge into the detailed allocation per program, I deem it prudent to bring to the attention of this August House that 18,576,434,000 rand from the 24 billion that was allocated. I spoke about 18 billion already. I must indicate which constitutes 77% of the total 2026-2027 of the budget will be spent on compensation of employees. So those are the challenges that we are confronted with. But we have taken a decision, we took an oath that as government will try our level best to close gaps where they are, but we are recognizing the challenges that we are confronted with. So when it comes to Program 1 that deals with administration, this financial year, administration has been allocated 1,354,769,000 rand. And in terms of Program 2, public ordinary school education, for this financial year, a budget of 18,169,557,000 rand has been allocated to public ordinary school education for a wide range of services such as goods and services, transfers to public ordinary schools, institutions, households, machinery and equipment, learning and teaching support material, which is our LTSM, National School Nutrition Program, which is our NSNP, School Enrichment Learner Attainment Improvement Program, professional teacher development, curriculum implementation, and information and communication technology. And then under learner teacher support material, I must indicate that we'll only be allocating 766,908,000 rand for LTSM, which encompasses a wide range of material, including your textbooks, workbooks, stationery, and even digital resources. And then under LAIP, 200 million rand has been put aside for LAIP. Our LAIP is your Learner Attainment Improvement Plan. That's where at the end of the year, even before the end of the year, that's where we are subjecting our learners to incubation program so that batitjhere a rona a tswelele go ba rupelela gore ha ba kwala ditlhatlhobo tsa bone tsa bofelo e be le gore they are ready for their final examination. So there is a money that is allocated for that. But we are having a lot of learners in Northwest Province because realizing that we've managed to deal with the issue of dropouts. Why? Because of introduction, yeah, the NSNP, and because of schools are free, teachers are free, stationery are free. That is why we are realizing that a huge number of learners. So this particular amount is not sufficient. Because remember, our motto is the Northwest Province, we are very clear that we are not going to leave any child behind. So it means that each and every child must be incubated. That is why in most instances, when our HGB are frustrated, they're taking decisions so that parents come in by doing what? Contribute something so that we are able to move forward to improve the results. That is why we'll forever encourage our parents and communities out there to continue to support us as the Department of Education, because the little money that we are getting is not sufficient. We are having large numbers of the learners that must be subjected to the incubation. In terms of math, science, and technology, the department will continue supporting 31 technical vocational schools, 18 agricultural focused schools, and 13 schools implement technical occupational subject, which has been extended to 3 more schools in the current academic year in our endeavor to strengthen implementation of the 3-stream model. Our learners must create jobs after completing their grade 12. They must not be reliant too much on government. That is why as the Northwest Province, we saw it fit that we must introduce these 3-stream models where there are schools who are agri-focused, others are technical schools and so on. So I'm proud to announce that we have increased those particular schools by extra 3. A total of 44,833,000 rand for math, science, technology conditional grant is allocated to support schools identified. National School Nutrition Program for 2026-2027 financial year, NSNP has been allocated 746,983,000 rand to feed an estimated, it can be more, of 7,051,887 learners in 1,331 quintals, 1 to 3 public ordinary schools. I'm saying we are estimating. It can be more than this because remember, we are not allowed, Honorable Nathan, or if there is a learner without a birth certificate, we are forced, Honorable Premier, and then ha re dira budget tlhogo ya ngwana ka ngwana, and tlhogo ya ngwana ka ngwana ke yone birth certificate, because we are a caring government. That is why le bana ba ba senang di birth certificate, we continue to provide them with NSNP because they belong to South Africa. In terms of professional teacher development, the department has allocated 26 million rand towards professional teacher development. This funding was at the school level. In September 2025, we managed to convert 1,311 temporary teachers employed in substantive funded vacant posts were converted to permanent employees in line of collective agreement number 2 of 2024. Under program 3, the department has allocated 60,929,000 rand, which will be transferred to 52 subsidized independent schools. By the way, they took me to court regarding this because remember we had to increase and share whatever that we had with other independent schools that have been in a waiting list. So we had to take that particular decision to say that it can't be that after 20 years, we have been assisting, only few schools have been subsidized. And those particular schools, Saudi Sheba, they are well-resourced, Honorable Speaker. That is why we had to take that particular critical decision to say that others must also benefit. The little thing, the little money that we are having, let's share it among our special, has said 266,247,000 rand for transfer to public special school for day-to-day operation and school administration, procurement of wheelchairs, walking aids, communication aids, LTSM provision of toolkits and tools of trade. I'm thrilled to announce that we are providing for this financial year, we'll be providing Reatlegile and Bophelong special schools with 2-seater passenger vehicles equipped with specialized assistive devices and adaptive mobility features this financial year. Akere bana ba rona ba di special school ke rona re ba itselang ka di transporto tse di complyang ka madi a government ya rona re ba tsa go tla ko magaeng re ba tlisa ko sekolong because ra itse gore go na le batsadi ba ileng go they cannot afford for transportation of those particular learners, so go protect dithuto tsa bone. That is why we saw it fit that we must provide each and every special school with transportation without any fail. Early child development for this financial year, the department has allocated 291,857,000 rand for ECD conditional grant. This allocation will be spent on expanding access to quality ECD services, supporting eligible ECD centers to improve the overall quality of their programs, as well as to meet their basic health and safety standards, and improving the skills and working conditions of ECD practitioners. To enhance universal grade R access curriculum delivery in public schools, 13,400,000 rand will be utilized to supply 400 schools offering grade R with educational toys, fantasy furniture, and combination jungle gyms, all aimed at stimulating learning through play. To professionalize the ECD sector, 22 million rand is set aside to enroll practitioners in professional development program with higher education institution. That will also create more jobs. As we all know that we are still lagging behind, we are still struggling in terms of unemployment in our province, but does not mean necessarily that it must rely only on other departments. It must also be our department also where we are creating jobs for our people. Under infrastructure development, on our Deputy Speaker, the infrastructure development, the department has allocated 1,384,111,000 rand. This allocation is made up of comprises of 1,369,441,000 rand for education infrastructure grant, which is our EIG. 14,670,000 rand for early childhood maintenance grant, and 7,657,000 rand for expanded public works program EPWP integrated grant. Motlotlegi Motlatsa Musa Khotla le maloko a Khotla Peo Molao. Honorable members, the department continues to expand and improve education infrastructure across the province during 2025-26 financial year. 7 new and replacement schools were completed and are now fully operational, including your Richard Tumaholelentsela Primary School, Khalifam Primary, Khosishope Secondary, Trousville Primary, Bato Primary, Muchusi Secondary School, Mpebana 2 Secondary, Sarafena Primary, Tehani Primary, and Sidiko Primary Schools. These projects have helped address infrastructure backlog and improve learning environment in our province. Infrastructure delivery include improved water infrastructure at 30 schools, new sanitation facilities at 17 schools, and 115 maintenance projects to address overcrowding, 492 classrooms, and 26 specialized facilities, including laboratories, libraries, computer centers were completed in the last financial year. School safety and accessibility were enhanced through perimeter fencing at 37 schools, of 8 administration facilities, upgrades of 8 full service schools, and construction of 36 support facilities. But one must capitalize on this particular platform, not to say that I'm grandstanding. We are having a challenge. We don't have money. We put safety of our learners and teachers first. We erect perimeter clear view fences in different schools. Hareza go di erecta, our own communities, batla go di ntsha ba di utswa. So re boela ko morago instead of moving forward. So re kuela ko baaging ba rona. Ra re bana ngwana sejo wa tlhakanelwa. Re le gore mente re buile gore ga rena tšhelete ka le di le nang le lone. Ra go leka go tswala dikaba mo di gaps mo re tlhakalang teng. But ha le palelwa ke go re thusa e leng yena le senyetsang future ya bana ba lona. Le re busetsa ko morago re lefapha la thuto. The department acknowledges the following blocked projects. That is what I'm saying. I'm going to be transparent as much as possible because whether we like it or not, reality is that as the Department of Education, we are still struggling in terms of issues of infrastructure. I must indicate that in terms of block projects, Renali DP Kotlem Primary School. Blocked. Each and every day there are issues regarding that particular school, but I re gore ga re di recipe re lefapha la thuto because ke tiro ya rona gore re heleletse sekolo se re se feditse jaaka ne re solofeditse baagi ba rona and re tlo go tswela go di feleletsa ga re di feleletsa re kopa hela le re itshwarele le ska la re ke ka nako ya di elections because se agilo even before the elections di re na le yo dirang ka natla re na le yo kagiso ba rolong secondary school. Measures are underway to resolve the barriers to ensure their completion within this current financial year. So, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department has allocated 1,384 million rand to infrastructure development in the 2026-2027 financial year to address backlogs, reduce overcrowding, and provide safe, functional learning environments. Despite ongoing progress, the province still faces an infrastructure a backlog estimated at 21 billion, 500 million rand, excluding grade R and ECD requirements, reinforcing the need for partnering with the private sector and mine. A total of 393,904,000 rand is allocated for new and replacement schools. During the year, the department will complete Mahube Primary School, Bathalerwa Primary School, Tihani Primary, Dirankanatla Secondary, Moroccan Primary School, and boarding facilities at Colleen Special School and Moodville Hostels. Ennis Tabon Primary School has also been completed and will help elevate overcrowding. And to strengthen special needs education, 84,170,000 rand has been allocated for projects at Tlamelang and Rekhone Bapo special schools, with planning continue for Temuso and Kutlanong special schools. Contractors have already been appointed for Lorotleng Primary School and Dinokana School for Autism. A further 368,666,000 rand is allocated for upgrades, additions, including 350 classrooms, 35 grade R classrooms, water services at 15 schools, electricity connections at 181 schools, and sanitation upgrades at 23 schools. Major upgrades continues at CN Lekalake Secondary School, Tutong Primary, Telesho Primary, Tlhale Primary, Nitfordin Combined, and Mecha Khasi Secondary School. To enhance school safety, 50 schools will receive high security perimeter fence. An amount of 459,871,000 rand is allocated for refurbishment and rehabilitation, focusing on storm damaged water, structural repairs, infrastructure renewals, and the eradication of remaining asbestos structures. The department has also set aside 64,670,000 rand for maintenance and repairs, including 120 planned maintenance projects. under program and through the education infrastructure grant, this project are expected to create approximately 1,200 jobs opportunities while improving access to quality education across the province. And now EPWP ya rona ba gola ga se EPWP ele ya go kolomaka. Re tsa bana ba rona ra go ba trainer for skill sa go kgona go penta le go aga jalo le jalo gore ha fetsa go tswa mo programming e ya rona ya EPWP a kgone go iperekela ko ntle. So ne ke re kgone go differentiate ba gaetso ba rona. Program 7, examination and education related services. Program 7 budgeted decreases by 21.3 from 1,8,933,000 rand in 2025-2026 to 850,342,000 rand in 2026-2027, largely due to the pay point realigned to Program 1 and discontinuation of Basic Education Employment Initiative. The department has set aside a budget of 140 million rand for examination and assessment. In conclusion, I must indicate that the funding will continue with the administration conduct and marking of national senior certificates, grade 12 examination, preparatory exams, and the implementation of school-based assessment. The program continues to create temporary job opportunities for 650 marking assistants, 250 security personnel, and 215 vigilators during the marking process. Special project program caters for the implementation of the sanitary dignity program, targeting more than 100,000 of girl learners from grade 4 upwards in quintile 1 to 3 public ordinary school. The department allocated 21,150,000 rand for 2026-2027 financial year. It will be a remiss of us to present this budget without knowing the profound losses we have suffered this academic year. We stand here today carrying the heavy memory of learners who tragically perished while wearing their school uniform. A painful reminder of the stark safety challenges our communities face daily. In this regard, we remember with deep sorrow the following learners: Enika Nombela Remufilwe Nchengu and Kitso Matobe from Hoor School, Vryburg, Olebogeng Tagote from Boikagong Secondary School, Toriso Duncan from Sikari Secondary School in Ngaka. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this budget speech is solemnly dedicated to their memory and to the many other learners who lost their lives while striving to change their lives for the better through education. All those particular learners, ba tlhokafetse ba le mo uniformong, ne ba palame koloi ba boela ko sekolong bangwe. O mong sale aya di extra classing on Sunday, le gompieno re kry-ile a tlhokafetse. And the rest le bone ne ba tswa ko di extra classing, bang ne ba tswa ko sekolong. Ya bontsha gore e ne le bana ba ne ba na le maikaelelo a go bona e le bana ba ba ka tšhentšhang selebego sa province ya rona. But unfortunately, ga ba kry that particular opportunity. And by the way, 2 of them, they were in grade 12s. I've managed to visit their families. It's bad there. You could see, one would understand why they were fighting for education. Because what they wanted was to change the lives of their parents. Mara go na le gore mo lositseng because of somebody there is still out there, a bolang ngwana a apere uniform, an innocent soul. So ke one mathata a re nang le one ao. So we cannot offer mere words of comfort. Their dreams and cut short aspiration will continue to inspire our work as we build a safer, better future for every child under our care. Let me also take this moment to express my sincere gratitude to the Premier of the Northwest Province, Honorable Lazarus Kagiso Mokgosi, for his guidance, support, and leadership in enabling me to effectively execute my responsibility. Again, I wish to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate my political home, the African National Congress, under the capable and visionary leadership of Dumile Nono Maloyi, Chairperson, you have been more than a leader. You have been a brother, a mentor, and a pillar of strength. Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Speaker, a special, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the educators, school management teams, support staff, governing body, labor union, South African Principal Association, parents and learners for their continued dedication and resilience. Indeed, Linchasa game. Your commitment remains the foundation upon which the success of our education system is built. A special high five to all our social media followers for the continuous engagement with us by sharing your thoughts, feedback, and ideas. Your voices matters the most. I also extend my gratitude to the Superintendent General, senior management team, officials of the Department of the Northwest Department of Education, for their hard work and commitment in advancing the mandate of the department. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank honorable members of this House for their oversight, guidance, and support as we continue working together to improve the lives of our people through education. And lastly, honorable member, I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to my family, Re le mme Jabanyane, my husband, Reini Kgotso Mutsumi, my precious children Amantle Aluta and Arona Asante Azania. Thank you for being consistent source of love, hope, and motivation in my life. Your smiles, dreams, and future aspiration reminds me every day why the work we do in government matters so deeply. You continue to give me strength and purpose in serving our people. And lastly, Makabane Katambo, comrades of the movement, Hanes Kalona, Kabe Resifa Morilinteng, Reka because ele lona, Rele Akileng, Libaba Kafa, Neba Lemo the organization, Meba Heleta Batswile, Batla Kafa, because of the democracy that we fought for. But because we are a movement, Relida Bato. That is why Ubana Rebaza Sintle, Resaba Omani, Resaba Kwatele, because at one particular point, there are former members of the African National Congress in the Northwest Province. Nothing is impossible until it's done. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Mtsumi. I now call on Honorable Khosho to table and lead the debate on committee report on the department. Honorable Khosho, you've got 7 minutes.
Thank you, Kgoleboge Motlatsa Musa Khotla. Ke dumedise baagi ba rona, all stakeholders who were invited by various departments. Deputy Speaker, as a Portfolio Committee, I'm tabling this report on behalf of the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Williams, and of course, I've interacted with the department as well. They have the report was the APP was tabled in the legislature in line with the regulations, and it was engaged with on the 11th of June, and the committee was adopted on the 17th of June. I must indicate that there's been engagements from the first draft up to the final draft. And we commend you, MEC, for your effort, your commitment with the Superintendent General and the senior management team. Chair, I'm going to quickly go to the deliberations. As the APP has complied in line with the regulations as expected from our side. The Portfolio Committee has raised the following issues, or have asked the issues as we engage with the APP of the department, that the Portfolio Committee inquired on the department's plan to deal with the shortage of robotics gadgets at schools as it is a key concern. Ensuring access to modern educational technology, Superintendent General, is quite essential for fostering innovation and preparing learners for the future. MEC, I think she walks that language of educational technology, and we expect that let's walk the talk. There was an inquiry regarding whether MOU exists between the department and Department of Social Development and Health. This relates specifically to the appointment of specialists such as social workers and psychologists at schools, which would provide holistic support for learners' well-being. The committee further inquired on the strategic plan to improving metric performance as a critical objective for the department, but it must be noted the context. We appreciate the performance, the advancement that has been, the remarkable performance that has been registered by the Northwest Provincial Department of Education. But we know that we can go beyond that. And with the energy and the zeal that you have, Honorable MEC, and your management team, I think that you have that energy to reposition again the Northwest. We were once positioned too, but we appreciate that the department is making strides to ensure that we improve the results. We harness our learners, and they're able to unleash their potential. We've requested for a clear plan in that support in terms of the outcomes to ensure the improved outcomes. There is interest in understanding how the department is addressing the underperformance in 2025-2026 financial year. I think MEC has spoken to that. We appreciate that. The department was inquired on turnaround strategy and aims to strengthen its capacity by retaining employees, your retaining strategy, thereby avoiding the need for resignations or transfers to other departments. We know that severance packages has been opened. Most of our educators are leaving SG. And we are worried as a committee in terms of succession planning. It's quite important for us, Honorable MEC. I think we need that. Concerns have been expressed about the department's adherence to its procurement plan. Maintaining compliance is essential to promoting transparency and operational efficiency within departmental processes. A concern was also raised, the Deputy Speaker, regarding the department's plan to continue with the initiative provide breakfast to schools in the financial year, specifically seeking clarification on how many schools will benefit from this initiative. And our Premier, we've raised this. I've personally actually raised this matter because I think that we started well through Tunzal Rule in providing breakfast for our learners at school. And we need to up the game on this need, because our learners, some of them, they come from impoverished families. And if they have not at least had supper, at least they have a guarantee to have breakfast in the morning. And I think it is important that eating breakfast is very important. So I think it's one program that we cannot afford not to reinforce it from government side. We've raised a concern regarding whether contractors have been terminated due to underperformance, and if so, whether suitable consequence management measures have been applied to those contractors. These are the key, I think, critical Deputy Speaker questions that I think we have covered as a portfolio committee. Other matters is just to ensure that doing, Honorable MEC. And I think from our side, what we want to see, even on this recommendation, your strategy moving forward in engaging with different private sector and to partner on this matter. We know that there's not enough budget. We can't expect miracles from you, but we thought that we must put it here as a recommendation. As you engage in with your different stakeholders in the private sector, at least prioritize this component as well. The department should provide a report clarifying the existence and scope of the MOU with the Department of Social Development and Health. I think we appreciate the work that is being done there, but we would also want to have at least an understanding on key areas of partnership that are covered in the MOU. The report should include steps to formalize collaboration for appointment of school social workers, in particular psychologists at schools, and ensuring holistic student support, learner support, not student support. A strategic plan aimed at improving metric performance should be submitted to the portfolio committee. We commend you, MEC, but we don't want you to lower the guard. We know that we can go beyond it, and we are actually happy with what you've registered in the last metric results. I think we must commend you for that. The department to deliver a detailed account explaining initiatives to address underperformance. Also, the account should also confirm how the improvement plan is incorporated in the APP, how your shortcomings of the last financial year, your non-performance, they should be encapsulated, and you expect on quarterly reports, the reporting system, a Superintendent General and the senior management, as the MEC comes to lead you, you must be able to demonstrate on how have you done your recovery plan. The department should report on measures taken to ensure strict adherence to its procurement plan. Recommendations should include enhanced monitoring, compliance checks, a corrective measure, and bolster transparency and operational efficiency. I think what is also important, the procurement plan, MEC, I think we've raised this matter within the portfolio committee. The procurement plan must be followed through to the core, and it must also take us on board so that we work with you, so that when there are challenges in the second or the third quarter, at least we understand how you have followed through your procurement plan. So your procurement plan will assist you to meet your targets that you've had your shortcomings on. And the updated plan on breakfast initiatives, I think I don't want to lament on that. I think we know that there are budget and constraints, Honorable MEC. But we know you knew you can be able to run this in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, in partnership with the private sector. The department is required to provide within a summary of actions taken regarding the termination of underperforming contractors. This summary must include details of consequence management measures implemented to measure accountability, deter future underperformance. Yet, in terms of the report, Deputy Speaker, we said this, some of the reports we want them in 7 days, but I think some of the areas, Honorable MEC, we'll take comfort if you give us quarterly updates. Because some of the reports you can still submit them, some of them you can do them on quarterly basis. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I want to put before this report, and also want to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee. I indicated that I'm standing on behalf of the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and I want to sincerely thank the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Makhakhane. You held the candle, you've held the fire burning in this Portfolio Committee, and we must commend you while you are still here. Appreciate your selfless contribution in making sure that we are able to hold the department accountable. MEC, I know that you've been a bit frustrated with the support of the committee now and then, but just know that we appreciate the work that you are doing together with the department. We therefore table this report in accordance with Rule 153, the Portfolio Committee, and also recommends that the House adopts Vote 8 of the Departmental and Budget, Department of Education, with its recommendations so that they can go and advance and change the life of a child, boy and a girl child, in the Northwest for the year 2026-2027 financial year. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khosho. Now call on Honorable Devampi for 10 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, leaders of the undefeated economic freedom fighters, members of the executive committee led by Premier Lazarus Mukhosi, members of the legislature, our guests present in the August House, Baagi ba rona ba Bokone Bophirima, dumelang. You know, Deputy Speaker, before I start, you know, when you call people empty vessels, it means that you yourself, you are empty, because only an empty vessel will know how it feels to be empty. So those who are saying people are empty vessels, they are the ones who are empty, and they need to accept that reality. There's nothing we can do to help them with their emptiness. The 2026-2027 APP of the Northwest Department of Education, Department Yama 2K, is by far one of the most laziest APPs that we have seen in the history of this legislature. And it bears no response to the challenges faced by learners and teachers equally. If you doubt this, just in the last quarter, the department was unable to achieve 40% of their set targets. On the committee report, we said that the MEC must make sure that the improvement plan is aligned with the APP. So this is just to show you that indeed this is one of the laziest APPs. In the most recent Funda Uphumelele report that has been released, it indicates that at least 70% of learners in grade 1 to 3 cannot read at that grade level in their home language. The Northwest Province is no exception to the overall literacy challenges faced by the country. In fact, our province has been reported to be on par with national statistics for learners failing to read with understanding at foundational phase. One would expect this to be one of the primary dilemmas the Department Yama 2K strives to curb and would be reflected in the APP. However, that is not the case. The department has expressed that its target for grade 3 learners to obtain more than 50% in home language and mathematics in the 26-27 financial year ranges between 14 to 90%. Its target for grade 12 learners to achieve 60% and above in physical science is only 21%. From these statistics alone, the attitude of the department towards academic excellence amongst black children in the province is visible. That is not the goal, that is the department of mediocrity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department has outright declared its disengagement on critical issues plowing the province, which it has an equal responsibility towards, like the empowerment of youth and people with disabilities. In the procurement of services, the department has set a target of 15% for youth-owned enterprises and even a staggering 7% for enterprises owned by persons with disability, which in any way they fail to reach honorable smarts. The physical state of schools remain a massive concern in the province, especially during cold and rainy seasons. Schools like Lirunze Lesedi Secondary School, Honorable Makakane, who have been compelled to file a petition with Parliament after numerous failed attempts to receive assistance from the department. As is usually the case, roofs have collapsed and are leaking, ablution facilities are unsafe for usage, windows and doors are broken. The state of this school is in line with the department's infrastructure report to Parliament that indicates that only 287 schools of the 1.471 public schools in the province are in good condition, while 252 schools require urgent repairs. With this in mind, Department Yama 2K has allocated a mere 1.3 billion to this cause. With the migration of ECDs into the department, not sufficient budget has been allocated to early childhood development for 2026-27 financial year, which is meant to include many of these schools that offer grade R learners. And we know that in order for your house and your roof to be strong, your foundations must first be strong. But in this department, we are doing the exact opposite of Leojwa Lesalimeti, and we can see it through the allocation of money. In a world that is rapidly integrating the use of artificial intelligence, coding and robotics programs are only being piloted at only 16 schools in the province. The vision and progress of these programs are unclear and unaccounted for, leaving the children of Northwest Province even further behind. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department has no clear vision and strategy for providing relevant and meaningful education to learners in the province that will keep them for life socially and economically outside the school. The department is setting our children up for failure. As the EFF, we find this unacceptable, even more so that this attitude of failure is the strategy adopted for the future. As a result, we submit that this department expands its vision for learners and teachers of Northwest and plans for a future wherein learning is not facilitated in a classroom with broken windows, doors, exposed ceiling on cold and rainy days, but that all schools are renovated and equipped with heating facilities. We submit that the department budget for ECDs be increased to include the fitting of suitable and safe playing facilities on all premises, allowing children to safely improve their physical and motor skills while learning through play. We submit that coding and robotics program be prioritized and incorporated into the primary learning curriculum so as to place the learners of the Northwest Province on par with the rest of the world. We submit that the department revive the QLTCs because they are not working in order to ensure that SAPs keep the violence and carrying of weapons and illegal substances onto school premises, which will in turn reduce the frequent violent outcomes of bullying and intimidation in schools. We submit that the department takes ownership of its responsibilities relating to scholar transport and ensure that learners receive safe and reliable transport services. In as much as you are saying you are catering for transport for learners with at special schools, we are saying take ownership because of this youth and Dala has dismally failed when it comes to scholar transport. It is not our responsibility that we must come and teach the chief whip that about democracy. That she tells us that if she had powers, then she would make sure that those that don't vote for, they will not receive services. That is the same attitude that is shown to our people who do not vote for the ANC. They are not given jobs. They are not given any form of income. And that is exactly what the chief whip has exposed the ANC into. We are saying baagi ba ko Christiana ba emetse dikolo kgang ya hore each and every financial year go ka be go te no ditla must come to an end. If you want us to support the budget, put the interest of our people in place. Ensure that you are a real 2K. Don't behave like all these MECs who don't really understand what is it that the future wants. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, we are saying, Honorable Sambata, we don't want this thing of funding independent schools. Those people are independent. They must just stay independent with their funding. No money of our taxpayers' money cannot go and fund the very same people that have oppressed us for many years. And I'm glad Honorable Oliphant clearly agrees with me. And I want to submit that the department restores the compulsory involvement of learners in extramural activities across the schools in the province as a way of restoring discipline. And because some of the issues that we are raising are not reflected in the APP, MEC, unfortunately, we'll have to reject this budget. We have to reject it, and the APP are rejecting everything.
Thank you
very much.
Davampe. Honorable Wolon. Honorable Wolon, you've got 8 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, ek reageer namens die Demokratiese Alliansie op die LER se 26-27 onderwysbegrotingstoespraak en om die huidige in die konteks van verlede jare se begrotingsdebatte te plaas. Ons doen dit nie om politieke punte te behaal nie, maar om kontinuïteit, verantwoordbaarheid en meetbare vordering vir leerders te verseker. Die DA
Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Moema.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are struggling with this facility. We don't get interpretation. Some of us were not born in apartheid. We have no access to Afrikaans.
No, I think you are out of order. Afrikaans is one of the official languages. The point you must raise is that there's no interpretation, but the rest of the other things should not be said in this house because Afrikaans is one of the official languages in South Africa.
Deputy Speaker, if I might come in, I did give a copy.
No. I'm presiding, Honorable Wolon. I'm presiding over. So, Secretary, can you please attend to the interpretation? But in the meantime, Honorable Wolon, you've got 8 minutes to proceed. You can proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Verantwoordbaarheid en meetbare vordering vir leerders te verseker. Die DA sal die Noordwes onderwysbegroting ondersteun, maar slegs op die duidelike bewysgebaseerde voorwaardes wat ons vandag uiteensit. Ons steun is voorwaardelik omdat die rekord beide egte bestuurspogings en kommerwekkende teenstrydighede toon wat dringend opgelos moet word deur die LER en SG. The warning from previous years. When we debated the 24-25 budget, the DA warned that headline allocations would count for little unless matched by transparent targets, robust procurement, and verifiable delivery. That warning still remains valid. The department's 26-27 APP and the Division of Revenue schedule shows resources are available. Conditional grants for infrastructure, ECD and nutrition are sizable. Yet, in contradiction, the APP also shows indicators being moved into internal operational plans, cuts to teacher training, and a collapse in some ECD targets. The money is there, but the plan to convert it into classroom realities is inconsistent. 3 contradictions that must be fixed. Inversely, the DA's role is to hold the executive to account and to ensure that good intentions become measurable outcomes. The APP reveals 3 contradictions that must be fixed immediately. 1. Teacher development. The APP shows mathematics teacher training dropped from 930 to 650. That is a 30% cut. Language teacher training dropped from 1,210 to 800. That is a 34% cut. We cannot expect improved literacy and numeracy outcomes while training fewer teachers. If the department has or is planning to reallocate training funds to more effective methods, publish the evidence. Give us course accreditation, completion rates, and demonstrable classroom impact. If not, restore the training targets and tie funding to verified outputs. 2. ECD, Early Childhood Development. Registered ECD development program targets fell from 1,700 to 500. That is a 70% reduction. Yet the national ECD grant for the province increased from 306 million to 435 million. That is a 42% increase. How does the department explain the increase in the ECD grant while provincial targets have decreased? The DA insists on a public costed ECD rollout plan. How many registered sites will be supported? How many practitioners will be formalized? How will the extra funding expand access rather than just subsidize existing private provision? 3. Transparency of delivery indicators. The APP moved critical indicators into the operational plan. Textbook by delivery by January, target 100%. Mother tongue-based bilingual education monitoring, 50 schools. Reading monitoring, target 50 schools. The problem, the target of 50 schools is unacceptable given that we have 1,275 fee-free schools that need monitoring. Parents and oversight committees must be able to verify whether textbooks arrived, whether mother tongue-based bilingual education pilots are being monitored, and whether reading programs are actually implemented. The DA demands that these indicators be increased but also restored to the public APP and reported quarterly with named officials and verifiable milestones. The worksheet's reality. A further operational reality we must address is the increased use of quarterly worksheets. Worksheets can help with catch-up, but they are not cost-free. Printing and distributing them requires printers, toner, paper, maintenance, teacher devices, data lines for digital distribution and training. Schools and parents should not bear these expenses. The department must publish a costed learning and teaching support materials strategy. That's the LTSM the MEC was referring to, that covers printing, distribution, digital readiness, for instance, computers, printers, ink, and data network capability. Where private sector printing or digital distribution is more effective, use competitive outcome-based contracts, but only with full transparency. Accountability with capacity. On procurement and past failures, the DA remains firm. Accountability must be paired with capacity building. The APP and public records show procurement and scholar transport failures in prior years. The AG found over 114 million paid to people who had resigned, retired, or even died. The SA Human Rights Commission found over 1 billion paid for scholar transport that was never rendered. Where wrongdoing is found, disciplinary and criminal referrals must follow. But sanctions alone are not enough. We insist on capacity support, performance contracts for program managers, and binding project readiness computer programs. In other words, Northwest Treasury only allows funds to flow when Northwest Education's feasibility and procurement plans are in place. Therefore, the DA's conditional support is clear and practical. We require, within defined timeframes, 1, a public diagnostic and corrective action plan identifying root causes of irregular and unauthorized expenditure with named officials and milestones. 2, the immediate restoration of delivery and financial integrity indicators to the public APP with quarterly public reporting against them. A costed worksheet and LTSM delivery plan covering printing, devices, data, and maintenance. 4, targeted departmental central procurement only for high-value, high-volume categories such as textbooks, LTSM, and major infrastructure, while preserving school autonomy for pedagogical purchases. 5, publication of the list of infrastructure incentive projects, timelines, and procurement plans. 6, a report on the 114 million overpayments. How much has been recovered? Who has been held accountable? 7, the report on the SAHRC scholar transport deadlines. Name and take to task the officials responsible for the 1 billion in irregular, in irregular payments. 8, launch a forensic investigation into the 100 million contract for printing matric papers. Publish the findings, late charges if looting is found. In closing.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Groenewald. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Education is the one department where failure does not remain for a single financial year. It follows a child. It follows that child from grade 3 reading into grade 6 mathematics, from grade 9 subject choices into matric results, and from matric into unemployment if the system has failed to prepare them properly. This is why the Freedom Plus measures the education budget by what happens inside the classroom. The committee report raises exactly the right issue. Robotics and modern learning technologies are no longer optional extras. If learners in the Northwest are expected to compete in a modern economy, schools cannot be left without the basic tools needed for mathematics, science, technology, and innovation. But technology must also help teachers. Educators cannot be buried under administration while learners lose teaching time. Every unnecessary report, duplicated form, and manual process steals time from the classroom. The department must use digital systems to reduce paperwork, track procurement, monitor infrastructure, and prevent payroll and staffing irregularities before they become scandals. Honourable DS, the report also asks for support for social development and health, particular social work and psychologists in schools. This is crucial. Teachers are being expected to carry the burden of poverty, trauma, violence, substance abuse, and family breakdown. A school cannot become a social work office by default. Learners need proper support, and teachers need to be allowed to teach. Matric performance also cannot be addressed only by the end of grade 12. By then, many gaps are already too deep. The department must show early measurable interventions, reading, numeracy, subject support, teacher stability, and consequent management where programs fail. The same applies to procurement and infrastructure. When contractors underperform, they must not simply disappear into another tender cycle. There must be consequences. Schools cannot wait year after year while projects stall, toilets remain unacceptable, classrooms deteriorate, and learners are told to be patient. The school breakfast initiative also deserves clear answers. Hungry learners cannot concentrate, but food programs must be transparent, properly monitored, and protected from corruption. Honorable DS, as the communities move towards judging government where they live, parents will not judge education by APP language. They will judge by the school their child attends, whether there's a teacher in the classroom, whether the child is safe, whether food is provided, whether technology works, whether contractors finish, whether results improve. Education must not be managed as paperwork. It must be protected as the future of this province. The Freedom Front Plus is not convinced that this vote gives learners, parents, and teachers that assurance, and therefore we cannot support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matse. You've got 7 minutes.
Motlotlegi Mosakgotla, Motlotlegi Tonakgolo, maloko a kabinete ya gago le maloko a ntlo e ba gaetsho ba bo Northwest ra dumedisa. Re tla go tsena mo dipuisanong tsa tekanyetsokabo ya Lefapha la Thuto. Yaanong ga re batle go ganetsana le ba ba ka fa. Setšhaba se tla re makalla re se re dira sono ka bana ba batho. Ka gore go a bonagala gore ga ba utlwe dilo tse re di bolelang mo ga ba utlwe gore re a reng. Yaanong setšhaba se tla re se tlhogo re dira sono ka bana ba sentsaneng ba ise ba tlhaloganye gore puso ya reng. One of the great leaders on our continent, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, said something that is relevant today, and I quote, "Education is not a way to escape poverty, it's a way of fighting it," close quote. Now, education therefore plays a very important role in fighting poverty, inequality, and unemployment, which by their nature in South Africa are perpetuated by race, class, and gender oppression. It's on the basis of this assertion that the ANC has committed through our 2024 manifesto to invest in the people by improving access to quality education. This budget therefore represents our revolutionary duty to place education at the center of the struggle against poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Bana ba re ba rutang ba, wena motlotlegi Dabampe, re ba lwela le dinokwane le magodu, re ba lelwa le boradikgoka ba imperiale, gore bana ba ba godisiwe ka tsamaiso e tlhamaletseng. So ga re tlhalose re amogela gore re lwela bana le magodu, re lwela bana le bo maimperiale gore dikakanyo tsa bana nne tse di fodileng. Re amogela re le ANC gore kgololosego ga ikitla e lekana go fitlhelela ngwana wa modiri wa polase, ngwana wa modiri wa mine, ngwana wa motsadi o sa direng, ngwana o e leng gore ga gona batsadi mo ntlong a bona thuto ya motheo. Re itumelela attitude ya management wa gago Mokhuduthamaga ba lefapha gore le ga go na le dikgwetlho, but their attitude to audit is the most correct. And re itumelela pace e mo dikgweding tse di fetile le berekileng ka yona, who deal even with the material irregularities, including that one on the PESAL termination. We are happy with that pace. Yeah, no, re baakanye motlotlegi wa lona fa le gore Selo se ga se so se e leng gore se eme ga go diragale sepe ka sone. Go a diragala rra, go a diragala bula matlho tla dikopanong o tla bona. Re itumelela tirisano mo go e leng teng magareng ga batsadi, mekgatlho ya baithuti jaaka bo COSAS, mekgatlho ya badiri mo go netefatseng gore re sireletsa thuto. Motlotlegi Motlatsa Mmusa Kgotla, go tsweletswa pele ga setšhaba go ka se ga diragala ntle fela le fa re baakanya tsamaiso ya thuto. Re itumelela gape gore ka nako ya pulo ya dikolo re etela mafelo a farologaneng. Dintlha tse re di tlhagisitseng tseo re itumelela gore lefapha le simolotse go di araba. Sekai, ko Motaung Primary ko Boikhuso ko Ventersdorp, re kopile gore go thusiwe SGB ya teng e tlhaloganye pharologano magareng ga tsamaiso management le taolo. Re itumelela gore lefapha le simolotse go dira sengwe ka selo seo. Re itumelela gore ko Ventersdorp combined ko ra kontraka o senang tsebe a neng a tlogetse projeke ya go renovate holo Tonakgolo. Lefapha le mo tsentse dinala. Re itumelela gore ba dirile selo seo. Re itumelela gape wena Motlotlegi Mokhuduthamaga, sekolo sa science sa tswelelo pele gore selo se ne re sella maloba sa gore selo se ga se sekolo se ka dikago tse di ntseng jaana. Re itumelela gore projeke eo e simolotse go diragatswa. Re itumelela dilo tseo le gore bana ba rona ba simolotse go dira sentle mo school sports. Yaanong re ikuela mo go wena Mokhuduthamaga mabapi le school nutrition program. Sekopisi se se diriwang ke batho ba paletsweng ko di-provinceng tse dingwe a batle ka kwano batle go ithuta gore rona re tsamaisa jang school nutrition program. Re batla go tlhagisa gore go na le bothata ba bana ba ba senang di-birth certificate le di-ID. Re ikuela mo lefapheng gore le dire mmogo le lefapha la Home Affairs go netefatsa gore re rarabolola bothata bo. Infrastructure becomes one of the challenges that we need to attend to. Ensure that projects, when they are started, they are completed within the resources allocated, but also within the time. Re itumelela dikolo tsa rona, di-special school tsa rona bo re atlegile bophelong le temoso tse lefapha le di neelang the necessary support. Re a re le ga le dira yalo ga go a lekana. More still needs to be done to support these special schools. Ba gaetsho ba ba thubakang dikolo a ko Letsibogeng le Boelwe ke botho. Dikolo tse ke tsa rona. Ha gore gore ga matlole a sa tlholatswa mo dipokotong tsa rona directly ga e sa tlhole dikolo tsa rona. Mokgolo wa maloba wa school fund o fedile mme a gore ya no tshentse re palwe ke go sireletsa dithoto tsa rona ko bofelong. Baie dankie u ligbaar Walwan dat julle van julle kant af vandag julle wil nie klein politieke punt behaal. Maar julle ondersteun die departementbegroting en jaarlikse uitvoerende plan. Ons waardeer julle standpunt met die departement se begroting. Motlotlegi Motlatsa Mmusa Kgotla ko bofelong rona re le African National Congress re ka kopa mo malokong a ntlo ya gago gore ka bong ba pelo fela re menokeng tekanyetso ka boe botshelo boe ko pele ka bonako dilo di diragale ka bonako go diragale ra leboga tsamaya Mmesaga tsamaya
Baie dankie Akbar.
tsamaya Mmesaga.
Order, honorable members. Baie dankie Akbar Smats. Re tla bitsa Motlotlegi Tsholo o na le metsotso e le meraronyana fela.
Motlotlegi Motlatsa Mmusa Kgotla e re ke gore ke re bao ba re kgokgontshang ba re kgokgontshetsa boammaaruri motswana a re ngwana yo tlhogo kgolo o sira rragwe. Jaanong, I want to state the fact that Umkhonto Wesizwe Party calls for the urgent transformation of our education system in the Northwest Province to turn the situation around and advance the goals of the national democratic revolution. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the late President Robert Mugabe transformed Zimbabwe's primary education to focus more on technical, vocational skills and entrepreneurship to support socio-economic transformation. Tuto ya bono e mo tirong ya matsogo, hence the people of that particular country are well equipped in bricklaying, construction, electrical work, cooking, and so forth, because they learned these skills at primary school. In many developing countries, Honorable Deputy Speaker, unemployment is a major challenge because their education systems are not aligned with the demands and expectations of the workplace. I would like to say, Honorable Speaker, like in Burkina Faso and Namibia, we are preparing ourselves to take over our mineral resources in this particular province. It therefore begins with education. Our province should find a way of offering engineering and manufacturing courses or learning areas so that raw materials can be processed inside this particular province and not outside. Our universities, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as well as FETs, must teach mining law and other mining courses like at Wits University. Mr. Patrice Motsepe studied mining law at Wits University, and this knowledge helped him to penetrate this monopolized industry. These are the types of technical knowledge which we must give our youth in this particular platinum province of Northwest. The Northwest Province, Honorable Deputy Speaker, further, it is very much rich in agricultural land. Therefore, it is very much important that agricultural science as a subject be taught across the board in our schools, and therefore it be made compulsory in all schools, so that at the end of the day, from grade R until secondary schools, and it should or include agro-processing courses or subject in this particular regard. The pertinent question that I would like to ask, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is, do we have institutions that offer a variety of agro-processing in our province to empower our youth so that our raw materials can be processed inside our province? It is only this particular Department of Education that will assist us so that our youth that are upcoming should assist us to create more jobs in our province. The Northwest Province is the only province in the country where the unemployment is of the highest, Honorable Deputy Speaker, where half of the population is unemployed. Whilst taking that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have noted the presentation by the Honorable MEC. We are therefore requesting that a consolidated assessment of our schools, especially where old ones are, be done in order for such schools to benefit from the 1.3 billion that you have indicated.
Thank you,
the
Honourable
77 budget that goes to the COE, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are requesting that there be a critical skills audit so that when officials or employees are retiring, we must know that at the end of the day,
Thank you, Honorable Solo. Thank you, Honorable Solo. Honorable Tlapi, order. We now call Honorable Makhakhane. We've got 9 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker Mokone Maine, Honorable Premier Kagiso Mokhosi, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this august House, distinguished guests. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we gather today under the ambiguous mandate to move decisively from policy to practice, from commitments to implementation, and from promises to measurable change in the lives of our children. As former President Thabo Mbeki wisely noted, I quote, "Most important thing about education was that it taught us to question even those things we thought we knew, to be testing your knowledge all the time in order to be more effective," close quote. In the context of this 22.9 billion budget, That ability to inquire, innovate, and create must be placed firmly in the hands of every learner across every village, town, farm, and township in the Northwest. This budget is not merely a financial instrument. It is a practical tool to reclaim our province's portrait of excellence. First, we would like to commend the matric class of 2025. Their success is a clear testimony of stabilizing system, ensuring that no learner who from historical marginalized communities is left behind. It proves that the choices the ANC government continues to make towards universal quality public education are working. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress has declared 2026 a year of decisive action to fix local government, accelerate economic transformation, and deepen social justice. Education is a form of social justice. Education sits at the center of this renewal that we want as the African National Congress. And we must remember that schools do not exist in a vacuum. A municipality that works ensures water is in schools, safe roads for travel, and reliable refuse removal and dignified sanitation. Similarly, a transformed economy creates direct pathways, Honorable Tsholo, for our learners beyond grade 12. Therefore, this budget serves as that physical bridge between political manifesto and the learner's exercise book, translating national priorities into visible local delivery. Our total allocation of 22.9 billion carries heavy structural obligations, starting with the amount that goes into compensation of employees. As the House, we must not just see it as a barrier, but actually look at it as a strategic investment in the classroom stability, curriculum delivery, and learner achievement. When teachers are being paid, when we have teachers and educators, we can have learner achievement. We know that this is a strain in the department. It is under due pressure. However, to protect remaining fiscal space, we welcome the targeted increase within the budget, starting with examination and education to safeguard assessment integrity, increased funding for human resource training bursaries, youth empowerment initiatives. And Honorable Dabampi, the increase on independent school subsidies from 58 million to 61 million, it is a commitment that we have made as government for public-private educational partnerships. And to increase this, we do need these initiatives. We are aggressively addressing the apartheid legacy of structural deprivation. Our infrastructure allocation prioritizes asbestos removal, the refurbishment of aging facilities, the rapid rollout of the strategic infrastructure projects to eliminate classroom overcrowding. What we need to realize is that overcrowding weakens discipline and dilutes individual attention of educators to our learners. The budget is not just about building classrooms as the MEC outlined earlier on. It's about building the future. And for us to do this, what we need is to accelerate curriculum reforms by integrating coding, robotics, technical mathematics, agriculture, and vocational pathways. The Northwest must produce the innovators, artisans, coders, and engineers required for the fourth industrial revolution. We have a young lady from Lobatla, Dr. Gaye Treasure Meko, who holds a doctorate in 4IR, a small village in Ramotshirimwelwa, Ward 5. So we need to produce more Dr. Gaye Treasure Meko, and we need to teach this curriculum and also increase teacher professionalism and deepen through targeted bursaries, mentorships, and responsible conversion of temporary posts to permanent positions. We applaud the expanded access to registered early childhood programs. The budget funds improve practitioner training and monitoring to ensure ECD becomes a bulletproof foundation for literacy and numeracy. But what we need to also take into account is that most of our ECDs are not compliant, and which is why they were not even funded in the last financial year. What we need, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that these ECDs must ensure that they are compliant to the requirements to actually get the funding. And this because this non-compliance is the single most hindrance to ensuring the funding of ECDs. Furthermore, we applaud the Department on Inclusive Education to address the desperate needs of our public special schools. We need funding resources for learners with special education needs, school-based support teams, and remedial interventions. And the sword turning that happened in Dinokana yesterday, we applaud the department as it moves towards making sure that they build the autism school in Dinokana Ramotsirimuilo. But let us also be brutally honest, Deputy Speaker. The 2026 School Readiness Report reminds us that education system cannot succeed only on policy. What we need is that we need to deal with the serious operational backlogs, delayed filling of positions, weak school management, dysfunctional SGBs, late referrals of special needs learners, and gaps in security screening. And these are done by administrators. These failures directly compromise teaching time, financial integrity, and learner safety. This budget does look at funding the precise systems that make our posts effective and accountable. This financial year, we need to highlight and tighten recruitment timelines and district monitoring, governance training for SGBs to combat corruption, strict consequence management where public resources are misused. Accountability means doing the right thing at the right time for the sole benefit of our children and our learners. We applaud the initiative to actually strengthening the head of department's capacity and centralized procurement oversight to protect every single cent. To mitigate the poverty that leads to school dropouts, we support the expansion and scaling of the National School Nutrition Program. However, monitoring needs to be intensified across the province to ensure food quality, reliable delivery, and fair procurement. No child must land on an empty stomach. And we're also happy that the department plans to address psychosocial vulnerabilities of our youth, including teenage pregnancy and statutory rape, by building multi-departmental interventions with SAPS, social development, and health. Education is a societal project. It does not exist in a vacuum. We also call upon all alumni forums, traditional leaders, civil society, and local industries to stand up and partner with our schools. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, this budget is not just a collection of sterile numbers arranged in line items. It is a living, breathing expression of the ANC-led governance. A test of execution by the department, a sacred commitment to the children of the Northwest. Let us move with urgency and discipline and unity. Let us support our educators. Let us support our department while holding the system strictly accountable. Let us protect our learners while empowering our communities. I will close this, Honorable Deputy Speaker, with another quote from former President Thabo Mbeki. And I hope that we realize that what he said is, for the first time in human history, society has capacity, the knowledge, and the resources to eradicate poverty. Because of this, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for these foundational reasons, the African National Congress supports for the adoption of Budget 8 for the Department of Education for 2026-27 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now call on Honorable Matsumi. We've got 5 times 2 minutes. Honorable Matsumi, you've got 5 times 2 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me start by acknowledging all the responses and the concerns raised by honorable members. But I think it's time, Honorable Deputy Speaker, because I believe that according to the standing rules, this is one of your responsibility, if I'm not mistaken. You deal with issues of members' interest. It is your responsibility actually to start now capacitating our honorable members because we are struggling as the executive. In most instances, we spend most of our time trying even to interpret what is an APP. What does indicator says? You are having honorable Dabampe retry le education ba gola no re tsa gore re ise ko go lona because it can't be correct that public ordinary citizens are here are being misled by the honorable member who's supposed to tell the truth before our community members. O ka ske wa tla fa o botla bua ka APP o bua ka 60%, whereas that particular APP actually it meant for our annual performance plans are just plans we have not implemented. So how go 60 mo la go re performile 60 ke what we are planning for this financial year. Now bagolo ba dutse mo le an honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
O ba misleader go re performile ka 60.
Deputy Speaker, I think the MEC is confused. Maybe I must assist here. I don't know. Can she take a question? That is the. Can the MEC take a
Are you
question?
able to take a question?
Can you take a question that you are confused? Confused.
Please. Honorable Dabampe, the MEC is not taking your question. Sit down. You can proceed.
Come on.
Uta reda bampe a reng gape wena honorable deputy speaker eleng gore tota speaker intervene ke one matata ra so that's why we are unable to perform because we have to explain to honorable members what is meant by APP and how did it target go tewa eng utlo a reng the speech is there with information with everything. We are saying as the Department of Education already we have piloted immediately piloted in terms of robotics. It means that that thing is not part of the caps yet. That is why we're giving opportunity to pilot. 126 schools that pilot extra more schools for robotics. 15 schools that robotics. So Department of Education whereby our learners are struggling to read with understanding. At the same time, we are having our learners somewhere there listening to honorable member who cannot even interpret the budget speech. So
Speaker,
and
Deputy
then
Speaker.
the issue ya reading with meaning.
Honorable Mutsumi. Honorable Dabampe.
No,
What are you
thank you
raising
very
on?
much, Deputy Speaker. I was saying there's a difference between literacy and numeracy.
What are you raising on?
That she's misleading the House to
Take
say
your
I
seat.
said numeracy.
Yeah,
What is
no,
numeracy?
take your seat.
Numeracy
Take-
ke dipalo, literacy.
Sit down, Honorable Dabampe. Honorable members, can you please have order? Can you please have order? Can you proceed? I understand that. Honorable Mutsumi, can you address the House and
Okay.
don't address the Honorable Dabampe? Can
Okay,
you
I'm not
proceed?
addressing the honorable but Pile. It's close to 3 years now. Re dila ka issue ya EFF go sa actually go capacitate the member tsa bone because ba risesa ko morago. Secondly, chair, we are here tabling a budget ya 2026-2025. Ka di plan tsa teng. Re moema. Your honorable member who's representing you in education. O sentse na bua ka le runtsi le sedi. E le gore re bua ka yone e dirilweng ka 2024. You are still talking about re bua ka schools e leng gore as we speak as the Department of Education re deliver the mobile classrooms as we speak re busy ka renovation of that particular school. So gore wa leka in terms of oversight. So re tla go bua ka 2024 re le mo 2026 gape. That is torture really. And then you ask yourself gore the member tsa rona tsa baagi ba votelang EFF ba golo ka mathata a re nang le one a ra go iperekela ne ke re le iponeleng gompieno utla re de bampe a reng o sentsana a bua ka reading with meaning with understanding mare ke member wa committee wa itse premier gore introduce multilingual language re batla go introduce the language tsa rona because we have realized gore bana ba ke bana ba utsing Setswana. The reason why they can't read with meaning is because go na le language barrier. Tshwantse gape re tle go mo ruta gape gore go na le re tsentse dilo tse dintšha re ko pele in terms of capping that particular gap. Hela re panisha bagolo ba EFF. Utlwa a reng re da bampe wena honorable deputy speaker o bua ka QLTC. Are they dysfunctional? We are having 1,453 schools across the province having functional QLTC. Ga e re gore ko sekolong ga gona le bullying, ga gona QLTC. It means that kuna le challenge ya behavioral ya bana ba rona, where it means that rona as community, as parents, tshwantse re tshwaragane gore because bana ba ke ba rona ba. How can you do the investigations? So ka botsa Honorable Danchi there. Bana ba ile gore ba bullying, they take these things from their respective homes. So where are the community? Where are their parents? Then we can come here and quantify gore gona le problem ya di QLTC in 1,550. So, I can for example, the deputy speaker. There is a functionality of QLTC in all our schools, and our teachers are doing good, our parents are doing good, and our communities. Instead of appreciate the community arona, go batlang di vote ko go yone. Ke na discredit ang gape mo pele mo gore aba appreciate.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mutsumi, yes, Honorable Javampi, what are you raising on?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I write in terms of the rules that.
Which rules? Which
Rule
rules?
74. Rule 74. That the speaker is the MEC is casting aspersions on a member, and in terms of the rules of the legislature, the MEC cannot cast aspersion. Thank you.
No, Honorable Javampi, you know you're just wasting our time. Rule 74 is not what you are talking about. Please. Can you proceed, Honorable Mutsumi? You've got 1 minute remaining.
1 minute.
Yes.
Scholar transport, where scholar transport, but still, acknowledge how many learners by the very same COSATMA, the very same scholar transport is challenges. And the problem now when I vessels more, where Cascara solves issue scholar transport. June 16, Malema. Can scholar transport did by EFF instead of the services and everything? That's to the the break and so on. Are independent schools. Those schools belong to the department. They are part of the program. So, Kiruna oversight, in building more schools and so on, in terms of pressures. South Africans. Lastly, let me appreciate the extramural activities. Extramural activity, I week so called netball of just appreciate them more compete outside. They are part of extramural activity. So how can mo department what the extramural activities king? Then we'll appreciate that. Lastly, Chair, let me appreciate the comments done by Honorable Tsulo there. And also advise she just raised a very critical something I was not even going to consider. To say that MEC, please take advantage of this early retirement. What you have to do, check out those particular posts. Check research. Check are those particular posts, some of them are so prioritize those that need for now, so that you are able to control your compensation of employees. Because if you don't do that, you'll end up even spending more than 77%, whereby you are unable to do some work in terms of the Department of Groenewald, you must ask your dad, who is the Minister of Correctional Services, to say that they must bring that money, the uniform. If they can give us that particular budget from that Minister Groenewald, we can do more in terms of issues of ICT in our department, because we still maintain they don't need those particular uniform, whereas we are struggling.
Honorable Mutsumi, thank you very much. Your 10 minutes is up. You can remain there. MEC Mutsumi, we're not done with you. Thank you, honorable members. Does the House adopt the committee report?
Yes.
The committee report is adopted. I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1, to determine the quorum. Hi, Mang, Honorable Babuile. Honorable Bokhatsu. Honorable Botswe. Honorable Dabampe.
No leadership teng, Deputy Speaker.
Or our account, I 15 new registered voters. I'm Honorable Danchi.
Ke teng Motlatsa Musa Kgotla ya Khabane.
Honorable Dial. Honorable Groenewald.
Present Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kuno.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang. Honorable Lehare.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Nkopane. Honorable Makakane.
Ke teng Motlatsa Musa Kgotla.
Keteng. Honorable Makokwa. Honorable Matse.
Ke teng Motlatsa Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Matuane.
Ke teng Motlatsa Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Memudise.
Mme bo teng Motlatsa Modula.
Honorable Moyama.
Ke teng Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Mohono.
Present, yes.
Honorable Mokhosi.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mukua.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Molapisi.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Morueng.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Msonihu.
Boeteledipele bo gona Motlatsa Musa Kgotla.
Honorable Mutsumi.
Nomeresi present, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Oliphant.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Khosho.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Sambata.
Dikona Sekela Somlo.
Mutotaki Sebeho.
Present Deputy Speaker.
Mutotaki Sonakile.
Ketens Deputy Speaker.
Mhlonitshwa Sonti.
Ndikhona Sekela Somlo.
Akbar Steenkamp.
Ek is teenwoordig, Deputy Speaker.
Akbar Steel. Mutotaki Matlapi.
Ke teng mo ntlong ya gago Ntate Maine.
Mutotaki Tsolo.
Ikhona Sekela Somlo.
Honorable Van Yesten. Akbar Wolwon.
Teenwoordig, Adjunct Speaker.
169,557,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 2?
Yes.
The yes have it, Honorable Dabampe. Program 3, Independent School Subsidies, 60,929,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 3?
Yes.
Program 4, Public Special Schools Education, 1,093,762,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 4?
Yes.
Program 5, Early Childhood Development. Program 7, Examination and Education-related Services, 850,342,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 7?
Yes.
Ke a leboga matlotlegi. The budget for Department of Education Vote 8 for 2026-2027 totaling 24,173,016,000 rands is now adopted. Honorable MEC, you can go and stand. Honorable members, before I call on Honorable Lehare to lead the debate on members who must go to the restaurant to have something, grab quickly, come back. Those who are represented by one member per political party. They'll talk to themselves and then come back to the House so that the House is not empty. I will now.
Honorable Jasper Mohono, Honorable Premier Lazarus Mukosi, Chief Whip, Honorable Motalipilo Osho, Chair of Chairs Tewo Mujise, Leader of Government Business, Honorable Viola Mutsumi, Honorable Members of Provincial Legislature, fellow Honorable Members of the Executive Council, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development, Honorable Karabo Mahahane, Chairperson of Provincial Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Public Accounts Corps, Honorable Smart Matsi, leaders of different political parties, esteemed members of the Northwest House of Traditional Leaders and Cohesion Leadership, under the Chairperson Northwest Nursing Colleges, distinguished guests, members of media, this budget vote is presented at a defining moment in our province's health journey. Over the past 3 decades, the ANC-led government has expanded access to primary health care, built clinics in rural villages, introduced life-saving antiretroviral. The Book of Colossians reminds us, let us not become weary in doing good for at all the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. These words aptly capture the spirit with which we table this budget vote today. We do so under constrained fiscal conditions shaped by global economic pressures, domestic revenue limitations, and reductions in certain international funding streams. Yet, despite these challenges, we remain resolute in our constitutional obligation to provide quality healthcare services to the people of Northwest Province. As former President Nelson Mandela reminded us, I quote, "A good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination," close quote. We therefore approach this budget vote not as an accounting exercise, but as a commitment to improve the lives of our people. We extend appreciation to our social partners, including mining companies and private sector collaborators who continue to build clinics, donate medical equipment, and sponsor ambulances, strengthening our collective effort to deliver accessible health care. We now go to programs. Administration of Program 1. Administration of the health service remains a key pillar of the Northwest Department for Health, as it provides strategic leadership, governance, and administrative support necessary for the effective functioning of the entire health system. Through this program, the department continues to strengthen institutional capacity, improve accountability, and ensure that the health sector in our province is supported by a capable and responsive administration. Human Resource Management and Development. During the period under review, the department has successfully filled 288 health professional posts on a permanent basis in order to address shortages of nurses, doctors, and other critical personnel across our health facilities. In this financial year, the department has stabilized the management of Mahiken Provincial Hospital. To this effect, we have appointed the nursing manager, quality assurance manager, clinical managers, and we are finalizing the appointment of the hospital CEO. We are also finalizing the appointment of CEOs of 5 other hospitals before the end of this year. Senior management appointments. The department has made significant progress in stabilizing leadership within the organization through the appointment of key senior managers. These include the Superintendent General of the department, the Deputy Director General for District Health Services, the Chief Financial Officer, as well as key directors for infrastructure. These appointments strengthen governance and oversight within the department. On appointment of unemployed medical doctors, Deputy Speaker, the department has appointed 120 medical doctors this past financial year as part of strengthening the healthcare system. We have also intensified efforts to absorb unemployed medical doctors. Vacant funded posts have been advertised, and the process of appointing doctors on a full-time basis across various hospitals in the province is currently underway. Great appreciation to the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, to have facilitated additional allocation to fast-track appointment of medical officers. Labor relation matters. A stable and a fair labor relations environment is essential for an effective health system. The department has made progress in ensuring that disciplinary and labor-related matters are dealt with efficiently, with 31 cases successfully finalized within the regulated 30-day period. On security management services, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is one of our fundamental priorities. As Nelson Mandela profoundly put it, freedom will be meaningless without the security in the home and in the streets. Therefore, the safety of patients, staff, and infrastructure remains a priority. The department has therefore taken steps to strengthen security services at the health facilities. We will also be deploying roving armed guards across sub-district to respond to security challenges at health facilities. Special programs. Community participation in the governance of health institutions remains an important pillar of our health system. I take this opportunity to thank the members of the clinic committees, hospital boards, and other governance structures whose term of office came to the end in April 2026 for their contribution. The department has appointed the new governance structures which are now ready to serve starting from this new 2026-27 financial year. We are launching these structures before the end of this month. Medical legal cases. The department is managing 391 active medical legal cases and is implementing the national litigation strategy to strengthen clinical governance, patient safety, records management, and accountability. Investment in medical equipment, specialized services, and medical legal support structures are improving healthcare quality, reducing litigation risk, safeguarding public resources, and ensuring appropriate management of both defended and legitimate claims. Program 2, District Health Services. Deputy Speaker, District Health Services remains the backbone of our healthcare system as it delivers essential health services directly to our communities through clinics, community outreach, and district hospitals. Through this program, the department continues to strengthen prevention, early detection, and treatment services while ensuring that quality healthcare reaches even the most remote parts of our province. Honorable Premier, the department has successfully launched the 1.1 million HIV treatment gap campaign in all our districts to accelerate HIV treatment initiation and retention in care. The province is responsible for placing 53,146 people on HIV treatment as part of the national target, while also contributing to TB testing efforts aimed at supporting the national end-TB strategy. The first 95 target of people living with HIV, knowing their status, has been exceeded at 96%, which is commendable. The second 95, which measures people on treatment, stand at 82%, which require attention for improvement. And the last 95% target of viral suppression stands at 96%, which is also above target. In the fight against tuberculosis, the province has tested 162,044 people, achieving an 80% testing rate. The Northwest continues to perform strongly nationally, recording a drug-suspectable TB success rate of 87%, above the national target of 85%. The province is also among the best performers in reducing patient loss to follow-up at 4.8%, while maintaining the highest drug-resistant TB treatment success rate of 87%. In the new financial year, the department will continue with the campaign to achieve the 95-95-95 international target, placing a lot of attention on the second 95% target to improve from 82%. Honorable Premier, we're also thankful for having been part of a historic launch of the Lenacapavir HIV prevention injection, a game changer, which we just launched this past Friday at Letlhabile CAC in the Madibeng local municipality. Appointment of community health workers. Deputy Speaker, the Northwest Province has permanently appointed 2,400 community health workers with a further 2,480 on contract basis. This means that the department has employed a workforce of 4,131 community health workers. To strengthen the effectiveness of community health workers, this financial year we will prioritize transition from manual reporting to a fully automated patient-level judicial system and targeted capacity building through strategic partnership. Maternal and child health. Deputy Speaker, through the campaign on accelerated reduction of maternal and child mortality in Africa, KARMA, the department continues to strengthen maternal, child, and women's health services. These campaigns are conducted at facility and district levels and are integrated with our broader health promotion activities. The results are encouraging, as maternal mortality in health facilities has declined from 81 per 100,000 lives based in 2024-25 to 63.8, while antenatal booking before 20 weeks improved from 77.4% to 79.3%. We have also recorded improvement in reproductive health services. The couple-year production rate increased from 63.5% to 65.4%. Cervical cancer screening coverage improved from 54.6% to 56.7%. And the teenage deliveries among girls decreased from 100 to 78 cases. We will continue to implement the KARMA campaign in the 2026-27 financial year. Teenage pregnancy. Teenage pregnancy remains a critical public health and social challenge in South Africa. Statistics show that adolescent childbearing is one of the rise, particularly among girls between the age of 10 and 19. There is a consistent decline in teenage pregnancy in the province. This decline is realized across all 4 districts. Delivery in facility for age group 10 to 14 years decreased from 201 in 2022-23 to 66 by end of December 2025-26 financial years, while is the age group 15 to 19 years decreased from 8,463 to 4,750 during the same period. The department is implementing the following interventions: integrated social health program, sexual and reproductive health services, collaboration with development partners, and many other forms of collaborative interventions. Mental health. Deputy Speaker, mental health remains an important priority within district health services. The department integrated out routine mental health screening across all primary healthcare facilities. As a result, 5,905 new patients were treated for various mental health conditions during the reporting period, with the treatment initiation rate exceeding the target of 0.1% against a target of 0.01% in 2026-27. The department will intensify mental health screening across all primary facilities to ensure early identification and treatment of mental health conditions. We have also finalized appointment of the 2 mental review boards to strengthen our system. Implementation of the NHI program. Deputy Speaker, in preparation for the NHI, the department has commenced your spatial mapping of public and private health facilities and align this with Statistics South Africa population data. From 2026-27, we will strengthen NHI implementation through household profiling, optimization of the health patient registration system, introduction of electronic medical records, and completion of your spatial mapping of service providers and communities in selected sub-districts. From next year, the department will implement household profiling to collect social, demographic, and health data, enabling more targeted and responsive service delivery. This will be supported by the new public health and clinical unit currently being established. On clinics operating 24 hours. As part of advancing universal health coverage, the department will increase the number of clinics that are currently operating on a 24-hour basis from 84 clinics to 95 in the province, which is an addition of 11 more clinics. Once budget allows, we will increase these numbers. Yeah. Now, to Duzela Care Services, the department provides gender-based violence management centers for sexual offenses. These centers aim to provide immediate medical care, provide emergency contraception, screen and treat sexually transmitted infections, offer trauma counseling and psychosocial support, amongst others. 5 Duzela centers are currently operational at Tresor, Potchefstroom, Jobshimangani Tabani, and Taung hospitals. Report on the Northwest Province ex-mine workers compensation project. Northwest Department of Health, in collaboration with Compensation Commissioner for Occupational Diseases, Minerals Council, Siamiso Trust, Rent Mutual Assurance, TEBA, Southern Africa Mine Workers Association, Office of the Premier, Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and DDECT continue to work together to advance this program. By the end of March 2026, more than 90,000 ex-mine workers had been reached. The total number of claims settled were 5,290, and the value of claims paid was 247,412,000 rands. Program 3, Emergency Medical Services and Forensic Pathology. Puge Mortuary was operationalized in February 2025. 9 forensic vehicles were procured and are operational. 36 contract workers appointed and started in November 2025. Maintenance and refurbishment were made within Brest and Sepong forensic mortuaries. Emergency medical services. Deputy Speaker, I can report that a total of 60 ambulances were procured in the last financial year, with a total of 45 already delivered and distributed across the province. The remaining ambulances are already distributed with a symbolic handover conducted by Honorable Premier last Friday during Tunsalerule in Madime local municipality. I can report that the province has now a total of 106 ambulances from 64 from the previous year, which is not enough. Budget is not there. This current financial year, a further 50 ambulances and 15 planned patient transport have been procured. We have already placed an order for a total of 33 more this financial year. This will improve ambulances response time across the province. EMS job creation. A total of 95 drivers for the planned patient transport have been appointed. In strengthening the EMS operation further, the department recruited EMS staff including scarce skills of advanced life support who qualify in 2024-25. The process of recruiting another cohort that have just acquired scarce skills advanced EMS qualification through bursary will be completed by the end of the second quarter of 2026-27. 35 of the 89 newly recruited under the EMS work program have started on the 2nd March 2026, and the remaining group are being prioritized. Program 4, Provincial Hospital Services. Deputy Speaker, we plan to improve compliance with OHSC standard and prepare hospitals for NHI accreditation during the 2025-26 financial year. Progress in this regard is that 5 of the 7 regional tertiary hospitals achieve excellent status for compliance on OHSC inspection. In the 2026-27 financial year, we will assess specialized hospitals, namely Veteran and Bupilong Hospital, pending the finalization of the assessment tool by National Department of Health. Specialist appointments. A total of 21 medical specialists and 24 nurse specialists have been appointed. We also have 71 medical officers in training to become specialists. Medical equipment and infrastructure. We plan to procure and commission specialized medical equipment for the decentralized medical oncology and surgical services. I can report that procurement and installation of laminar flow cabinet in Maifikeng Provincial Hospital is completed. Surgical backlog reduction. We undertook to deal with surgical backlog by implementing the surgical blitzes and extended operating hours to reduce backlogs in 2025-26 financial year. I am happy to report that all regional hospitals have conducted the weekend blitz to reduce surgical backlogs. The surgical backlogs has been reduced from 7,502 at the beginning of the financial year to 3,544. We will partner with private sector to expedite the accelerated reduction of surgical backlogs in 2026-27 financial year. Dialysis services. As part of expanding access to dialysis services, the reverse osmosis system has been renewed at Mahikeng Provincial Hospital. Moreover, at Potchefstroom Hospital, preparations are underway, and John Morolong Memorial Hospital started a service under Klarsdorp Sepong Hospital support. We will continue maintenance of the reverse osmosis system to ensure efficient functionality of dialysis machines and autoclaves in the 2026-27 financial year. Program 6, Central Hospital Services. We made a promise to strengthen tertiary and quaternary services, including cardiac, oncology, and specialized surgeries. Deputy Speaker, I am excited to report that we have established cath lab theater in Klarsdorp with immediate improvement of early diagnosis and treatment of patients with heart condition. Preparations including planning for Job Shimangani has been finalized. We will initiate procurement by end of the second quarter. Advanced diagnostics and treatment. The department is intentionally investing in improving diagnostics and treatment capacity for cancer. I am pleased to report that the mammography X-ray machines for Job Shimangani, Tabani, Posh, Jomorolung hospitals were received and now functional as from May this year and June, August 2025. A total of 610 mammograms were conducted towards the department drive to detect cancer early. We will prioritize appointment of a mammographer, specialist radiographer for breast X-ray, for JMMH that will reduce traveling of patients to Klerksdorp Hospital. The magnetic resonance imaging for Job Shimangani Tabani Hospital were delivered and is now functional, resulting in a total of 130 diagnostic examinations being done. Furthermore, we will procure additional S-arm and a digital X-ray machine for JST, academic health platform. I'm happy to report that a conditional approval has been received from Council of Higher Education for the MBCHB course. The work of the medical school building is in progress and we will complete it by the middle of 2027. Further accreditation processes will be concluded in 2027 and enrollment of students are expected to be on schedule, and first cohort is to start as scheduled in January 2028. The department continues to strengthen the academic link between the Bujandala health system with Sefako Makatu University, inclusive of deployment of registrars, medical doctor training to become a specialist. Furthermore, it is heartwarming to learn of the announcement of a long-term plan by Minister Arun Musaledi that the National Department of Health will build the Academic Central Hospital in Mahike. Program 6, Health Science and Training, Nursing Colleges. We plan to train and graduate nursing students to address skills shortages. I am happy to report that a total of 463 students enrolled in the college in 2025-26 for undergraduate programs. A total of 335 students graduated in various nursing qualifications in October 2025. The college also managed to appoint the campus heads of both Mafikeng and Klerksdorp campus. During the 2026-27 financial year, the college enrolled another 249 students for the undergraduate programs. A total of 287 students will be graduating in the third quarter of this financial year. Job creation, EMS College. For the learnership program, I can report that target for the learnership program in 2026-27 is that the department is planning to register 90 unemployed youth on an internship program during this financial year. 65 unemployed youth will be registered on higher certificate in auxiliary nursing learnership during this financial year. 15 unemployed youth will be registered for higher certificate in emergency medical care during the 2026-27 financial year. Program 7, Healthcare Support Services. I'm pleased to report that medicine availability has remained above 80% with upward progression. Currently, medicine availability in the province is reported at an overall average of 85%. Though these numbers are impressive, I must also inform this August House there are more medicines that are in short supply internationally and nationally and are affecting some facilities. We have placed measures in place to control the situation. Program 8, Health Facilities on Infrastructure. Achievement, construction of Mahohe and 8K clinics using alternative building material have reached practical completion along with the Lareville bulk pharmacy. Maintenance of health facilities, including 34 clinics, is ongoing. The completed facilities include Ditagong, Sannishof, the Lareville, and Rato CHCs in the Ngakamandiri Mulema district, Kudutlo, Kumozo, and Bloemhof CHCs in Dr. Ruth Sumuzi Mumpati district. At JST Hospital, the lift replacement and refurbishment of the medical gas infrastructure at neonatal ward have been completed. At Moses Kotane Hospital, practical completion has been achieved for the repairs of the leaking roof, damaged flooring, and the seeping sewer plant. New generators have been procured for Veteran Psychiatric Hospital, Northwest College of Nursing, Mabatu Campus, Sitlopo Clinic, Masutle 1 Clinic, and Tsunyani Clinic. The health technology, the X-arm X-ray machines have been supplied to Klexor Sepo Hospital, Mabatu Provincial Hospital, Brett Hospital, and JST Hospital. Ultrasound equipment has also been procured and delivered to Moses Kotane and Luhuruzi Hospital. And underperformance of contractors. The department has terminated underperforming contractors for the following project: Muzwedi CLC, Rapulana Clinic, and Veldefredind Clinic. Projects such as Bupilong Psychiatric Hospital, refurbishment of Helaxpan Hospital, Christian Hospital are progressing slowly, but are receiving the necessary attention where intervention measures has been put in place to expedite progress. Commitment plans 2026-27. Park homes. Construction of the following clinics will commence using alternative building method. Kukwana Clinic, Palani Clinic, Reference Clinic, Chilelekilo Khoza Clinic, Kutevonden Clinic, Fafun Clinic, Mudimula Clinic, Kala Block Clinic, and Velvedint Clinic. Completion of project. The department committed to start with completion of Matibestat CLC, refurbishment of Coastal Hospital Phase 1, and Sepong Hospital Stormwater Drain System. The department will continue with completion of project that contractors were terminated for construction of Muzori Clinic, Rapulana, and Velverdint Clinic. The department plans to implement and complete the following maintenance project: completion of the remaining 34 clinics, including 8 in Bujanala, 4 in Dr. KK, 3 in Dr. RSM, and 3 in Ngakamdrimlema. Roll out of the boiler maintenance contract to provide hot water and steam across all hospitals. Completion of repairs to leaking water pipes in Ward 3, 4, and implementation of replacement of water, hot and cold water reticulation at Swazandranek Hospital, Jomorolong Hospital, Sepong Hospital, and Mafikeng Provincial Hospital. Completion of water augmentation project at Job Shimangani Taban Hospital and Hanyesa District Hospital. Replacement of the perimeters, fencing at Moses Kotane Hospital and General De La Rey Hospital. The department has allocated a portion of HFRG budget for the procurement of health technology equipment. In the 2026-27 financial year, procurement of equipment is planned for Tlaxop, MPH, Hanyesa, Brest, Jomorolo, and Potchefstroom hospitals. Procurement of furniture and equipment are also planned for facilities currently at the construction stage. Honorable members, we commit to give IDTS the necessary attention and support to complete some of outstanding projects. Allocated budget 2026-27 per program. Administration 1,211,877,000 rand. Program 2, District Health Services 9,257,085,000 rand. Program 3, Emergency Medical Services 556,799,000 rand. Provincial Hospital Services 2,442,389,000 rand. Central Hospital Services 2,811,525,000 rand. Health Services and Training 310,435,000 rand. Health Care Support Services 7, 909,957,000 rand. The last one, Health Facility Maintenance 727,001,001 rand. The total budget for the department is 18,227,068,000 rand. Deputy Speaker, the department continues to face financial pressure due to accruals from previous financial years and baseline allocations that have not kept pace with growing healthcare demands. While the 2026-27 baseline budget has increased by 4%, it remains insufficient to meet all funding requirements. As a result, the goods and services budget faces an estimated shortfall of 1.7 billion, reducing available funding by 34%. To address these challenges, the department will implement a financial recovery plan focused on cost containment, expenditure control, and improved financial management. In appreciation to the Minister, I would like to thank the ANC, Honorable Premier, our members of the Provincial Legislature, fellow ESCO members, chairpersons and members of the provincial committees for their oversight role, Auditor General, South Africa, Human Rights Commission and Public Service Commission, our organized labor and social partners, the entire team held from level 1 until level 6, community-based and faith-based organizations, traditional leaders, traditional healers, the private sector, including the mining houses that are here, academic partners, media houses, Baha'i Board, Northwest, my family, relatives, friends, and comrades. Conclusion. Honorable Speaker and all members, and the people of the Northwest Province, a wise man once said, a commitment is what transforms a promise into reality. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, this budget vote demonstrates a department that is steadily building the capacity required to deliver quality healthcare services to every community. As the great African writer Chinua Achebe reminded us, a man who does not know where the rain began to beat him cannot say where he dried his body. We know the challenges our health system has faced, but we also know the progress we have made and the direction we must continue to pursue. We are ensuring that no village, township, or town is left behind. In the words of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, a renowned African writer, the future of a society is in the hands of the people. It is through partnership with communities, healthcare workers, traditional leaders, labor, academia, civil society, and the private sector that we will continue to build a healthier Northwest. Through programs such as Rwana Gamato, Kopano Kimata, Itokile Msila, and Sila Teganelo, we have reinforced the principle that leadership must be present where people are, where services are delivered, and where challenges are experienced. These interventions have strengthened oversight, accelerated problem solving, and deepened engagement with communities. As we move forward, we do so with confidence, determination, and a shared sense of purpose. The road ahead will require hard work, innovation, and discipline. But we are encouraged by the words of Barack Obama, who said, "The future rewards those who press on." We therefore commit ourselves to expanding access to healthcare, improving patient experiences, strengthening quality of care, and advancing the vision of universal health coverage. Together, guided by the values of the African National Congress and inspired by the resilience of the people of the Northwest, we will continue building a healthy system that serves every citizen with excellence, compassion, and dignity. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Let me call Honorable Makhakhani, the chairperson of the committee. Honorable member, you have 7 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Me Tebogo Modise. Honorable Premier Kagiso Mokhosi, members of the executive, my esteemed colleagues, our guests, and the health professionals that have been invited. Today, the Portfolio Committee on Health and Social Development presents its report on the 2026-27 Annual Performance Plan and Budget Vote for the Department of Health. But before we get into it, I would just like to quote something that Che Guevara once said. Open quote, "For one to be a revolutionary doctor or to be a revolutionary at all, there must first be a revolution. Isolated individual endeavors for its purity of ideals is of no use, and the desire to sacrifice an entire lifetime of the noblest of ideals serves no purpose if one works alone," close quote. Honorable Chair of Chairs, oversight is a constitutional imperative to protect our people and not something that can be done alone. Our review as the Portfolio Committee revealed weaknesses in infrastructure, in finance, human resources, and clinical services delivery in the department. Capital projects remain incomplete, such as the one at Motswedi CHC, Bophelong Psychiatric Hospital, and Christiana Hospital, highlighting the urgent need for stronger project oversight in the department. Financially, the department faces rising gaps in terms of treatment for TB. The baseline of the department has been standing and was supposed to be corrected in the last administration, and this still part of the problems that actually throttles the finances of the department. In this instance, Honorable Chair of Chairs, to address these challenges, the committee makes the following recommendation, each with a clear timeline. Within 14 days, the department must submit an infrastructure turnaround status report for all outstanding infrastructure projects, also specifically for Motswedi CHC, Bophelong Psychiatric Hospital, and Christiana Hospital, including the revised schedules and legal actions where contractors were terminated. Furthermore, within 7 days, provide a contractor risk management framework to ensure only financially and operationally capable bidders are considered, because it sits with some challenges, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Within 14 days, table a provincial health facility maintenance plan with detailed budgets for each facility. The MEC has been outlining and touching on some that will be done in this financial year. Furthermore, it must, within 14 days, present an accruals management plan showing how historical debt will be cleared without incurring new debt, and report progress quarterly on this one. Within 45 days, implement a market-related price indexing and support a report on actions taken against officials who authorized overpriced procurement. Within 14 days, present a technical report on the causes of the 2025-2026 conditional grant under expenditure and the reasons that were given for rollover requests. Within 90 days, submit a modernized institutional organogram replacing the outdated 2007 structure to better align staff and current needs. Within 60 days, table a nursing education quality correction strategy to ensure graduates possess essential clinical skills. Within 30 days, provide a knowledge retention strategy to address the loss of clinical expertise from early retirement. Within 30 days, deliver an audited bursary holder absorption schedule and plan to employ all unabsorbed, state-funded medical graduates. Within 60 days, revise EMS performance matrix, replacing blanket response targets with realistic, context-specific indicators. Within 7 days, submit a delivery schedule for the next batch of customized, fit-for-purpose 4x4 ambulances, including dates and locations on when these will be distributed and how they will be distributed. And furthermore, within the next 30 days, table an HPRS functionality register, identifying clinics and hospitals with fully digitized registration systems. And where they are not going to be fully digitized, we need a list of those that they will not be able to actually adhere to. Immediately after this meeting, they must amend the APP reporting framework to include clear quarterly targets for the planned patient transport to be reviewed in the next meeting with the committee. Within the next 30 days, submit a medical legal litigation reduction strategy outlining risk mitigation and alternate dispute resolution mechanisms. Furthermore, COC, what they need to do is that within the next 30 days, provide an operational readiness report for the 12 transition to 24-hour services clinics that have been earmarked, covering staffing, security, and supplies. Honorable Mureng, this also includes Le Khobung.
As you wrap up, Honorable Member.
Within 30 days, finalize an MOU with Social Development for a joint nutritional and social protection program for TB clients. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we extend our appreciation to Mukudutama Kharelehari, the head of department, senior officials, and support staff for their cooperation. It remains our duty to support healthcare workers while holding leadership accountable for these timelines. As the chairperson, I also want to extend my greatest gratitude to the commitment of the portfolio committee members. You make an incredible team. We therefore recommend that the House adopts annual performance plan and the 2026-2027 budget, but contingent upon the full and uncompromised execution of these recommendations. I thank you, COC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makhakhane. Let me call Honorable Muyema. You have 10 minutes.
No, thank you ever so much, Chair of Chairs, Metebo Modise, Premier Lazarus Mokhosi, Leadership Collective of the EFF, members of the legislature, officials and support staff of the legislature, cleaners, security guards, officials of the Department of Health, our guests, residents of the Northwest Province, good afternoon. Firstly, Chair of Chairs, let me commend the department for having appointed female leadership in their strategic positions in the department. For instance, your Superintendent General, your Chief Financial Officer, and your DDGs, they happen to be women. And as the EFF, we have long been vocal about appointment of women in strategic positions in our departments. We are tired of gentlemen's club in our department. So this is a very strategic move. Chair of Chairs, why are you howling? Honorable Chair of Chairs, I should wish to begin this debate by inspiring this House to learn from the life and teachings of a Marxist revolutionary intellectual, medical doctor by profession, and architect of the Cuban Revolution, Ernesto Che Guevara, who neatly argued that isolated efforts by doctors in local clinics were ineffective if systematic issues like poverty, hunger, and poor housing persisted. Honorable Chair of Chairs and the residents of the Northwest Province, many of whom are sick and unable to afford private health care, many of whom have lost loved ones because an ambulance took 3 hours to arrive, many of whom are mothers who gave birth at the side of the road because the nearest clinic was closed at night. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to deliberate and put the views of the EFF into this budget. The annual performance plan and budget tabled by the Department of Health for financial year 2026-2027 is nothing but a continuation of the same failed policies that have turned our public healthcare system into a death trap for the poor black working class majority of this province. The department boasts of an increase of 4% in the total allocation, moving from 17.5 billion to 18.2 billion. Yet the residents of the Northwest continue to die from preventable diseases, continue to wait for hours at understaffed clinics, continue to be told that essential medicines are out of stock, and continue to be turned away from facilities that are closed, that close their doors at 4 p.m. This budget is a betrayal to the constitutional right to access healthcare as enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee's report exposes the depth of the crisis in this department. The report confirms that the department continues to rely on an outdated 2007 organogram, creating artificial vacancy rates and leaving critical clinical and strategic leadership positions unfilled for prolonged periods. Of course, we still commend you for moving towards the right step of transformation. How can the department in 2026 still be operating on an organizational structure designed almost 2 decades ago? The report further reveals that qualified qualified and registered nurses are graduating from provincial institutions lacking basic foundational competencies such as lobotomy, drawing blood, despite multiple years of training. Motswedi Clinic, Bophelong Provincial Hospital, and Christiana Hospital stand as monuments to the department's incompetence project abandoned, contractors terminated, millions of rands wasted. The department has a systematic lack of robust project monitoring and consequence management within its infrastructure unit, which has institutionalized the culture of abandoned and unfinished healthcare facilities. COC, while the department plans to have only 4 infrastructure projects on which construction starts in the entire financial year, the people of this province are forced to seek healthcare in dilapidated, unsafe, and crumbling facilities. The department has low targets for infrastructure when health facilities in this province are in dire state. COC, the emergency medical services in this province are a national disgrace. The department sets targets of 30 minutes for urban responses and 60 minutes for rural responses. Yet in practice, rural communities routinely experience ambulance wait times exceeding 2 hours. The province is supposed to have 400 ambulances, but as fewer than 150 operating because of budget constraints. How can any government claim to be serious about saving lives when a patient in a rural village must wait 2 hours or more for an ambulance that may never come because the fleet is broken down and there are no staff to operate the vehicles? COC, the people of this province are suffering from chronic medicine shortages. Clinics in the Northwest Province are experiencing shortages of contraceptives, including oral pills and subdermal implements for months. The Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa has attributed these shortages to suppliers not being paid on time and poor planning between what is needed and what is ordered. The Department of Health claims that official records show no shortage, yet commits to undertake another assessment to verify the accuracy of reports. COC, the people do not need another assessment, they need medicine. They need the department to do its job and ensure that essential medications are available at every clinic in this province. We will not vote for a budget that perpetuates the suffering of our people. We will not endorse a plan that has no intention of solving crisis in our healthcare system. The call for 24-hour clinics is one of that the Economic Freedom Fighters has championed since our formation in 2013. We have tabled legislation to make it mandatory for public sector clinics to remain open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have stated unequivocally that health services challenges are not limited to specific time periods and can afflict a person at any time, or night. The residents of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality have made heartfelt appeals for health clinics to operate 24 hours a day. They have told this government that when they are sick at night, they cannot get help because clinics close early. And what does the MEC say? The best excuse is that they have their challenge is budget. How do you even say that as an MEC of health who comes from a party that has been governing for 30 years? COC, we want to tell chair of this house that even if she can deny members of this legislature to vote on the debate of opening all state-funded clinics for 24 hours as sponsored by the EFF, we'll never stop advocating for 24 hours operation of state-funded clinics as long as we are represented in this house. We will not be silenced by procedural maneuvers. We will not be intimidated by those who would rather protect the budget that protect the lives of our people. The EFF will continue to fight for every clinic in this province to be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because healthcare is not a 9 to 5 privilege. We reject this budget vote because it does not address the structural problems of our healthcare system. The EFF proposes a fundamental different approach to healthcare in the Northwest Province. The department immediately scrapped the outdated 2007 organogram and implement a modernized institutional structure that reflects the actual clinical demands of this province. We demand that all state-funded medical bursary holders who have completed their studies be immediately absorbed into the public health system. It is a crime against humanity that qualified doctors and nurses are sitting at home unemployed while our clinics are understaffed. COC, we further propose that the provincial government redirect funds from wasteful expenditure and tenders towards building and maintaining healthcare infrastructure. We propose that the department be allowed to procure its own supplies directly rather than going through inefficient provincial systems. Honorable COC, we propose that the big companies be legally compelled to contribute to the building of the healthcare facilities. We propose that every hospital have its own taxi and bus terminal to ensure access for patients. We propose that all healthcare facilities have high-speed internet to enable digital healthcare transformation. COC, we propose that the department establish 24-hour integrated post-sexual trauma centers in all district hospitals. We propose that each province have a health. We propose that each province have a health science campus inclusive of nursing school and medical school. The people of the Northwest Province deserve better than this budget. They deserve ambulances that arrive in time to save lives, not ambulances that arrive after the patient has died. They deserve medicines that are available, not medicines that are out of stock because suppliers were not paid. They deserve nurses and doctors who are competent, qualified, and adequately compensated. They deserve a department that is accountable, transparent, and committed to serving the people. COC, the struggle for quality healthcare is part of the broader struggle for economic freedom. The EFF was founded on the principle of free quality education, healthcare, housing, and sanitation for all. This budget that the needs of our people on the ground. I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and good afternoon.
Honorable Sanakile, thank you very much for reminding me. You have only 8 minutes.
8 minutes. No, thank you very much, COC. Speaker, Premier, honorable members, I greet you all. Really, Harry, thank you for the budget that you've presented. I'm not a member of the committee, however, I am representing the Democratic Alliance on this debate. COC, before I can start getting into the issues of the debate, earlier on in one of the budget speeches, there's something that's very disturbing that took place. It was said that when members of the opposition are rejecting budgets, actually we must draft rules that will say that we must not participate. I want to put it on record that that would be very unfortunate. It will actually be anti-democratic, because it does not mean that as members of the opposition our job is to rubber stamp. We are not here to rubber stamp. Where we feel that there are genuine issues that needs to be raised, we will do so without any fear or favor. Because if approving a budget automatically delivered services, then Northwest would be a province of excellence. Because yet for years, budget after budget has been passed by majorities while residents have received less and less in return. So we will not shy away from raising issues when we have them, especially when they are genuine. COC, healthcare is not a luxury, but a constitutional obligation that government provides. You know, when a road is not repaired, people are inconvenienced. When a license is delayed, people become frustrated. But when healthcare fails, people suffer and sometimes they die. Since 1994, we have repeatedly heard how government has transformed healthcare services in our province. But this claim leaves much to be desired. The government continues to say that they are going to be introducing national health insurance. But we are struggling with the basic of just fixing the healthcare system that currently exists. It makes even the NHI issue become more and more of a dream. Today, we are asked to support a budget and an APP that promises improved healthcare, modern facilities, digital transformation, more healthcare workers, better medicine availability, etc. But in reality, those are just written promises on paper that never translate into tangible service delivery. The people of the Northwest do not live on a paper. They live in villages, townships, and towns where they interact daily with the realities of our healthcare system. And the reality is that there remains a massive gap between what government promises and what the community of the Northwest experiences. Madam COC, we gather again in this August House to reiterate the department's vision of accessible, equitable, and quality healthcare for all. The strategic plan and APP further emphasize the importance of modernizing and maintaining facilities, digitalizing patient files, improving ambulance services, reducing stockouts, and filling vacant positions. But much remains to be desired. Almost daily we receive complaints regarding healthcare services in our province. During oversight visits, we as members witness firsthand how overwhelmed and strained the healthcare workers are in the small, dilapidating healthcare facilities. As the DA, we recognize the difficult fiscal environment in which the Department of Health operates. We acknowledge the dedication of healthcare workers who continue to serve under extremely challenging conditions. However, we cannot ignore the fact that many of the challenges facing healthcare in our province are not solely financial. They are failures of governance, planning, and accountability. In the past year, 2025-26, the department spoke of the financial recovery plan, which was expected to be tabled or presented to the portfolio committee by the end of May or the beginning of June 2026. To date, nothing came forth. This raises an important question. Are all the challenges experienced in this department a fiscal challenge or a planning failure? Honorable COC, there are numerous challenges that persist, but I want to emphasize the following. Firstly, the shortage of healthcare professionals. Across the province, hospital, clinics, and CHCs, we continue to see critical vacancies not being filled. Doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and specialists are expected to carry overwhelmingly workloads while patients endure long waiting times and delayed treatment. No healthcare system can function effectively when funded posts remain vacant while communities continue to suffer. The department must prioritize the filling of critical posts, review the 2007 organogram, and ensure the new organogram translates to the now challenges and realities. To ensure that we retain our health professionals, the department must develop sustainable strategies to attract and retain healthcare professionals, particularly in rural communities. Secondly, the condition of healthcare infrastructure remains deeply concerning. Many facilities continue to face maintenance backlogs, aging infrastructure, and equipment failures. While MEC, you have spoken on a number of maintenance projects that you are going to be undertaking. As the DA, we believe that it is still not enough and would therefore request that at least you table a comprehensive report that will detail maintenance budgets and planned infrastructure strategies that will at least cover the rural areas and the most affected ones. Healthcare workers cannot provide quality healthcare in environments where infrastructure is inadequate, overcrowded, and continuously deteriorating. Let's go to Program 8, Health Facility Management. This is a critical program that requires urgent attention. Contractors who receive tenders must ensure that they complete the work according to the specified scope and time frame. But we continue to witness stalled projects. MEC spoke to some of them. The Bophelo Psychiatric Hospital project, it is still in progress. A Christiana hospital, it is very slow, the progress that is there. The Seeking CHC has no work being done on site following the contract termination. And at Matibestad CHC, for more than a decade now, residents have waited for a facility that should have been completed years ago. Construction began more than 13 years ago, yet the center remains incomplete and non-operational, forcing residents to continue relying on inadequate alternatives. What progress has been made so far, despite the ongoing challenges? What intervention strategies are in place to address contractors experiencing cash flow problems that are stalling work? What measures has the department implemented to ensure that terminated contracts do not result in wasted public funds and further delays in service delivery? How about we speak about universal health care coverage when communities are still waiting for healthcare facilities that should have been completed long ago? Thirdly, emergency medical services, EMS, it remains under severe pressure. The healthcare workers at healthcare facilities, residents in rural villages and communities continue to report unacceptable ambulance response times. If the ambulance is not 3 hours late, it often does not arrive at all. The target of urban P1 response of less than 30 minutes and rural P1 response of less than 60 minutes is not realistic and should be reviewed to align with the provincial challenges. Every financial year, the department procures ambulances, but there are so many operational challenges that undermine service delivery. Families needing medical emergencies should not be left wondering whether help will arrive in time or not. Lastly, the digitalization of patient information is in a devastating state in our province. The AG has been red flagging the department regarding the patient record management systems in our province. During oversight visits, the files are either packed in overflowing cabinets, piled on the floor, or stored in unstable conditions. The filing rooms are overcrowded, humid, and lack adequate fire detectors in case something happens. The health patient registration system remains non-operational in most, if not all, health facilities due to insufficient training, inadequate ICT infrastructure, a shortage of computers, connectivity challenges, and network challenges. We do commend the department for piloting the Impilo EHR system piloted in Masuthle 2 clinic and hope that moving forward the system will be expanded, available, and working in other health facilities. The termination of underperforming contractors is welcomed, MEC. The new generators that have been bought, and as well as the building of the academic central hospital in Mafikeng that has been long overdue. Speaker, based on the issues that I have raised, the DA will unfortunately not support this budget. We believe that healthcare reforms must
Your
be
time
guided
is
by
up, Honourable
accountability,
Member.
and at this stage we don't feel we are yet
Thank you
there.
very
Thank
much,
you.
Honourable Member. Let me call Honourable Groenewald. 3 minutes, Honourable Member.
Patients do not experience a health department as a budget. They experience it as a queue, as an ambulance that does not arrive, a medicine that is not available, as a clinic that refers them elsewhere, as a hospital project that was promised, funded, delayed, and still not completed. That is the reality this vote must answer. The Department of Health receives one of the largest allocations in the province. The question is not whether the department has money. The question is whether the money reaches the patients as effective services. The final committee report gives this House enough reason to be deeply concerned. Infrastructure remains one of the clearest failures. The committee raised concerns about incomplete capital projects, including facilities where contractors were terminated after prolonged periods of non-operation. When a contractor fails, the community does not care about procurement explanations. They care that the clinic is not working and the hospitals is not ready. This is not only a construction problem, it is a management problem. The report points to weak project monitoring, poor consequence management, and a need for proper maintenance planning. A health facility cannot be allowed to decay until it becomes a crisis. Maintenance must be planned, budgeted, and enforced. COC, the same lack of discipline appears in the department's finances. Accruals continue to threaten service delivery. Every rand used to pay yesterday's unpaid bill is a rand not available for today's medicine, equipment, staffing, or maintenance. This is how poor financial management becomes a patient care problem. Emergency medical services also remain a serious concern. The committee rejects the department's responses targets as unrealistic and called for indicators that reflects the geography of the reality of this province. This is the right approach. A person waiting for an ambulance in a rural village does not live inside a planning template. The target must match the terrain, distance, fleet, and real response time. The report also raises concerns about the department's outdated 2007 organogram. That means the department structure is still trying to serve a modern health system with an outdated design. At the same time, the province struggles with shortages of health personnel, specialist skills, and workplace-ready graduates. It is unacceptable that concerns are raised about qualified nurses graduating without the basic practical competencies. A nursing college must produce professionals who are ready for the ward, not graduates who still need the system to compensate for training gaps. COC, the Freedom Fund Plus also notes the continuous risk of medico-legal claims. Every negligent claim represents more than legal exposure. It represents a patient, a family, and a system that failed somewhere. The public does not need more promises from health. It needs the basic medicine, ambulances, clean facilities, working equipment, competent staff, proper maintenance and accountability when contractors fail. This vote does not give us enough confidence that the department is fixing the system where
Yes,
the
we wrap
patients
up,
actually
Honourable
feel
Member.
it. The Freedom Fund Plus cannot support this. Thank you, COC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Groenewald. Let me call Honourable Kuno. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable COC. Honourable Dr. Desmond Mohono, the Speaker, Honourable Premier Lazarus Mokhosi, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable COC, I must start off by attempting to hit the advice here, Honorable Smart, about members of the opposition. Honorable Smart, urile khabaukwi. And ke batla go illustrate at this point, and I believe that this department, MEC, is relevant to deal with this question. Ya gore ga ba utlwe. Ke Department of Health. Now, Honorable Moema, o bua ka the hiring of doctors. So, this thing is serious, MEC. Kopa we say serious because ke nnete batho ba ga ba utlwe. Now, the speech, sa MEC on page 5, they have hired 120 medical doctors this past financial year. So it's clear what the speech carries on. As part of strengthening the healthcare system, we have also intensified efforts to absorb unemployed medical doctors. So they have advertised. They have hired 120. They have advertised for more. So that's why Gere Khabaukwi. MEC Khabaukwi ke kopa gore le intervene ka ponyo ya leitlo because Khabaukwi clearly. Honorable Tabambe Khayo fa a kizurunyele se guy gongwe o na le MEC Mutsumi because o na le problem ya reading with comprehension. So I suspect the MEC is intervening so that a kgone go nna le reading with comprehension. So that's why as you offer ra tlhaloganya. So re tshepa mo nakong e tlang o tla kgona go bala with comprehension. So ga ba utlwi MEC that's why ba etsa modumo yana wa ba thibela gore ba ska ba utlwa budget e o fetsang go e tlhalosa. Ke batla go dira se ke se dirile mo nakong e fetileng because ga ba utlwi.
COC, I wish to.
Honorable Moema?
Yes.
Honorable Kuno, can you take your seat in the meantime?
Are you not saying you must take a seat?
No, you can continue.
I thought that was the instruction.
No, you can continue.
But you instructed him to sit down.
Honorable Moema,
No, I'm
you
just
want to
checking with
speak
you.
or you want to
I
tell
want to
me
pose a
how
question.
should I run the
I wish to
program?
pose a question.
Come again?
I wish to pose a question.
Okay. What is your question?
No, check with him if he's taking it.
Come again?
Advice and bagolo ba pallwa ke ba. Advice ang mmetle.
Well, Eric Utuzi, I'm not prepared to take your question.
Okay.
So ka nna nna fo fatshe wa utlwella.
Thuntsebe.
Honorable COC, our province remains deeply immersed in the terrible challenges of high unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The impact of this precarious state of affairs is 72% community reliance on underfunded healthcare system, whilst only 13%, Honorable Swanakil, have medical aid coverage. But Honorable Swanakil, you are not a member of this portfolio committee. So misleader this gallery because how we to along that portfolio committee. We have recovery plan. How we to more portfolio committee rebuile ka yona, rebuile ka lenaneo la department to focus on accruals and payables. So uskatla o tla fa o bua dilo tso sa di tlhaloganyeng ka ntla how member ya portfolio committee. Now, Honorable COC, during Honorable COC, during a recent debate proposing extension of operating hours of all state-funded clinics to 24 hours, the ANC provided the following account to the people of Northwest. The bulk of the challenges we face in our healthcare system are directly linked to the current health financing model, Honorable Sanakil, which can be fixed by the intentional implementation of national health insurance. We stay resolute to the resolutions of our ANC 55th National Conference resolutions that South Africa must facilitate and provide universal health coverage to all our communities. The implementation of the National Health Insurance remains our definitive framework to balance the economic stability inequality that persists in our health sector, bring forth a reality that allows all our citizens to access their rights to equal and dignified services. As we commemorate 30 years of our constitutional democracy underpinned by principles of human rights, human dignity, and equality, let us intensify our collective efforts in pursuit of non-racial, non-sexist, united, and prosperous nation. To ensure equal access to healthcare, we must eliminate the two-tier healthcare system where the wealthy, Honorable Sonakil, wealthy minority accesses private facilities as well as the best doctors money can buy, whilst the poor majority, which you don't speak on their behalf, Honorable Sonakil, have no other option but to rely heavily on extremely under-resourced health facilities. This dire situation manifests in the high patient debt accumulation affecting many of our community members. It is undeniable that the current Northwest health sector is extremely overwhelmed. Our medical practitioners are overworked and underpaid. Our health sources, such as the provision of medication, EMS services, and other services, are extremely limited to ensure adequate health care for all our people. Appointment of new hospital boards must translate MEC into timeous interventions to ensure that service delivery is not compromised and that health standards are drastically improved in line with the patient's chart. As we welcome the slight increase in the department's budget for this year, an amount, Honorable Sonakil, of 18.2 billion, we believe it must be used effectively and efficiently to ameliorate many of the challenges in the sector. We expect that this budget must be deployed to ensure that we drastically reduce the current backlog in ensuring that our operating health facilities acquire the ideal clinic status, adequate staff is hired, pharmacies are fully stocked and with medicine and have fully and uninterrupted health patient registration system, as well as efficiently functioning EMS component. The increase in the budget through the NHI funding can remedy some of the challenges we currently face. But for real transformation of our healthcare sector, this needs to be done before we can provide the much anticipated universal, inclusive and sustainable healthcare. With the gradual implementation of NHI and the remodeling of our health financial system, we should be able to accelerate as well as complete historical infrastructure driven backlogs. This program is allocated 727 million in this year's budget. As I wrap up, COC, we are pleased as an ANC that this is a budget that truly demonstrates the commitment of the ANC government, the commitment of the MEC and the department to serve the people of the Northwest under very difficult conditions. The ANC supports and moves for the adoption of the annual performance plan and the budget vote allocation to deepen transformation and achieve universal health care for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kuno. Let me call Honorable Sulo. Honorable Sulo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable COC. Honorable COC, when there is a budget underfunds medicine at Mafikeng Provincial Hospital, clinics across this particular province, underfunds ambulances in Dr. Ruth Sohomutsi Mompati, underfunds nurses in Bojanala, we are allocating coffins. Honorable Chair of Chairs, a government that budgets for coffins instead of cures has forfeited or forgotten their constitutional mandate, Section 7. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I have noted with keen interest the following commitment that were done by the Honorable MEC. The medical school building that is to be completed middle of 2027. Onagana hore e kgakala, ke kamoso. we will hold you accountable through relevant oversights that we are going to conduct. On your page 16, 3 bullets where you are talking about 65 unemployed youth for auxiliary nursing learnership, 15 unemployed youth for HCEMC, 90 unemployed youth for internships. Timelines are very much important, Honorable Chair of Chairs, as this might be ongoing perpetually without proper accountability. As Umkhonto Wesizwe Party Honorable Chair of Chairs, we are concerned about the delay in NHI. We need to be extraordinarily vigilant when we are dealing with some of these particular pertinent issues. Honorable Chair of Chairs, during the recent public hearings on health conducted by the National Council of Provinces, Taking Parliament to the People program in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district, residents of the Northwest Province expressed unhappiness about health clinics operating hours, saying they would like them to be open 24 hours rather than only during the day as they are now. Other concerns included shortages of medicine and ambulances, poor filing systems, and there is evidence to the effect. Again, processes to exclude deserving
member, your time
service
is up.
providers in this particular regard. Human settlement.
Go to a police station.
Thank you very much, Honorable Solo.
Warrant officers
Let me call Honorable Khosho.
Would you like a microwave?
Ke go leboge modulasetilo wa baduladitilo setlhare sa ga Honorable Tsholo ke wena re tshepile wena fela COC a o ka re reprimandela ene re kgone go fetsa debate sentle. Let me thank you very much COC and welcome the budget speech of Department of Health led by Honorable Lehari and the team. Dr. Superintendent General Dr. Tami Matiko, we appreciate the tabling. Chair, I need to just to clarify certain issues. There was a report, there was a motion sponsored by the Economic Freedom Fighters, by Honorable Moyema himself, which spoke about issues of 24-hour clinics. The ANC never rejected the motion. The public must not be misled about the motion. The ANC actually embraced and supported the motion. So it cannot be true that we rejected them. It was never rejected by the African National Congress. So that let us not mislead our communities and get a grandstand unnecessarily on this pulpit. Honorable, through you, COC, Honorable Sonakile, response to what I said, and I agree with you, Honorable Kuno. Listening is a skill. They don't listen. I said, how I wish. How I wish. But by the way, I want to start to amplify what I said. The role of public representatives is to us to make laws, to hold the executive accountable, and to make sure that we engage on public participation. And when we engage in public participation, we must not mislead the public. We need to be responsible, ensure that the budget is adopted. So, you are actually the worst anti-democratic person when you don't adopt the budget. But how I wish that the rules could actually empower us, so that you should be, when you don't adopt the budget, why do you want to participate in the debate in the committees? Then it must buy you not to do that. At least the people that are supporting you and are voting for you, today they know that you are rejecting the budget that must change their lives. Honorable Chair of Chairs, social transformation remains at the heart of building a caring, inclusive, and capable society. Therefore, the budget of the Department of Health must ensure that annually we strengthen primary health care, optimize human resource, provide adequate maternal as well as adolescents health care, and ensure that our people access equal and dignified health care. We commend the hard work that has been done by the medical professionals, academics, and scientists all over the world and in our country for their contribution towards the realization of the long-acting injectable antiretroviral lenacapavir and the cabotegravir to provide HIV prevention and treatment options administered every 6 months or every 1 to 2 months. These new medication inventions will completely change the face of HIV and HIV-related deaths in the world, bring us closer to achieve our national target and as well as global targets of 95, 95, 95, and ensure that we end all HIV/AIDS related deaths by 2030. Bearing in mind 6 years is just around the corner. We believe that with the department's budget allocation of 1.9 billion, we can increase implementation of effective awareness and prevention of HIV and AIDS, TB, malaria, and also cervical cancer program. We must monitor closely how funds are utilized to ensure that the gap left by the PEPFAR funding cuts is potentially filled, and that the provincial Itekanelo campaigns speedily integrate the province into World AIDS Day and other community outreach programs like Tunzale to ensure that it promotes health, education, physical activity, and preventative health screening. Our people must not forget that access to this long-acting injectable antiretroviral treatment does not give them the green light to start having unprotected sex, which can expose them to many other diseases such as incurable STI and unwanted pregnancies. While the Provincial Health Department has done well by being third in the country for successfully rolling out the closing of 1.1 million HIV treatment gap campaign, this must be intensified, Honorable MEC. But we commend the work that you've done. We are number 3 in the country. The health of our women and children is paramount, which is why we must strengthen youth health services, including access to sanitary towels for young girls in schools and women in universities and public schools. And while we want to sponsor that, it is important that you also work or partner with the Department of Education. We welcome the department's effort to roll out the HPV vaccination program in all public schools, administered to our adolescents, young girls between the ages of 9 to 15. Through this year's budget increase, our impact base to ensure that more people can access the brachytherapy unit in Klerksdorp that was established at the cost of 15 million, enabling precise radiant treatment for cervical or prostate cancers with minimal discomfort as part of the modernization of tertiary healthcare services. And we must commend the Klerksdorp and Tshepong Center for these good services that they are providing. There has been great progress that has been registered on these ailments. Our fight against cervical cancer must be one of our apex priorities as we move towards the attainment of the elimination of the cervical cancer formula of 90-70-90 pronounced by the World Health Organization, like the HIV elimination formula of 95-95-95. And I think as the Northwest, despite the shortcomings that we have from a budgetary point of view, there are good stories to tell in terms of this work that we've registered. The first 90% calls us to ensure that girls between the age of 9 to 15 are fully vaccinated. The 70% direct us to ensure that women between ages of 35 to 45 are screened with new DNA-based technologies. That last 90% mean a measurement target we must achieve of how many women who have cervical and other related cancers access chemotherapy treatment. As we continue our aggressive approach to fighting against gender-based violence, which has been declared a national disaster, access to victim-friendly and fully functional Tutuzela centers for victims of GV must be ensured, while we also strengthen forensic services to deal with DNA testing essential, to fast-track cases of GBV, to ensure that perpetrators of these inhuman crimes face the harshest hand of the law. Honorable MEC, this area is very important. And we want to appeal with you, the Superintendent General, because you are a woman, that this area, you need to put it at the radar. Let's focus on it. Even our caregivers our volunteers there are not even remunerated accordingly. And it is about time that this area, to Zala centers, we need to prioritize them. We need to focus on them because they will help us they will help us actually that interaction that you do with the Department of Social Development. We welcome the allocation of 274.9 million and 82.9 million that must sustain permanent employment of more than 2,000 community health workers and payments for accruals respectively. Well done, Honorable MEC. We appreciate this work. People living with disabilities are taken care of as well, as regularly monitored, and they also make sure, and we must also make sure that people who are not who are on chronic medication, like those who have HIV and TB, do not default on treatment. So let's also make sure that we care for our people with disabilities. As part of strengthening the provision of quality and effective healthcare services, we must make sure that the department's additional amount of 123.3 million maintains the current workforce employment while we await the renewal of the current outdated organogram affecting service delivery and restricting the employment of necessary medical personnel. MEC, we want really to ask you, let us focus on the organogram. I agree with the member of the opposition who has raised this matter. Yes, as I conclude, Honorable Chair of Chairs, as the African National Congress, we welcome the budget vote speech tabled by the MEC, and we appreciate with the limited budget, the shoestring budget that they have, they are making their strides, and they must continue to advance and advocate and to create that awareness in terms of total wellness. The budget is fully supported by the African National Congress as public representatives who take the voters serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Khosho. Honorable MEC Lehare. MEC, you have 10 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. 10 minutes. I will ask key questions. The rest will talk on the sideline. During lunch, supper, or on leisure time. There are no people here. I'm answering myself. They are gone. So, but let me do my work. Let me start with FF plus. Honorable, you are saying nurses are not competent to withdraw blood because of nursing training. You are not correct, Honorable. Wrong. I agree with the philosophy of Abbott, I think. Yeah, we need people like them at Abbott. Yeah. Now, nurses' responsibilities and duties are regulated by South African Nursing Council. Number one. Professional nurses are expected to take blood if a need arises. You can't have a festival of taking blood. Left and right, you are taking blood. If a need arises. The department is not aware of challenges regarding blood withdrawing and would therefore appreciate further details. Honorable, you can discuss after these budget speeches. Take me to that hospital or clinic. I'm done with you. Organogram structure, which is very important. I have the doctor here. Yeah. I said we'll discuss after hours on the sideline because we must be practical. You are talking about theory. Now, organogram, I agree with Chief Whip. Thank you, Chief Whip. We'll speak at the issue of organogram. But the doctors here, yeah, we are all members of legislature. It's fine. Now, even the chief will raise it and yourself. At the end, I will praise you, don't worry. Dr. Mateo, the SG is here. Dr. Tohani, the HR, the corporate chief director is here. Mr. DBA are here. They will do likewise on the organogram. If you check the report, we are done. The only challenge, our organogram, the initial one, was above our budget by 4 billion. You can't give me 4 billion. I can't take my money from my home and come here and assist the health. I must get money from this legislature. 18 billion. Give me 30 billion. I'll do everything. Yeah. One day you'll be an MEC. You will feel this pressure. Just talking. You know, the role of opposition is to oppose. All the times. Either you are correct, you are right, they will oppose. So that your members must see that you are participating here. Just to oppose. Go on opposing. Now, on Honorable Sonakile, thank you very much. Partly, thank you very much. Yeah. And then next meeting, thank you will be 100%. Why projects do not finish on time? We have identified institutional capacity as one of the factors to the delays. We are strengthening our capacity through the establishment of project management support. We'll engage the Premier and Treasury. Treasury is here. We'll engage you. We have brought stability and capacity by employing permanently, just to balance. Chief Director, Infrastructure is here. And directors responsible for infrastructure are here. Now, on corruption, you see, once member of legislators come here where I'm standing, and talk about corruption, there's no corruption. I'm telling you. Corruption, you go to a police station. You report a case. We are waiting for that. I can't fear that, no. So we must go to police station. If you want me to accompany you, I will invite MEC for police. We'll go with you. Let's make an appointment of next week Tuesday. And let's go there. Yeah. When you say corruption comes here, you are like a person singing here. We'll end up having a song called corruption. Because you don't bring anything on the table and saying corruption. Corruption on what?
Honorable Tsulo, please behave.
Maybe members might understand me. I'm not saying there's no corruption at Health for now, but I've never received any information about corruption. Yeah. So, now, on security, one member is issue of security. If you check the report there, we said we are going to have armed security response team traveling all over the province once we appoint in 2 months' time to deal with security at facilities for patients, to deal with security for our facilities. In the report, somebody is in the report, but you further ask it about it. Why not saying, can you give a clarity? Not saying we're not doing anything. I talked about 24/7. Those 11 clinics for 24/7, they're based on the budget you have given me, 18 billion. So you can't have everything, got that money. We are trying ourselves to have, for now, for starters, is 11 clinics. We are on a process to turn them to 24/7, 11, because of the budget dictate. Thank you very much, Honorable Mahagani. We have noted monitoring maintenance plan, accruals management plan, technical reports on expenditure, amongst others. We will do likewise. We have also noted the days that we have mentioned. We will respond here. This is a very hardworking team. We note with thanks and commit to submit all reports you needed. Honorable, from the same local municipality, Mwema. I'm from Mwega, he's from Mobani, the end of Northwest. But I must also take you on the sideline because you were reading very fast. So borrow me your notes so that I will respond in writing. I don't want to respond about something I did not hear. Yeah, you were very speed, like rattling. Hold on. So give me that paper, Honorable. I'll respond.
As we wrap up, Honorable MEC.
There are ambulances. While we agree that the current ambulances are not enough, we have demonstrated our commitment by procuring 60 ambulances, the highest in the last 3 years. 60 ambulances. Go and check the history of the province. We are procuring 50 ambulances now and 15 patient plane transport now, already issued in an order for the 27 ambulances in May 2026. Also, the issue of ambulances, I agree with members. There's a crisis because of, Treasurer will tell you, no money. You can't say, I want ambulances and they'll give you ambulances. You must pay, then you get ambulances. The challenge here is budget. And then I am part of this legislature. I know we don't have money. Now in future, members, when you ask us, at the back of your mind, you must know that there's no money. Don't ask something which is not there. I'll take you slow by slow so that you must hear me. Medicine availability. The department maintains performance about 80% right through the year. The biggest challenge is more than the province, but it's the disruption in SMC, national and international. But also here is money. Sometimes I'm told they can't deliver because we have not paid the service providers. I must go to Treasury. Treasury, there's no money.
MEC.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Thank you. The rest, I will see them at supper then.
Thank you. Honorable members, can we adopt the report of the portfolio committee?
Yes.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The report has been adopted. Thank you very much, honorable members. I will now call a roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1, to determine the quorum. Honorable Babuile, Honorable Bukatu, Honorable Butwe, Honorable Dabampi, Honorable Danji.
Present, Honorable Chefches.
Honorable Dial, Honorable Groenewald,
Ek is hier, dankie, COC.
Honorable Kuno,
Present COC.
Honorable Kodisang, Honorable Lehari,
Present COC.
Honorable Linkopani,
Ketemma.
Honorable Makakani,
Ketengme.
Honorable Maine,
Present COC.
Honorable Makokoa, Honorable Mati,
Ketem.
Honorable Matuani,
Present.
Honorable Memudise, Kiteng, Honorable Muema,
Kidding.
Honorable Muhono, present COC. Honorable Mukhosi,
Present COC.
Honorable Mukua,
COC.
Honorable Mulapisi,
Departmenr.
Honorable Murweng,
Present COC.
Honorable Musenogi,
Boeteledipele ka kakaretso bo teng modulasetulo ba dula ditulo.
Honorable Putsumi,
Present COC.
Honorable Oliphant,
Present.
Honorable Khosho,
Thanks, COC.
Honorable Sambata,
Ndikhona sihlalo.
Honorable Sebego,
Present COC.
Honorable Sonakile,
Present COC.
Honorable Sonti, Honorable Steenkamp,
I'm present, COC.
Honorable Stale, Honorable Klapi,
Thanks, COC.
Honorable Solo,
Teenwoordig achtbare voorsitter van voorsitters.
Honorable Van Heesten, Honorable Wall,
Teenwoordig COC.
Honorable Williams, Honorable members, I believe I satisfied myself that majority of members are present in the House to adopt the budget. Honorable members, we will now adopt the budget program by program. Let me start program 1, administration. 1,211,977,000 rand. Does the House adopt? Come again.
Speaker, you said 9. It's
877 instead of 9.
Yeah, 7,000 instead of 9.
1,211,877,000 rand.
Yes.
Program 2, District Health Service, 9,257,085,000 rand. Does the House adopt?
Yes.
Program 3, Emergency Services, Emergency Medical Services, 556,799,000 rand.
Yes.
Program 4, Provincial Hospital Services, 2,442,389,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 4?
Yes.
Program 5, Central Hospital Services, 2,811,525,000 rand. Does the House adopt for Program 5?
Yes.
Program 6, Health, Science and Training, 310,435,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 6?
Yes.
Program 7, Care Support Services, 909,957,000 rand. Does the House adopt Program 7?
Yes.
Program 8, Health and Facility Management, 727 million and 100,000.
No. 1,000 rand.
1,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget, the program 8?
Yes.
Thank you, honorable members. The Department of Health vote 3 for 26-27. Total is 18 billion 227 million and 68,000 rand. Is now adopted.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, honorable member. This brings us to the end of today's business. The sitting is adjourned until tomorrow, the 24th June, 9 o'clock sharp.